Win City, Cultural Bureau, Special Operations Office. Night pressed heavily against the windows, but the office lights still burned bright. Knock. 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 Come in. The young woman at the desk straightened up. Her jet-black hair was tied in a high ponytail, framing a refined oval face. A petite, short-haired girl slipped inside and locked the door behind her. Leaning close, she whispered, team leaderly. Agent Zero has reported in. He's secured intelligence on the target. But after this mission, he's requesting withdrawal from undercover duty. Team leaderly paused, then sighed softly. He's not an apostle. Staying undercover like this means gambling with his life every day. She pulled loose her ponytail, dark hair cascading down as she rubbed her temples, fatigue clear in her expression. We're severely understaffed, she muttered. Any promising recruits next door? There's one. Lin Xun, the short-haired girl replied, stepping behind her to gently massage her temples. Experienced gamer. His soul strength meets the threshold. With training, he could enter the game soon. Recruit him now? Team leaderly closed her eyes, leaning back slightly. No. Observe him a few more days. After a moment, the short-haired girl quietly left. Past midnight, in a cramped rental apartment. Lin Xun lifted his hands from the keyboard, satisfied. Good. The plot didn't derail. He clicked Publish Chapter and stretched. His joints cracked loudly. 4,000 words a day really is the human limit. After graduation, he had joined the army of overworked employees trapped in the brutal 996 grind. Eventually, he gave up and applied for a clerical position at the Cultural Bureau. Why? Simple. A stable 9 to 5. Weekends off. A peaceful life. The written exam had been easy. The interview that morning? Not so much. Judging by the panel's expressions, he likely bombed it. Luckily, he had a side hustle, web novels. Unluckily, he was still a struggling author. He grabbed his phone and opened Honor of Kings. Writing done. Time to game. Sleep? That was for ordinary people. Half an hour later, he exited the game in frustration, barely resisting the urge to throw his phone. Every match, terrible teammates. He was MVP every time, yet still couldn't carry 1v9. The matchmaking system clearly had it out for him. New game. If I keep playing this, I'll stay broke forever. Scrolling the App Store, he noticed a title at the very top of the rankings. The Book of Salvation. No ads. No hype. Yet #1. As someone who pre-ordered major releases across platforms, he had never heard of it. Curious, he downloaded it. The game opened to an image of a massive, ornate tome. The cover gleamed like solid gold. Multicolored gems lined its edges. Strange, alien script shimmered at the center. An unseen hand turned the page. Text appeared on aged parchment. There exists a land called Gaia, a fertile kingdom founded by a great existence. Divine radiance once bathed every corner. But then the Book of Salvation began to circulate. It foretold destruction. Fear spread. Those who tried to decipher it often lost their sanity. Only 1 in a million, blessed by the gods, could enter its apocalyptic visions. They were called apostles. And you are one of them. Create your soul imprint. Lin Xun blinked. No animation. No music. Just text. This bought its ranking, he muttered. Still, the idea of exploring different apocalyptic scenarios intrigued him. An input box appeared. He typed his usual ID. Swordsmith. Soul imprint created. The pages flipped endlessly. Chapter 323. A ruined church. Pale moonlight. Corpse-strewn massacre. 3 intact bodies remained. A guardian knight, compatibility 88%. A black-robed priest, compatibility 79%. A choir sister, compatibility 72%. Choose a shell. So this is starting class selection. He preferred mage builds, so he chose the priest. Compatibility insufficient. Possession failed. You give me options but force melee? Grumbling, he selected the knight. Memories flooded in. The sun had turned crimson. Faith corrupted. The blood sun twisted believers into monsters. The gods had abandoned them. He stood in a body once devoted to purging corruption. Interesting, Lin Xun murmured. Apocalypse caused by a corrupted sun? Radiation mutation, maybe. Power surged through the knight's body. Strength. Confidence. He pushed open the church doors. Silence. Then, a grotesque creature turned toward him, crimson eyes blazing. You were attacked. You were gravely wounded. You died. Dead. Lin Xun stared at the screen. What happened to Unstoppable? Instant death. No tutorial mercy. Instead of rage, excitement stirred in his chest. Hard mode? Fine. Let's go. A notification appeared. First death. Reward, soul page. He revived as a wandering soul. The knight's corpse was gone. New options appeared. Inventory. Reshape shell. Reshaping consumed soul strength. 2 halves remaining. Regenerates 1 every 12 hours. So death isn't the end. He opened his inventory. Soul page. Unlocks Apostle Soul talent. Gotcha time. Just as he was about to activate it, something brushed his palm. He froze. Slowly, he looked down. His scalp prickled. Goosebumps spread across his skin. Something was in his hand. Lin Xun's left hand was gripping a thin, rectangular sheet. It looked like a torn page from a book. He forced himself to stay calm and studied it carefully. The page was about the size of his palm, made of parchment-like material. Soft, yet strangely sturdy. Slightly yellowed. Covered in dense, unfamiliar script that looked exactly like the writing engraved on the Book of Salvation's cover. And it was faintly glowing. An in-game item appearing in reality. This isn't normal. He immediately stopped playing and opened his browser, searching for the Book of Salvation. Nothing. No official site. No forum threads. No discussion posts. For a game that had been ranked number 1, this made no sense. He reopened the App Store. Honor of Kings was back at the top. The Book of Salvation had vanished completely. It didn't even show up in search results. Only the game icon still sitting on his phone proved it hadn't been a hallucination. What the hell is going on? His first instinct was to call the police. An object materializing from a game into reality? That was beyond strange. But his finger froze over 110. He hesitated. As a web novel writer, haven't I always imagined getting some overpowered cheat like my protagonists? If game items can exist in the real world, this could change everything. His expression slowly hardened. He tightened his grip on the soul page. Poof. The page dissolved into countless tiny motes of light, flowing straight into his body. At the same time, text appeared on his phone screen. You have used Soul Page. You have acquired Soul Talent. 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms unique. 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms. Your soul possesses an unusual adaptability. Any shell is easy for you to inhabit. Effect greatly increases compatibility with all shells. Shell slot +1, upgradable. A faint surge of energy ran through him. It wasn't explosive or dramatic, but the fatigue from hours of writing and gaming disappeared instantly. He felt refreshed, energized, almost restless. He looked back at the screen. The compatibility values of the remaining shells had changed. Black-robed priest, compatibility, 94%, plus 15%. Choir sister, compatibility, 87%, plus 15%. Both now exceeded 80%. A notification appeared. Due to your unique talent, shell slot +1. Current shell slots, 1/2. If slots are full, possessing a new shell requires discarding an existing one. Lin Xun immediately understood. Shell slots were like inventory space. The Guardian Knight occupied 1 slot. 1 slot remained. Reshaping the Knight costs soul strength. Possessing a new shell doesn't. With 2 slots, this talent basically gives me 2 extra lives. He thought for a moment. Try the nun first. Test different classes. Come back for the priest later. Never leave resources behind. That was his gamer principle. He selected the choir sister. The wandering soul has possessed the choir sister. Current shell slots, 2/2, Guardian Knight, choir sister. Memories surfaced. The church stood in St. Rance, once prosperous, now corrupted by the Blood Sun Church. Even the White Moon Church had fallen. A new interface unlocked. Shell, choir sister. Compatibility, 87%, plus 15%. Quality, ruined. Level 1. Equipment, bloodstained church gown ruined. Skill, hymn ruined, slight healing to White Moon followers. Minor damage to heretics. A trash tier healer, Lin Xun concluded. Everything labeled ruined. No explanation needed. I'll test her, then discard. The nun's body felt heavier than the wandering soul form. He glanced down. He couldn't see his toes. The game text popped up again. You feel invincible. Unstoppable. He snorted. Sure. This time, instead of opening the doors, he chose to search the church. Searching. All weapons and armor were destroyed. Searching. Inside the pulpit drawer, you find breast bindings wrapped around half a bottle of healing holy water. Searching. Nothing else of value found. He opened the inventory. Healing holy water. A thick, milky white liquid with mild restorative effects. For unknown reasons, it was wrapped in breast bindings. He stared at the description. Then it clicked. The intended route is obvious. Possess the night. Stay inside. Find the holy water. Heal. Then go outside. Classic progression design. Just as he was processing that, a glass vial suddenly materialized in his hand.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The glass bottle, about the size of a mineral water bottle, was covered in greasy stains. Lin Xun immediately shoved the bottle back into the game, shaking his hand in disgust. This is supposed to be holy water. But the item description is suspicious. Maybe it has another use. Let me try this approach. Maybe I can save this bottle. He clicked Reshape Shell. You have consumed 1 soul strength to reshape the Guardian Knight shell. The radiance of your soul coalesced into the Knight's shell. Only the initial wounds remain. The injuries inflicted by the shadowy assailant did not carry over. Lin Xun stroked his chin, deep in thought. The game's mechanic seemed to be that wounds sustained after soul possession wouldn't persist when reshaping the shell. Otherwise, dying to a monster would leave you with injuries to heal upon revival, creating an endless death loop. He tapped the nun's skill hymn. You use the skill hymn to heal the knight's shell. The shell's injuries improved slightly. You use the skill hymn to heal the knight's shell. The shell's injuries improved slightly. You feel slightly fatigued. You use the skill hymn to heal the knight's shell. The shell's injuries have fully recovered. You are utterly exhausted. Even taking a single step feels like an impossible luxury. The choir sister's shell has collapsed from overexertion. Will you exit the shell? Without hesitation, he clicked Exit Shell. You have left the nun's shell and chosen to possess the knight's shell. You have taken control of the knight's shell. This approach fits the intended game progression. Not only did I heal the knight, but I also saved a bottle of holy water. Lin Xun was meticulous, cherishing the limited resources at his disposal. He casually opened the knight's shell panel. Shell, White Moon Church Guardian Knight. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 103%, plus 15%. Compatibility exceeds threshold. Shell quality improved. Shell quality, ruined plus. Shell level, 1. Shell equipment, shattered knight armor, ruined. 1 sturdy armor now greatly weakened after being torn apart by brute force. Shell skill, punishment swordplay ruined. A basic sword technique practiced by church knights. Requires a weapon to activate. Lin Xun froze. Compatibility exceeding 100% actually improves shell quality? My soul talent has insane potential. The shell's quality had risen to ruined plus, making the knight slightly stronger than the nun. The only downside was the lack of a weapon in the equipment slot, preventing skill usage. He resumed the game and clicked push open the doors. The eerie creak of the doors opening pierced the silent night. The noise caught the attention of a certain monster. Outside the church doors, a grotesque creature turned abruptly, its crimson eyes locking onto you. The monster lunges at you. Now fully healed, you stand a fighting chance against this ambusher. You swing your fists at the deformed figure clad in blood sun robes. You have defeated a corrupted blood sun cultist. Experience slightly increased. Lin Xun smirked. Just as I thought, healing the knight's injuries lets me fight normally and level up. Now, it's hunting season. You have obtained Basic Forging Stone ×1 Rusted Church Cross Sword, Ruined Plus. Oh? Loot drop. Just as Lin Xun was about to check his inventory, the game's text continued. You look up. Under the cold moonlight, the once prosperous streets of the town lie in ruins, littered with severed limbs. The stench of blood permeates Moonlight's hometown, St. Rance. Amid the wreckage, countless pairs of crimson eyes turn toward you. The commotion of battle has drawn their attention. You are swallowed by a tidal wave of monsters. You died. Lin Xun was dumbfounded. So it's a nesting doll situation? Opening the door attracts one monster, killing that one attracts a horde. Basically, don't make noise or else monsters keep coming. You open your eyes to find yourself reborn as a wandering soul in the ruined church. Only 2 usable shells remain inside. Of the 2 available shells, the nun had collapsed and was likely unusable. His options were: possess the priest's shell, spend his last 1 soul strength to reshape the knight's shell. Lin Xun opened his inventory to inspect the loot he'd earned with his life. Basic forging stone, a mystical ore containing unknown power. Used for the most rudimentary equipment enhancement. Requires forging-related skills to use. Rusted church cross sword, ruined plus a standard-issue weapon for church combatants. The crimson rust has significantly dulled its once formidable edge. The forging stone was enhancement material, useless without the proper skills. Lin Xun dragged the cross sword into the knight's equipment slot. I only have 1 soul strength left, and it takes 12 hours to recover. Might as well try the priest next. The feeble wandering soul has possessed the shell of the black-robed priest. Current shell slots: 2 halves guardian knight, preaching priest. You have taken control of this unfamiliar body. Fragmented memories linger within. The corrupting power of the Blood Sun Church creeps ever closer. Death may come by tomorrow. After despair, the priest succumbed to madness, seeking one last indulgence before the end. His gloomy gaze fell upon the young nun singing hymns. Screams. Resistance. Frowning, the priest retrieved a bottle of holy water he had long treasured. The fragmented memories end here. Lin Xun's jaw dropped. This priest really knew how to have fun. He was equal parts horrified and impressed. Opening the priest's shell panel. Shell, White Moon Church preaching priest. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 94%, plus 15%. Shell quality, ruined. Shell level, 1. Shell equipment, gleaming new moon tome, ruined, a prayer book containing the church's doctrines and commandments. Its thick, sturdy pages could double as a makeshift shield in emergencies. Shell skill, none. Lin Xun's eye twitched. This is the mage class? Not a single skill? Even the nun was better. No fireballs, no magic shields, just a broke priest with nothing to offer. A huge disappointment. Still, the game had to go on. The priest's shattered organs make movement agonizing. Every step is a struggle. Will you push open the church doors? Looking at the priest's pitiful state, weaker than the nun, Lin Xun knew stepping outside meant suicide. Should I use the holy water to heal the priest's injuries? But even a fully healed knight couldn't withstand a horde of monsters. What chance did a priest have? None. Absolutely none. Let's try exiting anyway. Maybe the priest unlocks new story branches. The church doors' rusted hinges screech as they grind against each other. The eerie creak of the doors opening pierced the silent night. The noise caught the attention of a creature outside. Beyond the doors, a monster whips around, its crimson eyes locking onto you. You are attacked. Your grievously wounded organs leave you defenseless. You died. The trash mob respawned. This is a Souls-like, isn't it? He'd expected the priest to at least die to the second wave of monsters, not the same one at the door. The screen flashed with a bloody dead. Respawned enemies, no new options. Was this a dead end? Whether as the knight or the priest, exiting the church attracted monsters. Killing one just summoned more. Reading the pre-death text again, Lin Xun fell deep into thought. Rusted, hinges, grinding, noise. A flash of insight struck him. I get it now. This is what the holy water is for. Far from discouraged, Lin Xun finally understood how to break the cycle. You open your eyes to find yourself reborn as a wandering soul in the ruined church. Only 1 usable shell remains inside. Without hesitation, Lin Xun prepared to expend his last remaining point of soul strength to reshape the Guardian Knight's shell. Warning: your current soul strength is 1/2. When soul strength reaches 0, the Apostle's true body will perish. Will you consume 1 soul strength to reshape the Guardian Knight shell? The enlarged crimson text trembled violently on screen. An inexplicable terror gripped Lin Xun's entire being. Beads of cold sweat instantly broke out across his forehead and back. The overwhelming fear made it difficult to breathe, his mind going blank. Lin Xun didn't doubt for a second that using that final point would mean certain death. Must not click, yes. Must absolutely not click, yes. With tremendous effort, he moved his finger to select no. As the blood-red text disappeared, the oppressive fear gradually receded. He exhaled deeply, his shirt already soaked through with sweat. Setting down his phone, he hurried to the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, he splashed icy water on his face, forcing himself to calm down. After a long while, he wiped his face and pulled out a cigarette. It took 3 attempts with the lighter before he finally got it lit. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he looked at his hands, now finally steady, and smiled bitterly. Of course it wouldn't be that simple. Where there's opportunity, there's always risk. Only after finishing the cigarette did his nerves settle enough to analyze rationally. Exhausting soul strength means death. As long as I don't use that last point, I should be safe. Considering the benefits of materializing game items, the risk seems acceptable. This text-based game possessed some inexplicable magic that made it irresistibly addictive. Lin Xun resolved to continue playing. The feeble wandering soul possesses the choir sister shell. This shell is temporarily incapacitated from skill overuse and requires 12 hours of rest to recover. Will you exit the shell? With no other choice, he selected to exit the shell. Having fully explored the church and needing to wait 12 hours for soul strength recovery, the game was temporarily unplayable. Closing the game, he saw it was already 2 a.m. Setting a 12-hour alarm, he quickly washed up and went to bed. The next morning at 10 a.m. at a mutton restaurant. 1 sticky rice and 1 soy milk, please. Coming right up. The mutton place below Lin Xun's apartment originally didn't serve breakfast, focusing only on mutton soup, hand-torn mutton, and grilled dishes. But with pandemic impacts hurting business, they'd added morning fare. Ironically, while their mutton was mediocre, their local-style sticky rice breakfast was exceptional. At this rate, the mutton restaurant might fully convert to a breakfast spot soon. Soon, the waiter brought a steaming ceramic bowl. Inside was freshly steamed glutinous rice, each translucent grain distinct and piping hot, topped with crispy golden fried dough strips and savory minced pork belly. A ladle of thick mushroom pork broth was poured over, followed by a sprinkle of pork floss and scallions. The aroma made one's mouth water instantly. Lin Xun took a small spoon, scooping up a bite of the broth-soaked rice. The chewy rice grains carried a clean fragrance, the rich meat broth perfectly seasoned, complemented by the crunchy fried dough. Each mouthful was pure delight. Alternating between sticky rice and hot soy milk made for a perfect morning. Having eaten his fill, Lin Xun prepared to return home to write. There were still 4 hours until his soul's strength fully recovered. As he stood, he coincidentally encountered the restaurant owner returning from the market. The middle-aged proprietor pushed a small cart bearing a freshly slaughtered lamb. Being a regular, the owner gave Lin Xun a nod of recognition. Lin Xun returned the gesture, his gaze sweeping over the bloody lamb carcass. 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms talent activated. Small-tailed Han sheepshell, a recently slaughtered lamb that should have been nursing, but met the butcher's knife instead. Compatibility, 28%, plus 15%. Apostle, will you possess this shell? The sudden text appearing in his vision made Lin Xun's pupils contract sharply, barely suppressing a gasp. Maintaining composure, he exchanged pleasantries with the owner before quickly departing. The game's soul talent has manifested in reality. To test this discovery, Lin Xun took a taxi to the wet market. As expected, at the poultry stalls slaughtering live chickens, game text appeared again. 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms talent activated. White feathered chicken shell, an adult meat rooster, now appearing clean and white after throat slitting, bleeding, scalding, plucking, and gutting. Possesses a strange aesthetic. Compatibility, 27%, plus 15%. After some observation, Lin Xun realized only deceased creatures with relatively intact bodies triggered the possession option. If my talent can possess animal shells in reality, does that mean human shells are also possible? And if I possess someone else's body, what happens to my original one? He didn't dare dwell on that line of thought. Rushing home, Lin Xun resumed his daily writing work. The world might end, but authors must keep updating. Soon, the clock struck 2 p.m. Lin Xun opened the game. The ornate cover of the Book of Salvation parted, familiar game text appearing on the yellowed parchment pages. You have entered the apocalyptic chapter. Chapter 323. Inside the familiar church, crimson sunlight streams through the broken dome, forming twisted blood-hued halos. The red light falls on scattered rotting limbs, where squirming flesh buds suggest corrupt mutations occurring. The feeble wandering soul awakens within the church. You carefully avoid direct sunlight. The game setting had changed to daytime? Lin Xun sensed danger and immediately selected to reshape the shell. You consume 1 soul strength to reshape the Guardian Knight shell. Current soul strength, 1/2. Soul radiance coalesces into the knight's form as the feeble spirit takes possession. You clench your fists, surging power coursing through the shell. You feel invincible, unstoppable. A piercing shriek echoes through the church. Under the blood sun's direct rays, an upper torso remnant undergoes horrific mutation. A tumor-covered monstrosity with arthropod limbs charges toward you. You swiftly control the knight's robust shell, brandishing the rusted church cross sword to execute punishment swordplay against the creature. You easily defeat the corrupted White Moon cultist. Slight experience gained. Power boils within the shell. Guardian Knight shell has leveled up. Current shell level, 2. You have grown stronger. Monsters can spawn even inside safe zones? This game is downright sadistic. Good thing I possess the shell in time, or I'd probably be dead. What would happen if I died in wandering soul form? His instinct screamed that soul form death would lead to something truly terrible. Checking the shell panel, the knight's stats remained unchanged except for the new level 2 designation. Apostle, will you push open the church doors to continue exploring? Learning from your previous death, you hesitate by the door, not rushing forward recklessly. Lin Xun began testing his theory about breaking the nested loop. Opening the inventory, he clicked on Healing Holy Water. The clever apostle seems to have discovered something. 1. Drink the holy water to heal your injuries. Though you currently have no wounds, its unique flavor might leave a lasting impression. 2. The nun's shell still lies on the ground. Perhaps you could follow the black-robed priest's example and experience one final indulgence. 3. Hidden option. The church door's hinges are worn from age. Maybe the holy water could give them a second life. As expected, this game might as well be renamed 100 Uses for Holy Water. You apply the healing holy water to the church door's hinges. The thick, slippery liquid makes the rusted hinges gleam anew. They've been revitalized and will no longer creak needlessly. You push open the church door. The process is eerily smooth, with none of the expected screeching. Outside, the blood sun cultist remains oblivious, its back still turned to you. Will you ambush it? Lin Xun's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he selected yes. You sneak up quietly and plunge your sword into the monster's back, piercing its heart. You have defeated a corrupted blood sun cultist. Experience slightly increased. Your ambush made little noise. The monsters lurking in the ruined town remain unaware of you. No noise meant no aggro. Lin Xun had successfully avoided being swarmed to death. You examine the fallen monster shell. Corrupted blood sun cultist, a follower of the tainted blood Sunday. Its body has undergone slight mutation from corrupting power. It died from a cowardly backstab that ruptured its heart. Compatibility, 81%, plus 15%. This monster's compatibility just meets the possession threshold. If I hadn't drawn the 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms talent, this shell would have been unusable. His current shell slots were occupied by the knight and the priest. To possess the cultist, he'd have to discard one. As you stand exposed under the blood sun, your sanity begins slipping away. Suddenly, the crimson sun in the sky seems to shine with radiant, holy brilliance. Meanwhile, the pale moon you once revered now appears filthy and revolting. You can't help but praise the sun. In a frenzy, you claw at the crescent moon emblem on your chest armor. Madness is about to consume your shell. Is this corruption? No time to hesitate. Lin Xun immediately discarded the useless priest shell and selected possession. You possess the corrupted blood sun cultist shell. Your sanity gradually returns. The blood sun's rays now barely affect you. The only memory fragment in the shell is praise the sun. Lin Xun sighed in relief at his narrow escape. After exiting, the knight's shell dissipates into motes of light, awaiting your next reshaping. Since the Knight's shell didn't suffer fatal damage, reshaping it won't consume soul strength. So as long as the shell isn't killed, I can swap freely? Not bad, at least it's not completely sadistic. He opened the new shell's panel to inspect it. Shell, Corrupted Blood Sun Cultist. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 81%, plus 15%. Shell quality, ruined. Shell level, 1. Shell equipment, dull dagger, ruined, a blade commonly used by thieves. Repeated bloodletting has dulled its edge. Shell skill, backstab, ruined, a basic rogue technique. Weak in direct combat but excellent for ambushes. This shell came with both a weapon and a skill, weaker than the knight but stronger than the nun or priest. It seemed to be an assassin-type class. Satisfied, Lin Xun nodded. Looking around, you see the White Moon Church stands at the town center, once the busiest crossroads in St. Rance. Amid the ruins, you ponder your path. East, left you recall most of the swarming monsters lurked here. Strangely, you feel an odd affinity for this direction. It's where the sun rises. South, ahead in the distance, a massive monster blocks the road. Even partially hidden by rubble, its sheer size makes the earth tremble with each movement, sending waves of crimson energy rippling outward. West, right, St. Rance's tallest landmark, the Artemis Clock Tower, has collapsed into a mountain of debris, barring passage. North, behind a heavy metal gate blocks the road, with a lever mechanism beside it. Frowning at the options, Lin Xun realized the choices weren't as open as they seemed. East was monster-infested, where his knight had died. A no-go. South had a boss-level enemy. Going there would be suicidal. West was completely blocked. Only the northern gate seemed viable. You head north, reaching the metal gate. Pulling the lever, you hear gears grinding. The sound suddenly stops. Inspecting the lever, you find a diamond-shaped indentation, apparently for some kind of key item. You lack the required item to open the gate. Another dead end? Lin Xun was stunned. The only viable path was locked? Dozens of crimson eyes turn toward you. The noise has attracted attention. A tide of monsters surges toward you. His hand trembled. I'm done for. He'd barely been playing for minutes before hitting another roadblock. The swarm of corrupted Blood Sun cultists surrounds you, then shakes their heads in confusion before dispersing. What was this? Had the game suddenly grown a conscience? Then he noticed the corrupted Blood Sun cultist shell in his inventory. Of course, I'm one of them now. Which means the monster-filled eastern path is open. And maybe, an audacious idea flashed through his mind. You return to the church crossroads. Apostle, which path will you take? You set out eastward. Under the Blood Sun's crimson light, the street is bathed in an eerie red glow. You find it oddly comforting. Dozens of monsters line the road, basking in the sunlight. They pay you no mind as you pass. You safely navigate through the horde. Ahead stands a 4-story tower wreathed in scarlet mist. Will you proceed? Of course, he selected no. Lin Xun's heart raced with anticipation. Would his next move work? Go big or go home. Win big or lose it all. Worst case, I waste one soul's strength. You cautiously retreat back into the horde of monsters instead of advancing. Lin Xun opened the shell's skill menu and selected backstab. The bold apostle attempts to ambush the monsters. You use backstab, plunging your dagger into a monster's spine. You have defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Experience slightly increased. You obtained Foul Dung Stone Junk. Nearby monsters turn toward the noise, their crimson eyes glowing dangerously. What will you do? 1. Flee the scene. Maybe if you run fast enough, they won't catch you. If they do, hee hee. 2. Roar defiantly and fight back. You might die messily, but at least it'll be dignified. 3. Praise the sun. The choice was obvious. 2 long options and 1 short? Always pick the short one. This was free points. Lin Xun tapped the option without hesitation. You raise your hands toward the Blood Sun, murmuring words of praise. The monsters follow suit, joining you in worship, then turn away as if nothing happened. It worked. Lin Xun cheered. Does this mean I can farm monsters indefinitely? Having discovered this exploit, he began enthusiastically backstabbing his way through the horde. You have defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Experience slightly increased. Power surges within the shell. Corrupted Blood Sun cultist shell has leveled up. Current level 2. You have defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Experience slightly increased. You obtained torn fabric scraps, junk. You have defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Experience slightly increased. Power surges within the shell. Corrupted Blood Sun cultist, shell has leveled up. Current level, 3. You obtained fading trace of spirit, item. You have defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Experience slightly increased. Power surges within the shell. Corrupted Blood Sun cultist, shell has leveled up. Current level, 5. You obtained poison throwing knife ×1, throwable. You have defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Experience slightly increased. Power surges within the shell. Corrupted Blood Sun cultist, shell has leveled up. Current level, 7. The surrounding monsters have all been slaughtered. You no longer need to pretend. Praise the sun. That's it. Lin Xun had been tapping away, utterly absorbed in the farming loop, reluctant to stop. Then he realized if the shell died once, the mobs would respawn, letting him farm again. Satisfied, he moved on. He noticed that during the slaughter, the game had displayed, "You feel slightly fatigued." But leveling up seemed to refresh the shell's condition, unlike the nun who had collapsed from exhaustion. Opening his inventory, he checked the loot. Foul dung stone, junk, ×3. Torn fabric scraps, junk, ×2. Fading trace of spirit, item lingering spiritual energy on the verge of vanishing. Used to gain 5 spirit. Poison throwing knife, throwable, a blade coated in deadly toxin, its edge gleaming blue. Not recommended for those who lick their blades. The throwing knife was clearly a one-time attack item. Dropped by trash mobs, it probably wasn't very powerful. But the fading trace of spirit intrigued him. He clicked use. You have gained 5 spirit. The text appeared without further elaboration. After some searching, he didn't find any related stats in the shell panel, but in the inventory's bottom corner, he spotted Spirit, 5. This must be the in-game currency. As a veteran gamer, Lin Xun understood immediately. The inventory seemed limitless, so he kept all the junk, a habit from survival games. The joy of hoarding trash. He grinned. Given this game's nature, even holy water was a puzzle key. Who knows? Maybe this junk will become useful someday. Ahead lies a 4-story tower wreathed in scarlet mist. Will you proceed? You set forth down the path. The stone tower exudes corrupting energy. Built on a massive platform, its 4 stories culminate in a crescent moon sculpture now reshaped into a blood sundae. Pushing open the heavy doors, you enter a vast, empty hall. Inside, dismembered limbs are piled into a gory mound, the stench overwhelming. From the broken armor and weapons, you deduce these were the town's garrison soldiers. At the hall's far end, a spiral staircase leads to the tower's 2nd floor. Will you press onward or search the area for useful items? Lin Xun's eyes gleamed. Treasure hunting time. The greedy apostle chooses to scour every inch. You obtained broken shield half, junk. You obtained shattered longsword, junk. As junk notifications flooded in, Lin Xun consoled himself. There's no shame in dumpster diving. You obtained black spiked collar, item. Finally, something good. He hurriedly checked the description. Black spiked collar, item, a leather collar studded with sharp spikes. When used, has a small chance to overwhelm certain submissive creatures with intense stimulation, rendering them unconscious. If the effect fails, the item is not consumed. What kind of BDSM? Lin Xun didn't understand, but was thoroughly impressed. After looting the hall, he proceeded forward. Approaching the spiral staircase, you spot a wolfhound the size of a calf. It lounges atop scattered soldier remains, its body rotting and crimson. Even in sleep, it occasionally bears fangs, drooling foul saliva. What will you do? 1. Sneak past silently, praying not to disturb it, and ascend the stairs. 2. Raise your dagger and strike while it sleeps, ensuring it never wakes. 3. Place the collar on it. The overwhelming stimulus might distract it from your presence. After some thought, given the game's sadistic design, options 1 and 2 were likely traps. Only 3 fit the intended solution. But the item description's small chance gave him pause. Is this RNG? Succeed and climb, fail and become dog food. Choosing the game came at the cost of his life, a frustrating trade-off. Wait. I'm level 7 now. Without the Thousand Faces talent, players normally couldn't possess the cultist shell or exploit this farming loop. Which means I'm overleveled for this area. No longer hesitating, he boldly chose option 2. The fearless apostle chooses the most heroic path. You raise your dagger and stab at the wolfhound's skull. The beast awakens instantly and bites down on you. Huh? It's dead. You have defeated corrupted wolfhound. Experience moderately increased. You obtained fading chunk of spirit item. You obtained wolfhound fong material. You obtained wolfhound hide material. As expected, brute force solved everything. True gamers never cheesed. The fong and hide were crafting materials requiring relevant skills. He immediately used the fading chunk of spirit, gaining 20 spirit. You examine the slain wolfhound's remains. Corrupted wolfhound shell. Corrupted wolfhound shell, a wolfhound tainted by corrupting power, its body grotesquely enlarged after mutation. The bloody hole in its forehead and its shocked, unwilling eyes reveal it died from a sneak attack. Compatibility, 46%, plus 15%. The compatibility was too low for possession. Lin Xun fell into thought. In reality, the animal shells he'd seen also had abysmal compatibility. In contrast, the humanoid shells had relatively high compatibility, easily possessed under the enhancement of his 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms talent. Considering the varying compatibility percentages of the young knight, elderly priest, and female nun, Lin Xun theorized, the more similar a shell is to my true form, the higher its compatibility. You ascend the spiral staircase to the tower's second floor. You arrive at the second level. The vast hall is brightly lit. Under the warm glow of lanterns, towering bookshelves stand in neat rows, filled with countless tomes. The distinct scent of ink fills your nostrils. Faintly, you hear an aged voice murmuring words. You weave through the shelves toward the sound and find an old man in black robes sitting in a rocking chair, reading silently through a monocle. Will you approach him? You stride forward, intending to speak. The robed elder looks up, his gaze amused. He shakes his head, refusing conversation, and hands you an item instead. You obtained Invasion Bookmark. Invasion Bookmark, item used to invade another apostle's chapter. Defeating them yields unexpected rewards. Lin Xun was stunned. This wasn't a single-player text game, it was an MMO. Did that mean other players existed? That he wasn't the only one gaining supernatural abilities from this game? Before he could process this, the game's text continued. The old man stands, his eyes mocking. Chanting silently, his body begins fading into translucency. A red glow flashes before your eyes. The very world seems to tremble. You have been invaded by an unknown apostle. The crimson text pulsed violently, snapping Lin Xun back to attention. A figure wreathed in red light materializes before you, the invader. He raises a pistol and advances. What will you do? 1. Grovel and beg for mercy from a fellow apostle. 2. Raise your dagger and fight, proving some things are worse than death. As a veteran gamer, Lin Xun knew those who initiated PvP usually had tricks up their sleeves. So he decisively chose option 2. Screw that. I'd rather die with dignity. The valiant apostle bears a vicious grin and charges at the invader. You effortlessly slay the invading apostle, Big Dick Bro. Experience slightly increased. Lin Xun slowly typed 3 question marks. The expected dead never appeared. Instead, he'd counter-killed the invader with ease. You inherit the invader's spirit. 105. You obtained Guardian Bookmark item. The robed elder stares at you, dumbstruck, his monocle slipping off. Cursing, he hastily vanishes from sight. You obtained Librarian's Monocle, rare item. The unexpected chain of events left Lin Xun speechless. Suji hunched over his phone under his desk. You have defeated Stranded Murloc. Experience slightly increased. You obtained Beginner's Bookmark item. Holy shit. Suji barely suppressed a yell. Covering his mouth, he glanced at the lecturing teacher before returning to his screen. As a veteran player who'd just reached his second chapter, he knew the Beginner's Bookmark was a welfare item. During his first chapter, he'd encountered the librarian in a sealed room, receiving an invasion bookmark, then immediately died to an apostle invasion, losing all his spirit. Amid the librarian's taunts, he'd gotten a revenge bookmark. The bastard had told him, "Remember the apostle who invaded you. Grow stronger, then use this to reclaim what you lost." If lucky, monsters could drop beginners' bookmarks, one-time tickets to invade newbie apostles. Essentially free spirit piñatas. New apostles rarely saved spirit items, spending them as soon as they dropped. They'd always have some to loot. Invading them was like bullying toddlers' free spirit. What wasn't to love? Su Ji eagerly clicked use. Invading. You have invaded an unknown apostle's chapter. The weak apostle, glowing faintly, trembles before you. Mighty apostle, how will you deal with him? 1. Force him to kneel. In good humor, you might spare him. 2. Raise your pistol and show him true cruelty. Suji selected option 2, lips curling into a vicious grin. You raise your pistol and mercilessly fire at the pitiful apostle. You died. Suji's smile froze. Invasion failed. Apostle, swordsmith, effortlessly defeated you and inherited all your spirit. You have returned to your chapter. What the fuck? I'm level 5. How did I die to a noob? This game must be bugged. Suji refused to believe his eyes. Whatever, just bad luck with a bug. He comforted himself and began reshaping his shell. At least I saved some spirit items. I'll buy supplies from NPCs, or I can't even fight the mini-boss now. You used Fading Trace of Spirit times 5. You used Fading Fragment of Spirit times 3. You used Fading Chunk of Spirit times 1. Spirit gained 75. Yet the game's text continued. A red glow flashes before your eyes. The world trembles. You have been invaded by an unknown apostle. The hell? I'm being invaded now? Suji stared blankly. A crimson-wreathed figure appears, the same newbie apostle from before. He advances, dagger in hand. What will you do? 1. Grovel and beg for mercy. 2. Fight to the death with your pistol. Damn it. I just used all my spirit items. This was my last 75 spirit. Silently weeping, Suji chose option 1. Please, bro, have mercy. If I knew you were this OP, I'd never have invaded you. He prayed the apostle named Swordsmith would spare him. Your pitiful whimpers are ignored. The dagger flashes toward you. You died. You dropped 75 spirit. Fuck. Suji slammed his fist on the desk, drawing the entire class's attention. Suji, what are you doing? Playing games during class? You're going into senior year next semester, and this is how you spend your time? Hand over your phone. The teacher's furious scolding echoed through the room. Invasion successful. You have defeated Apostle, Big Dick Bro. You gained 75 spirit. Returning to your chapter. Lin Xun grinned. Pity he only had one invasion bookmark. PvP rewards clearly trumped PV. Nothing beats the thrill of outplaying humans. He opened his inventory to inspect his rare loot, the Librarian's Monocle. Librarian's Monocle, rare item, one of countless replicas worn by the Librarian's avatars. Even mass-produced, it remains precious. Return it to the true librarian in the library after completing the chapter for generous rewards. Guardian Bookmark, consumable obtained after successfully repelling an invasion. Gift this to a book friend to be summoned when they're invaded, allowing joint defense. Lin Xun carefully examined the item descriptions. The information these two items revealed was undeniably significant. First, upon completing a chapter, you are returned to a place called the library. Meanwhile, the Guardian Bookmark mentioned gifting it to a book friend. Book friend was likely the equivalent of adding a friend in the game, meaning the game had a social system. That would make the library, which one returns to after completing chapters, a social hub for Apostle players. I wonder how many apostles exist in real life. The bookshelves on the second floor vanished along with the black-robed old man. The entire hall was now empty, leaving only a spiral staircase leading to the third floor of the tower. Do you wish to proceed to the third floor of the tower? You ascend the staircase to the third floor of the tower. In the hall stands a heavily armored knight in full metal plate armor, resting both hands on a great sword. Behind his blood-red cape is a golden treasure chest. On the chest of his armor is engraved a corrupted blood sunday. Clearly, he is a core combatant of the Blood Sun Church, a paladin of discipline. The paladin of discipline's crimson eyes lock onto you, and you feel a heavy pressure. What will you do? 1. Silently chant, "It can't see me, it can't see me," and retreat to the second floor of the tower. 2. Raise your dagger and strike with all your might, show it the meaning of cruelty. 3. Praise the sun. Seeing the words heavy pressure in the text, Lin Xun grew cautious. He didn't rush to fight, but instead prudently reverted to his usual tactic, praise the sun. You raise your hand to gaze at the ceiling, clicking your tongue in admiration from time to time. But it seems there is no blood sun visible within the tower. The paladin of discipline draws his two-handed greatsword and charges toward you. You have died. Lin Xun hadn't expected that the usually foolproof flattery function would backfire so badly this time. The screen once again displayed those familiar blood-red words, you have died. You open your eyes to find yourself reborn as a feeble wandering soul inside a ruined church. The church still held the shells of the choir sister and the guardian knight. Since they had not died, he could possess them without cost. But Lin Xun didn't continue playing. He put down his phone. Using either the knight or sister shells, he figured he wouldn't even make it to the tower before being overwhelmed by a monster horde. He could only wait until night, when his soul strength recovered, then reshape the Blood Sun cultist shell to take on the mini-boss on the 3rd floor. With that thought, Lin Xun opened his writing software and resumed the grueling task of churning out 4,000 words a day. Inside the rental apartment, the sound of clacking keys rang out. Ring, 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 ring. Lin Xun stopped typing and glanced at the incoming call. The contact read, Boss Lady. He hurriedly answered. Hello, Boss Lady, what can I do for you? You brat, show some respect and call me Mom, came the voice of a middle-aged woman through the receiver. Okay, Mom, just get to the point. I'm writing right now, you've totally killed my inspiration. Lin Xun switched to speakerphone and resumed his rapid typing. Look, I'm just saying. Can that stuff you write really earn any money? I think you'd be better off coming back to the store. You'd make more there than burning the midnight oil on those stories. His mom's voice nagged on through the phone. Enough, enough. Boss Lady, if this is what you're calling about, I'm hanging up. Thankfully, Lin Xun hadn't told his parents about applying for the civil service exam. If he'd bombed the interview and gotten their hopes up for nothing, it would have been worse. His parents owned a small supermarket. Back in the day, the supermarket business had been thriving. They made their fortune running a small store. But in recent years, the supermarket industry had been in decline. Several new stores they opened ended up failing miserably, shut down one after another, losing all the money they'd invested. Fine. You don't want to come back, whatever. Your second aunt introduced a girl, you're going to meet her. You little brat, I'm warning you, if you dare refuse, then get your butt back home to run the store. Lin Xun twitched the corners of his mouth. This must be what Lucen meant by the offer to tear off the roof so they'll settle for Windows theory. The boss lady lived up to her name. She's a great girl, you better not act like you're too good for her. Your second aunt even showed me her photo, baby face, real sweet looking. Petite girl with a big chest and hips, definitely good for childbearing. Just a smidge less pretty than your mom back in the day. I'll send you a photo later, she's adorable. The kind of adorable where one punch makes you cry for hours? Lin Xun couldn't help but quip. Watch your mouth. That girl works for the Public Security Bureau and has an official position. If anyone's getting punched, it's you. No one at home can control you, so I'm finding you a wife. Whoa, women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed when unsaid as she hung up. Moments later, a text arrived. Tomorrow afternoon, 1:30, at Sheed Tea House. Lutsai. Female. 22 years old. 160 centimeters, bachelor's degree. Works as a public security officer at the West City branch. Official employment. Monthly salary, 8,000. Owns car and house. Only child. Parents are. His mom had professionally arranged the time and place, even compiled a list of stats. Only the photo at the end of the message kept loading, never appearing. Looks like the girl must not be much to look at, mom's already playing tricks. Lin Xun glanced at it and replied, got something tomorrow, let's reschedule. Then he went back to writing. He had no intention of going to the blind date. Rather than waste time meeting girls, he might as well write a few more chapters to earn some manuscript fees. Though he'd bombed the civil service interview, he still had to fight for his livelihood. After a long while, the arduous writing session ended. 2 epic 2,000-word chapters done. Lin Xun nodded in satisfaction and hit publish. Outside the window, night had fallen. It was nearly game time. He quickly logged into the Book of Salvation. You have entered an apocalyptic chapter. Chapter 323. You open your eyes and find yourself, once again in the form of a feeble wandering soul, awakening inside a ruined church. Moonlight streams through the broken dome above, casting pale silver light. In the night sky, thick, oppressive clouds loom. A cold wind howls like demons roaring from the depths of the abyss. The in-game time seems to sync with the real world. This was Lin Xun's third time logging into the game, and the environment had changed with the passing of time. You consume 1 point of soul strength and reshape the corrupted Blood Sun cultist shell. Current soul strength, 1/2. Lin Xun resumed the game's progression, crack open the door, sneak attack, and head east. As expected, the monster horde had respawned. These are all juicy little cabbages one by one. His eyes gleamed as he happily resumed his harvesting spree. You have defeated a corrupted Blood Sun cultist. Your experience has slightly increased. The power within the shell begins to boil. The level of your corrupted Blood Sun cultist shell has increased. Current shell level 9. All surrounding monsters have been slain. You no longer need to feign devotion. Praise the sun. This time, however, the quality of the dropped items had clearly deteriorated, mostly junk, with no spirit essence and no special items. Is this just bad luck, or does farming the same monsters over and over reduce drop quality? Controlling the Blood Sun cultist shell, Lin Xun pushed onward and entered the tower. The wolfhound on the first floor hadn't respawned, and its shell had vanished as well. He headed straight for the third floor. The Blood Sun Church's Paladin of Discipline appeared once again, but this time, the selectable dialogue options had changed. In the hall stands a heavily armored knight in full metal plate armor, resting both hands on a great sword. Behind his blood-red cape is a golden treasure chest. On the chest of his armor is engraved a corrupted Blood Sunday. Clearly, he is a core combatant of the Blood Sun Church, a Paladin of Discipline. The Paladin of Discipline's crimson eyes fix upon you. You feel a heavy pressure. What will you do? 1. Silently chant, "It can't see me, it can't see me," and retreat to the second floor. 2. Raise your dagger and strike with all your might, show it the meaning of cruelty. 3. Pretend to be passing by, sneak around the Paladin of Discipline, and ascend the stairs to the fourth floor. The third option had changed, from flattery to stealth. Lin Xun's mind was racing. If this option had appeared the first time, he probably still would have chosen to praise the sun. He clicked the third option, better check out the fourth floor first. If he couldn't beat the Paladin, it would be a waste of a life. You pretend to be passing through, avoiding eye contact with the Paladin of Discipline, and tiptoe toward the spiral staircase. The Paladin's gaze remains fixed on you, but it does not move. It stands tall, guarding the golden chest behind it. You ascend the stairs and reach the tower's top floor. Even the thick clouds cannot block the radiant moonlight. A soft white glow bathes the open-air circular platform. At the center once stood a massive radiant crescent sculpture, but it has been altered, now shaped into a corrupted Blood Sunday. Crimson energy swirls around it ominously. Do you wish to approach and touch the corrupted Blood Sun idol? Will touching it get me killed? Lin Xun hesitated. But there didn't seem to be any other choice, either fight the Paladin or touch the idol. You stride forward. Crimson energy coils around you. Your hands make contact with the corrupted Blood Sun idol. A filthy power begins to infiltrate your body. A frenzied will overtakes your mind. Your connection to the corrupted Blood Sun deepens. You are being watched by an unknown presence. Your body mutates with twisted organs, and you gain a new skill, blood pineal gland. Blood pineal gland, fine skill, a devout gift from your wholehearted worship of the corrupted Blood Sunday. Under its gaze, faithful believers receive a temporary +5 level bonus. You notice that embedded in the center of the corrupted idol is a crimson gem. What will you do next? 1. That strangely glowing gem clearly isn't cheap. Use your dagger to pry it out. 2. Kneel and sincerely worship the corrupted Blood Sun, kowtow 3 times in thanks for its blessing. 3. Spread your arms and act like nothing happened. Quietly descend to the third floor, hiding your glory. Lin Xun had just received a new skill, and before he could even enjoy it, the game threw another multiple-choice question at him. Reason said that options 2 or 3 were probably safer. But the situation was like this: you're playing League of Legends, your Malphite lands a 5-man ULT, and you're Yasuo. Can you resist pressing R? Worst case, I waste a life. Lin Xun decisively chose option 1. The greedy apostle could not restrain the desire in his heart. You climb the idol and use your dagger to pry out the crimson gem. You have obtained Blood Sun Gem Epic. Epic tier? Sounded amazing. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. The game text rapidly scrolled. You have desecrated the Blood Sun idol. You will be relentlessly hunted by the Blood Sun Church's Paladin of Discipline. Heavy footsteps approach. At some point, the Paladin of Discipline has appeared behind you. Its crimson eyes blaze with rage. The Paladin of Discipline draws its two-handed greatsword and charges toward you. You have died. Guess that was asking for it. A fitting death? Lin Xun stared at the big red "you have died" on the screen, but he was actually thrilled. You open your eyes and find yourself, once again in the form of a feeble wandering soul, awakening inside a ruined church. He quickly opened his inventory to check the new epic item. Blood Sun Gem, epic item formed from the condensed corruption surrounding the Blood Sun idol, shaped by the worship of countless corrupted believers. Upon use, grants 1 point of divine power. Divine power? It sounded similar to spirit. Was it a type of currency too? Lin Xun clicked use. You have used Blood Sun Gem epic. You gained 1 point of divine power. You have unlocked the Apostle panel. Another new feature? Lin Xun opened the Apostle panel. Soul Imprint, Swordsmith. Soul Strength, 1/2. Soul Talent, 1,000 Faces, 10,000 Forms. Your soul has a unique flavor, accepting all forms and rejecting none. Possessing any shell becomes effortless. Talent effect greatly increases compatibility with shells, plus 15%. Shell slots plus 1. Relics, none. Shell slots, 2 halves. Corrupted Blood Sun Cultist, Guardian Knight of the White Moon Church. He didn't have time to worry about what relics were. His eyes immediately caught the plus next to his soul talent. Could it be? Lin Xun excitedly pressed the plus button. You consumed 1 point of divine power. Soul talent level plus 1. Soul talent, 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms plus 1. Your soul has a unique flavor, accepting all forms and rejecting none. Possessing any shell becomes effortless. Talent effect greatly increases compatibility with shells, plus 25%. Shell slots plus 2. As his in-game talent leveled up, Lin Xun felt an actual jolt of energy in real life. The fatigue from staying up late was swept away, and even his body felt subtly transformed. He walked to the bathroom and found that his reflection looked sharper, more handsome. The dark circles from years of cultivating like a shut-in had vanished. His once nearsighted and dull eyes were now piercing, almost glowing with light. He had always been good-looking. In high school, he often found stacks of anonymous love letters in his desk. During college, right after orientation, a senior had stopped him and asked if he wanted to join the modeling club. It took a lot of smooth talking and an exchange of contact info to get her to let him go. Guess I've crossed the threshold into next-level handsome? Maybe just a notch behind my readers. Lin Xun rubbed his face, picked up his phone, and returned to the game. In the Apostle panel, his shell slots had increased to 2/3, and all shell compatibility boosts were now plus 25%. This was a massive win. Lin Xun felt the thrill of hitting the jackpot. His 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms talent was undoubtedly the foundation of his gameplay. Even setting aside the extra shell slot, just the 25% compatibility boost alone was huge. At this rate, if he kept leveling up, it wouldn't matter whether the enemies were humanoid or not. As long as he could defeat them, he could possess their shells. But the next game prompt froze him in place. Heavy footsteps approach. The Paladin of Discipline has somehow appeared outside the church. 3 question marks slowly appeared over Lin Xun's head. Heavy footsteps draw near. The Paladin of Discipline has somehow appeared outside the church doors. Lin Xun jolted awake and quickly clicked to possess the Guardian Knight shell. Since the Guardian Knight hadn't died last time, this time he could possess it without spending soul strength. The Paladin of Discipline stands silently at the church entrance, crimson eyes blazing with uncontrollable fury. What will you do? 1. Shout mockingly from the church doors. I jumped out. Oops, I jumped back in again. Come hit me, you dumbass. 2. Plead for mercy. Happy New Year, big bro and sis-in-law. You're my father, I'm your son. 3. Shrink back into the church. Perhaps the Paladin cannot step foot into this White Moon church. Lin Xun immediately ignored the first 2 sarcastic options and silently chose option 3. The Paladin of Discipline lifts a foot as if to enter the church, but is stopped by an invisible iron wall. It cannot advance. It remains at the church door, refusing to leave. Its crimson gaze remains locked on you. Am I being spawn-camped? Lin Xun could already picture the in-game scene clearly. He stood inside the church, the paladin just outside. One man and one monster, staring at each other through the doorframe. Eyes locked, a pair without words, as if caught in a poetic tragedy. He was once again stuck in a dead end. If even the level 9 Blood Sun cultist couldn't beat the paladin, then the guardian knight and choir sister stood even less of a chance. Just as Lin Xun was about to quit the game, his eyes drifted to the new skill he had gained by touching the Blood Sun idol at the tower's summit. Blood pineal gland, fine skill, a gift granted through your devout worship of the corrupted Blood Sunday. While under its radiance, faithful believers receive a temporary +5 level bonus. He lit up. That meant if he logged in during daytime, when the Blood Sun was in the sky, the Blood Sun cultist shell would gain a +5 level bonus. But then he remembered, he had just desecrated the Blood Sun idol. Would the corrupted Blood Sun still consider him a devout believer? With no moves left to make for now, Lin Xun had no choice but to log out and wait for sunrise. Boss, 1 order of pan-fried buns and a bowl of plain porridge to go. Lin Xun stopped running and paused in front of the breakfast shop. He glanced at his phone, 10 kilometers run completed. Satisfied, he nodded. The boost from his in-game talent upgrade had clearly enhanced his physical condition. He had run 10 kilometers without even breaking a sweat. Jogging back home, he took a shower and sat at his desk. He opened the takeout, pan-fried buns still steaming. As soon as he popped the lid, a rich aroma escaped the plastic container. The fluffy white buns were topped with black sesame seeds and sprinkled with chopped scallions. He picked one up. Its golden, crispy underside was intensely appetizing. One bite in, the slightly chewy dough gave way to firm meat filling, packed with savory broth and balanced by a crisp, pan-seared base. This juicy pan-fried bun, Lin Xun was willing to call it happiness itself. After savoring breakfast, he was ready to embark on his daily 4,000-word trek. Today, his creativity was surging, ideas flowed like a burst dam. Time passed. Ding dong. A text from his mom. Met the girl yet? Didn't I tell you she's super pretty? What's going on? I never agreed to go on that blind date. Lin Xun was confused. Could his mom have missed the text he sent yesterday? He checked his message history. Sure enough, yesterday's message had a red exclamation mark beside it. Damn it. He immediately called the boss lady. Mom, if I told you I actually meant to say no yesterday, but the message didn't go through, would you hit me? A long silence on the other end, and then the storm began. Lin Xun begged, pleaded, explained, sweet-talked, barely managing to calm his mom down. That girl, Lutsai, forget it. You ghosted her, any chance you had is gone now. I can't believe I found you such a great girl and you just, ugh. Oh right, your Aunt Wang's daughter just graduated from college. Maybe later the two of you can meet. After hanging up, Lin Xun let out a long sigh. Then he remembered, his soul strength had recovered in the game. He launched the Book of Salvation again. Entering Apocalyptic Chapter. Chapter 323. You awaken once more in the familiar church. Outside the shattered dome, the sky is pitch dark. Thick storm clouds swirl overhead. Violent winds howl as muffled thunder rolls across the sky. Moonlight's hometown, St. Rance, is about to be hit by a downpour. Outside the church, the crimson gaze of the Paladin of Discipline remains fixed upon you. What kind of grudge do you hold, man? Still blocking my door? You might as well rename yourself to Stubborn Donkey Paladin. Lin Xun noticed the in-game weather had changed. With overcast skies and no Blood Sun in sight, the blood pineal gland bonus wouldn't activate. No choice but to use another point of soul strength to reshape the Blood Sun cultist shell. Soul light condenses into the corrupted Blood Sun cultist shell. You have possessed this shell. Current soul strength, 1/2. The game once again popped up those 3 sarcastic choices. Suicidal bravado, pitiful groveling, or cowardly hiding. Lin Xun sighed and chose the third, muttering, once the sun's up, I'll settle the score with you. Shoving down his infinite rage, he logged out of the game. Time to open the computer and face today's grueling writing task. This rain just won't quit. Lin Xun stared at his phone. The screen kept showing the game text, torrential downpour. The rain had continued non-stop from yesterday afternoon through to the next morning. All he could do was remain inside the church, locked in a loving stare with the stubborn donkey paladin, unable to proceed with the game. After who knew how long, the game text finally changed. the thunderstorm subsides. Thick clouds part, and the crimson sunlight once again bathes St. Rance. You bask in the corrupt light as the mutated organ in your brain begins to stir. Blood pineal gland skill activated. Current shell temporary level +5. You have become stronger. Delighted, Lin Xun opened the shell panel. The level of his corrupted blood sun cultist shell had risen to 14, +5. He didn't know why the skill still treated him as a devout believer even after desecrating the corrupted blood sun statue, but he wasn't about to complain. So you've been camping my body this whole time, huh? Come on then, let's settle this once and for all. The fearless apostle no longer cowers and resolutely steps out of the church. The paladin of discipline draws its two-handed greatsword and charges toward you. After a grueling battle, you narrowly defeat the paladin of discipline. Experience has slightly increased. The power within the shell begins to boil. Corrupted blood sun cultist shell level increased. Current shell level 15 +5. You have obtained unknown trace of spirit item. With his revenge complete, Lin Xun felt an overwhelming wave of satisfaction. Taking down that monster meant he could finally resume progressing through the game. But the rewards didn't stop there. You examine the shell of the Paladin of Discipline from the Blood Sun Church. Paladin of Discipline shell, a powerful elite knight from the Blood Sun Church. A deep slash across the throat marks the cause of death, clean and efficient. Compatibility, 91%, +25%. Do you want to possess the shell? Of course. Lin Xun had long coveted this shell. He knew firsthand how powerful the Paladin of Discipline was. You have possessed the shell of the Paladin of Discipline from the Blood Sun Church. Residual memories in the shell, slay the defilers and praise the sun. A surging power churns within the shell. You feel invincible and unstoppable. This time, when the text said invincible and unstoppable, probably wasn't a euphemism for big-chested like the nun. Eagerly, he opened the shell panel. Shell, Blood Sun Paladin of Discipline. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 91%, +25%. Shell quality, fine. Shell level, 6. Shell equipment, heavy metal plate armor, common plus. Two-handed knight greatsword, common plus. Shell skill, blood charge, fine and advanced skill of church knights. Under the influence of corruption, scarlet energy coils around you during a charge. Compared to the previous ruined gear, these common plus items were much more pleasing to the eye. And the shell itself, along with its skill, was of fine grade, a pleasant surprise. Lin Xun noted the 91% compatibility. If he could upgrade his soul talent again, maybe the shell quality could be pushed even further. Trading up from a slingshot to a cannon. Controlling the paladin shell, Lin Xun marched toward the tower. Let's not forget, there was still a golden treasure chest waiting. As he passed through the eastern path, he encountered another Blood Sun cultist monster horde. With just a few blood charges, he easily cleared the field. The power within the shell begins to boil. Paladin of Discipline, shell level increased. Current shell level, 9. After slaughtering the horde, the paladin shell's level skyrocketed to 9. He pushed on to the 3rd floor of the tower. The game text changed. In the empty hall stands a lone, heavy golden chest. Its guardian may have already met a tragic end. Do you want to open the chest? Lin Xun licked his lips. Instead of opening it immediately, he ran to the bathroom and washed his hands meticulously. Gotta keep the ritual alive. He tapped the screen to open the chest. You stride forward and open the chest. You have obtained Lord Fox's diamond key. You have obtained the broken dragon hunter lance, fine plus weapon. You have obtained the paladin Patrick's journal, item. You have obtained unknown trace of spirit ×2, item. A massive haul. The continuous string of loot notifications filled Lin Xun with pure joy. He opened his inventory and used all previously obtained spirit essence items, bringing his spirit essence count to 305. Lord Fox's diamond key. The cautious, miserly lord foresaw corruption coming to St. Rance. He built a massive metal gate, the only path to his castle. Yet even the sturdiest fortresses fall from within. This emblem must be the key to the metal gate behind the church. Next, Lin Xun checked the rest of his loot. Broken dragon hunter lance, fine plus a replica of the legendary dragon-slaying weapon. Even fractured, residual thunderous power lingers. Reforged with its missing half, it may regain true draconic might. The item description made Lin Xun drool. This weapon looked like it could be equipped to the paladin shell. He moved the Dragon Hunter Lance to the paladin's equipment slot. You have equipped the broken Dragon Hunter Lance. You have become even stronger. Still more loot to check. Paladin Patrick's Journal chronicles the knight's life. Using it reveals the shell's true name. Lin Xun had always wondered what effect unlocking a shell's true name had. Every shell he'd acquired so far had shown unknown as the name. This item should finally give him the answer. You have used the Paladin Patrick's Journal item. You have unlocked the Paladin's true name. You may now manifest the shell in the real world. Lin Xun had been trained to remain composed and avoid swearing. But in this moment, only 2 words could truly express his emotions. Holy sh*T. You may now manifest the shell in the real world. Lin Xun stared at this line of text, the shock in his heart lingering for a long time. This text-based game had effects in the real world. He could manifest items from the game. Up until now, the only changes he'd noticed in real life were due to his 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms soul talent, the ability to see compatibility with dead creature shells, and some physical enhancements from leveling the talent. But now the game was suddenly telling him he could manifest those twisted, mutated shells into reality. It felt like having a conservative girlfriend who insisted on turning off the lights every time in bed, suddenly saying she wanted to try out SM, ice play, or even the infamous dragon drill. A bit too much to take in all at once. Should I try manifesting a shell? Though it was a lot to process, Lin Xun couldn't resist the temptation, purely driven by curiosity, of course. No other reason. Let's just give it a shot. He was just about to try it when his eyes fell on his cramped rented apartment, and he quickly stopped. If this goes wrong and damages something, I've still got a 3,000 yuan security deposit with the landlord. He packed up a few things and left the apartment. Outskirts of Wind City. A gray concrete building loomed in the distance. Its shell completed, but long since abandoned. No busy construction crews, no signs of life. Just silence and desolation. Clearly a failed development project. Lin Xun made his way swiftly to the rooftop, but thinking it might be too conspicuous, he stepped back down 1 floor. This spot's perfect. Plenty of room to stretch out. At his feet was a thick layer of dust, with scattered bricks and rubble. Gray concrete pillars stood firmly around the space. You have manifested the shell, Paladin of Discipline from the Blood Sun Church. A searing pain surged through his entire body, as if a red-hot sledgehammer were forging his bones, muscles, and organs. Lin Xun clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His vision was tinted with a strange crimson hue. Muscles began to swell and knot. His bones cracked and reshaped. His short-sleeved shirt and jeans were gradually replaced by dark silver metal plate armor. His field of vision rose in height, narrowed, and then locked into a horizontal slit. He was now seeing through the heavy, visored helmet of a knight. A breeze swept across the rooftop, and the crimson cape mounted to his armored shoulders fluttered sharply. In the blink of an eye, he had become a towering 2-meter-tall medieval heavy-armored knight. Gripping a golden, spear-like lance as thick as an egg, electricity crackled faintly along its shaft. Lin Xun felt his entire body brimming with terrifying strength. His gaze locked onto a nearby concrete pillar thick enough to require 2 people to embrace it. Lin Xun stepped forward, metal armor grinding with heavy clinks. He planted his foot, twisted his waist, raised the nearly 2-meter-long broken Dragon Hunter lance, and a blast of air howled. Boom! Sparks flared. Stones flew. Dust billowed. When the debris settled, the thick concrete pillar had been shattered like tofu, reduced to a pile of rubble. So this is the terrifying power of a shell? He looked down at the metal-armored hands covering his arms, overwhelmed by awe. A puddle glistened under the midday sun near the edge of the rooftop. Lin Xun approached it and curiously removed his heavy knight helmet. A distorted, grotesque face, pulsing with fleshy growths, stared back from the water's surface. Crimson light gleamed eerily in its eyes. sh*T. The horrific face startled Lin Xun so badly that he immediately dismissed the manifested shell. In an instant, the 2-meter knight vanished, replaced by a handsome young man in a t-shirt and jeans, standing at 1.8 meters tall. If I filmed a horror movie with that face, I'd clear out the entire theater. Deciding he'd never remove the helmet again, Lin Xun grumbled to himself. After some time, Once his emotions had settled, Lin Xun prepared to head downstairs. Plap, plap. Rhythmic footsteps echoed in the silent stairwell. Someone was coming? Lin Xun instinctively hid behind one of the concrete pillars. A man in a baseball cap and sunglasses slowly ascended the stairs, followed by another man wearing a clown mask. The clown held a pistol, its black muzzle pointed squarely at the back of the sunglasses man's head. Nightingale, no, I should call you Agent Zero. Never thought you'd be the mole the council planted in the organization. This place has a nice view. Fitting spot for your grave. A raspy voice came from behind the clown mask. Agent Zero sneered. If you're gonna kill me, get on with it. Spare me the monologue. The clown jabbed the gun against his head. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me everything you know about the council's plans against the organization, and maybe I'll let you live. Sure. I'll tell you. The council's latest plan is to go to your house and F** your mother. Agent Zero raised a middle finger behind his back. Trying to piss me off so you can die quickly? Don't worry, I'll make sure you beg for death first. Bang! The clown pulled the trigger, shooting Zero in the knee. Blood sprayed. Zero collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He clenched his teeth so hard he nearly bit through his lip to avoid crying out. Who's there? Come out. The clown suddenly turned and pointed his gun at a nearby concrete pillar. No? Still hiding. He fired again, this time into Zero's other knee, crippling him. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he pulled out a grenade and prepared to lob it toward the pillar. Cling! Cling! From behind the pillar, a towering armored knight stepped forward. Each step made the cement crack beneath his weight. Dark silver plate armor encased his entire body, with a corrupted blood sun emblazoned across his chest. He held a golden lance nearly 2 meters long, even in its broken state, and a crimson cape billowed behind him in the wind. An apostle? The clown's scream of disbelief was followed by instant panic. He turned and tried to flee. The paladin's crimson eyes glowed fiercely. The dragon hunter lance in his hands sparked with golden lightning. He lowered his head, leaned forward, and with a powerful push of his back foot, lunged. From the joints of his armor, scarlet energy gushed forth in twisted streams. That energy coiled around him like ribbons of blood. Blood charge. Rumble. The concrete pillars between them were obliterated like brittle clay, unable to stop the knight's charge. To the clown, the charging figure wasn't a man, it was a metal beast. No, a full-on war machine. Then everything went black. Bones shattered. Flesh splattered. The clown's corpse was ripped apart, fragments plastered to the concrete wall in a grotesque display of red and white, like a gruesome abstract painting. With a metallic clang, the towering knight turned. Bloody chunks of flesh clung to his armor. His crimson gaze locked onto the pale-faced Agent Zero, who lay limp on the floor. Agent Zero stared pale-faced at the monstrous knight before him, his lips trembling. But in the end, he said nothing. The red glow in the Paladin of Discipline's eyes gradually dimmed. It turned away and left in silence. Agent Zero finally lost consciousness, his eyes closing as he slumped to the ground. Wake up. Zero. Wake up. Zero's eyes fluttered open. His vision was blurred, silhouettes shifting around him. His knee wounds had been treated and hastily bandaged. Squinting hard to make out the figures before him, he finally recognized the 2 women standing at the front, his direct superior Li Xingyue and her colleague Yi Xiaoqi. Behind them stood a group of fully armed intelligence division members. Zero gathered his strength and, to everyone's surprise, suddenly roared, "Screw this. I quit." Outside the hospital room, separated by glass, Zero lay unconscious. Li Xingyue flipped through the report in her hands. It detailed the events as recounted by Zero. Team leader, thanks to the apostle healers in the logistics division, Zero's injuries are now stable. He'll be walking normally after a few more days of rest, Yi Xiaoqi reported, dressed in the same black professional suit and skirt. Zero's identity has been exposed. The cleanup operation must proceed immediately, Li Xingyue said coldly. Xiaoqi, relay the message to the armed division. I need to borrow a few operatives. And also notify that rookie named Lin Xun. Tell him to report to the organization. Understood. Yi Xiaoqi replied crisply and turned to leave. Li Xingyue continued staring at the report, muttering to herself, Someone managed to possess a paladin of discipline in the Blood Sun world. Who could possess such a shell? How? This must be thoroughly investigated. In his cramped apartment, Lin Xun looked down at his hands and gave a bitter smile. In the abandoned building, the clown-masked man had tried to kill him with a grenade. To survive, Lin Xun had been forced to manifest the paladin of discipline shell once again. Strangely, the moment he faced the clown, a wave of violent, murderous intent welled up within him. Overwhelming thoughts of cruelty filled his mind. He had instinctively used the shell's skill, blood charge. And that was that. It was blood-soaked indeed. Reflecting on his every movement in the abandoned building, Lin Xun realized the way he stepped, twisted, braced for strikes, wielded the lance, even the use of the crimson energy. These techniques had felt completely natural. Their muscle memories, the combat instincts of the shell when it was alive. And they remain embedded within. Once manifested, I can use them like second nature. Then, what else could be lingering in the shell? That savage killing intent didn't dissipate after he killed the clown. He had nearly lost control and run the lance straight through the helpless Agent Zero. Unless absolutely necessary, I must not manifest the shell again. Lin Xun logged back into the Book of Salvation. Entering Apocalyptic Chapter. Chapter 323. You awaken in the familiar church. Controlling the paladin, Lin Xun immediately headed east for his daily monster harvest. You head east from the church. The monsters on both sides of the road are nowhere to be found. Lines of black stress marks dangled above Lin Xun's head. He remembered the first harvest vividly, tons of loot and high drop rates. The second time, just junk. The third time? Nothing dropped. Now there weren't even monsters. Puh. Trash game. So, what if I was farming a bug? You tight-fisted bastard devs. Grumbling, Lin Xun returned to the crossroads. Just as he was about to head north toward the metal gate, he spotted something unusual directly south of the church. To the south, at the end of a desolate road, a massive creature blocks the path. A portion of its immense body is visible through the shadows of the ruins. As it moves, the ground trembles with thunderous roars, kicking up waves of crimson energy. Should I try fighting the boss? The paladin's strength filled Lin Xun with confidence. He decided to scout ahead and test the boss's power. You proceed south. At the end of the road, you finally see the massive monster hidden in the shadows. It has a mountain-sized body. Decayed, rotting flesh oozes from beneath its peeling scales. Hooked fangs jut from massive jaws. Its fin-like limbs ripple with strength, and its thick tail lashes the ground, carving deep craters into the earth. You have discovered a corrupted subspecies sea dragon. Its tail lashes out unintentionally, slamming toward you. You attempt to block with the broken dragon hunter lance, but are crushed like a bug. You have died. Lin Xun stared at the now familiar crimson word of dead and sighed. Yep, that's the taste. Never let your confidence balloon in this hell game. You are reborn as a feeble wandering soul in the familiar church. Subspecies sea dragon. Sea dragon. My dragon hunter lance, could this be the key to slaying it? As a veteran gamer, Lin Xun immediately picked up on the hint. He reopened his inventory to check the weapon's description again. For unknown reasons, this dragon hunter lance has snapped in half. Only the bare metal shaft remains. If you can find the other half, it may regain its true dragon-slaying power. Judging by the current state of things, the sea dragon boss far outclassed his level. He would have to wait, either until he found the missing half of the lance or leveled up significantly. After being trapped by rain inside the church all day, his soul strength had now fully recovered. He spent one soul point to reshape the paladin shell and continued onward. To the north behind the church, a heavy metal gate blocks the path. A lever mechanism sits beside it. You proceed north. You arrive at the metal gate. Do you wish to use Lord Fox's diamond key? Now that he had the key, he could unlock the gate and move on. Lin Xun clicked yes. You place the key into the lever's slot, it fits perfectly. You pull the lever. The gears clank and grind. The metal gate opens slowly. A forked road lies ahead. At the end of the path stands a massive fortress built from stone. Its outer walls are faded and crumbling. Crimson vines twist and writhe around the structure like demonic claws gripping a prison. It appears to have become a playground for the corrupted. To the left is a crude gray brick shack. A greasy tarp stretched over a few wooden stakes forms a makeshift roof. From within comes the rhythmic clanging of hammer on anvil. It seems to be a temporary blacksmith's forge. To the right is a pit descending into darkness. Scattered around it are rusty shovels, pickaxes, and a broken wooden minecart. A narrow, corroded track leads into the depths of the gloomy mine shaft. Perhaps it's an abandoned mine. Where will you go? Just from the text descriptions alone, it was clear the castle and mine shaft were likely dangerous. Based on his past gaming experience, Lin Xun guessed that the blacksmith shop on the left was probably a place to upgrade weapons and gear, maybe even sell game items. After a moment's thought, he decided to check out the blacksmith shop first. You follow the road to the left and enter the makeshift blacksmith shop. The rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil echoes through the shop. A clearly corrupted, elderly blacksmith stands within. Devoid of sanity, it mindlessly repeats forging motions, driven solely by residual memories from life. You attempt to speak to the blacksmith, but it ignores you, continuing to hammer away. After the text popped up, nothing else happened. Lin Xun clicked to talk again. You attempt to speak to the blacksmith, but it ignores you, continuing to hammer away. Lin Xun frowned, deep in thought. He remembered that he had a basic forging stone in his inventory. This might come in handy. Sure enough, when he selected the forging stone, a prompt appeared. Give the basic forging stone to the blacksmith. It may recognize this familiar item and speak with you. Lin Xun immediately clicked to give it. The corrupted blacksmith accepts the forging stone, raises its crimson eyes to look at you, then lowers its head and resumes hammering. Unwilling to give up, Lin Xun tried speaking again. You attempt to speak to the blacksmith, but it ignores you, continuing to hammer away. Wait, what? I gave you a gift. You're still ignoring me. Maybe the item I gave wasn't good enough. Didn't hit the affection threshold. Most likely, the forging stone's quality, or quantity, was too low to trigger the next event. He needed more forging stones. Rubbing his chin, Lin Xun remembered the road to the right led to an abandoned mine. Could there be forging stones in that mine? He exited the blacksmith shop and chose to explore the mine. You proceed to the right side of the path and arrive at the ominous mine entrance. Rusty shovels, pickaxes, and a broken wooden mine cart litter the entrance. Amid the scrap, you find a usable cross pickaxe. You have obtained cross pickaxe item. Cross pickaxe item. Dried bloodstains blend with the rust on the pickaxe head. Its owner likely met a grim fate. Carrying this allows you to mine ore. Do you want to enter the mine? With a mining tool in hand, there would probably be new mining options inside. Lin Xun clicked to enter. You step onto the rusty tracks and enter the mine. The crimson sunlight fades behind you. The tunnel grows dark, but faint blue light flickers from bioluminescent fungi along the walls. A shiny glint catches your eye from an exposed corner of the wall. It looks like rare ore. Do you want to mine this or? Mining in progress. Then, nothing. Lin Xun thought his phone had frozen and quickly restarted it. Upon re-entering the game, the screen still showed, mining in progress. Only after 10 minutes did the text update. Mining successful. You have obtained basic forging stone ×1. Of course. The mine was a forging stone farming zone. Lin Xun decided to dig out the entire mine. No more mineable ore in this passage. Proceed further. Guided by the faint glow of unknown fungi, you advance deeper and come to a three-way fork, left, center, and right. Which path do you take? The text offered no clues about the different paths. Lin Xun picked one at random. You head down the left path. Soon after, the game notified him of another ore node. After another 10-minute wait, he received another basic forging stone. The mine's layout was complex, with many branching paths. Lin Xun followed each one, marking them on his computer while he continued writing his daily word count. With the persistence of a fourth Calamity gamer, he was determined to mine this place dry. After finishing one fork, he'd return to the intersection and head down the next. Outside, night had fallen. After finishing 2 massive 2,000-word chapters, Lin Xun had basically finished exploring the mine. His inventory was now stocked with forging stones. Just one last path left. You head down the right path. You blink as your vision clears. You have entered a hidden chamber deep within the mine. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow, suddenly interested. Hidden chamber? That could mean treasure, or a tasty red target. The chamber's firelight has long since died, yet it isn't completely dark. At the center, a massive chest glows faintly with white light. Do you want to open the chest? Could anyone resist that? If someone could walk away from this chest, you'd better not be friends with them. They're probably capable of anything. Lin Xun, clearly not that kind of person, clicked yes without hesitation. You stride forward and open the chest. The white light abruptly shifts to crimson. Skeletal, elongated arms extend from the chest's sides. Two massive legs stretch out from below. The lid transforms into a maw bristling with fangs. A 3-meter-tall mimic snaps down on the head of the greedy fool, you, caught completely off guard. You have died. This game is cursed. I just got sneak attacked by a damn chest. If you've got guts, fight me head on. What's with the cheap ambush? Lin Xun had guessed the hidden room would contain either treasure or a monster. He didn't expect both at once, in the form of a mimic. You are reborn as a feeble wandering soul in the ruined church. Lin Xun had spent a soul point earlier to reshape the paladin shell. Now he didn't have enough left to use it again. Luckily, the Blood Sun cultist shell was still intact and usable. The weak wandering soul possesses the corrupted Blood Sun cultist shell. Soon, he returned to the mine. Thanks to his carefully documented routes, he quickly found the hidden chamber again. You blink as your vision clears, you have entered a hidden chamber deep within the mine. At the center of the room stands a massive chest glowing faintly with white light. Heh, still pretending to be a saint, huh? Don't you know you can't use the same move on a Saint Seiya twice? Lin Xun opened the Blood Sun cultist skill menu, preparing to use backstab, but then he noticed something else. The paladin's two-handed greatsword was still sitting in his inventory. He tried equipping it to the Blood Sun cultist. You have equipped the two-handed knight greatsword, common plus. You have become stronger. Seriously? It worked? Apparently, the game didn't have strict class or gear limitations. Even though the Blood Sun cultist was clearly a rogue type, he could still wield knight weapons. You quietly sneak behind the chest and draw the knight's greatsword. You unleash a backstab on the mimic. A wretched howl echoes through the hidden chamber. You have defeated the mimic. Experience slightly increased. You have obtained intermediate forging stone ×1. You have obtained moonlight-infused sandpaper ×2 item. You look at the mimic shell before you. Mimic shell, a deformed monster that lurks in dark corners, waiting to warmly welcome unsuspecting visitors. This mimic's rear end is drenched in blood, having died from a brutal backstab. Compatibility, 43%, plus 25%. What a shame. The mimic's compatibility is too low. Otherwise, possessing its shell and invading other apostles would have been hilarious. Lin Xun's imagination ran wild. He pictured other apostles spotting a treasure chest, overjoyed at their luck, only to have their heads bitten off the moment they opened it. Wait, since when did I become so twisted? He opened his inventory to inspect the loot he'd just obtained. Intermediate forging stone, a mystical ore containing unknown power. Can be used to enhance intermediate-grade equipment. Requires knowledge of forging-related skills to utilize. Moonlight-infused sandpaper. Item: a tough polishing paper imbued with the pure power of the crescent moon. Rubbing a weapon against it will trigger a miraculous effect. Upon use, temporarily enchants your current weapon with a white moon attribute. The enchantment disappears upon killing a monster or the shell's death. A white moon enchantment? Interesting. From the memories of his initial trio of shells, he knew this world's lore revolved around the schism of the Church of Divine Light, leading to the eternal conflict between the White Moon Church and the Blood Sun Church. The two forces opposed each other, one corrupt, the other pure. Using a white moon enchanted weapon against Blood Sun monsters would probably be devastating. Next, he checked his stockpile of basic forging stones, which had reached an astonishing 15. Even if I have to pelt him with forging stones, I'm gonna pry open that damn blacksmith's mouth. After exiting the mine, Lin Xun re-entered the blacksmith shop. You enter the makeshift blacksmith's workshop. The corrupted blacksmith swings his hammer, ignoring you. He opened his inventory, selected a basic forging stone, and clicked Gift. The corrupted blacksmith accepts the forging stone, raises his crimson eyes to glance at you, then lowers his head and continues hammering. Oh, so you're a gold digger, huh? Well, I've got plenty to spare. Lin Xun gifted another. The corrupted blacksmith accepts the forging stone, raises his crimson eyes to glance at you, then lowers his head and continues hammering. The corrupted blacksmith accepts the forging stone, raises his crimson eyes to glance at you, then lowers his head and continues hammering. The corrupted blacksmith accepts the forging stone, raises his crimson eyes to glance at you, then lowers his head and continues hammering. You have run out of basic forging stones. The blacksmith continues his mechanical hammering. Will you gift an intermediate forging stone? Hashtag $* and percent hashtag at. All the basic forging stones he'd spent hours mining were gone. He'd scoured every inch of the mine, there was nothing left to collect, which meant he couldn't obtain any more forging stones at the moment. Now, Lin Xun felt like a desperate gambler who had lost all his capital, with only one last chance to turn things around. And this intermediate forging stone was his final bet. Should I go all in? If I don't, all the stones I gave earlier are wasted. If I do, I might lose this last one too. Gritting his teeth, he clicked gift. The next line of text made his heart sink. The corrupted blacksmith accepts the intermediate forging stone, raises his crimson eyes to glance at you, his gaze filled with profound meaning, then lowers his head and continues hammering. What the hell, man? You take my stuff and still won't help me. Lin Xun was furious. All his hard work had been for nothing. In total, the corrupted blacksmith had taken 16 forging stones from him and still refused to cooperate. Rage surged in his heart, and malice darkened his thoughts. Did your mom never teach you that taking gifts means owing favors? You think I'll spoil some damn NPC? Staring at the blacksmith's greedy, ugly face and that mocking, profound gaze, Lin Xun opened the Blood Sun cultist's skill menu and unleashed a brutal backstab straight to the backside, sending the blacksmith to the afterlife. You carefully circle behind the blacksmith and draw your greatsword. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the workshop. You have defeated the corrupted blacksmith. XP slightly increased. You obtained basic forging stone times 16. You obtained intermediate forging stone times 1. Lin Xun, now thoroughly avenged, felt as if every pore in his body had opened up in satisfaction. All the forging stones he'd given away had been returned to him. You examined the corrupted blacksmith's shell before you. Corrupted blacksmith's shell, a blacksmith who, for unknown reasons, appeared outside the castle. Now, its rear is utterly destroyed, having died from an inhuman backstab. Compatibility, 92%, plus 25%. Who needs a blacksmith? I am the blacksmith now. His shell slots were full, so he decided to discard the White Moon Church Guardian Knight's shell. That shell's level was too low, and its quality couldn't compare to the Blood Sun Paladin of Disciplines. It couldn't keep up with Lin Xun's progress anymore. Before abandoning it, he shrewdly stripped the Guardian Knight of all its equipment and stored it in his inventory, then possessed the corrupted blacksmith's shell. You have possessed the corrupted blacksmith's shell. You have taken control of this unfamiliar shell. Fragments of the blacksmith's memories remain within it. The blacksmith was born into a family of master weaponsmiths, the most renowned in Moonlight's hometown, St. Rance. He was later conscripted by Lord Fox to forge weapons and armor for his soldiers. Unfortunately, the castle's sturdy metal gates proved useless. The corrupting power spread from within, and the blacksmith was not spared. He opened the blacksmith's shell panel. Shell, corrupted blacksmith. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 92%, plus 25%. Shell quality, common. Shell level, 6. Shell equipment, family's fine steel forging hammer, fine grade plus a treasured hammer passed down through generations of the blacksmith's family. Tempered by countless strikes over the ages, it carries a trace of bloodline power. Only a member of this family can wield it. When used in forging, crafting, enhancing, repairing, reforging, enchanting, etc., there is a small chance of triggering a mutation effect. Shell skill, master forging art, rare plus a forging technique passed down through generations of the blacksmith's family, refined through millions of hammer strikes. This skill can be used to perform forging processes on equipment of epic grade or below. Lin Xun was stunned. This blacksmith was way too overpowered. If he'd known how strong the blacksmith was, would he have wasted time mining? Hell no, he'd have killed and possessed him immediately. From the blacksmith's stats and quality, he could roughly deduce the game's quality tiers. From lowest to highest, ruined, common, fine, rare, epic. Anything beyond that was still unknown due to limited information. His inventory still held crafting materials like the wolfhound's fangs and hide. He tested the forging skill, but the game text indicated that the materials were too limited. Forcing a craft would lower the resulting equipment's quality. Next, he tried enhancing weapons and found that basic forging stones could only enhance ruined or common gear, while intermediate forging stones were needed for fine-grade and rare equipment. He immediately used the intermediate forging stone on the Dragon Hunter lance. Will you consume one intermediate forging stone to enhance the broken Dragon Hunter lance, fine-grade plus? Enhancing. Enhancement successful. This weapon's enhancement level +1. Slight increase in power. Lin Xun admired his newly upgraded Dragon Hunter lance +1, though he was slightly disappointed that the hammer's mutation effect hadn't triggered. He wondered what would have happened if it had. After dealing with the corrupted blacksmith, the forge held no further value for exploration. Lin Xun exited the blacksmith's shell and possessed the Blood Sun cultist, heading toward Lord Fox's castle. The vast crescent moon in the sky seems close enough to touch. You can even make out the shadows and contours on its surface. The slightly harsh moonlight bathes the entirety of St. Rance as if submerged in snow. Silent white becomes this world's only color. You follow the path forward. At the end of the road, the massive stone castle, which should be clearly visible under the moonlight, is tightly entwined with thick, crimson plant roots. As far as the eye can see, an unknown, enormous shadow silently envelopes the entire castle, forming the only blemish in this snow-white world. You arrive before the castle gates. The plant roots beneath the unknown shadow are thick and dense, sealing the castle doors completely. Will you cut through these roots to open the castle gates? A faint sense of caution stirred in Lin Xun's heart. Unknown enormous shadow. Dense plant roots. At first glance, these words practically spelled out a giant red danger sign. But right now, aside from forcing the gates open, he had no other options. You step forward and swing your greatsword. The dense roots split apart, oozing a blood-like sap. All the plant roots covering the castle walls lash out at you like enraged serpents. You died. Lin Xun sighed and spread his hands helplessly. The text description had already hinted that the roots outside the castle weren't ordinary. Following the game's natural progression, this outcome wasn't surprising. Now, his soul strength was down to 1, and both the Paladin of Discipline and the Blood Sun cultist had perished. He couldn't continue playing. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Lin Xun exited the game and went to sleep. The next morning, as soon as Lin Xun opened his phone, he received a text message. In accordance with the relevant provisions of the XXX Law of Huaxia, XXX Recruitment Regulations, and XXX Examination and Employment Report, Comrade Lin Xun has met the qualifications for the applied position. Having passed the written examination, interview, physical examination, and background check, you are hereby notified of your preliminary acceptance as a civil servant. Please report to the Special Office of the Cultural Bureau in Win City as soon as possible. For related announcements, please visit XXXX website. Didn't I bomb the interview? Lin Xun's face was a picture of utter confusion. Not to mention, he hadn't even gone through post-interview procedures like the physical examination or background check. How could he have been directly hired? He quickly booted up his computer and, instead of visiting the link in the text, logged into the official civil service recruitment announcement website. His eyes widened. His name was clearly listed in the public notice, with the hiring unit being the Win City Cultural Bureau. After racking his brain for a while, he still couldn't make sense of it. Do I have connections I don't know about? Aside from that thought, he couldn't come up with any other plausible explanation. Whatever the reason, I've been hired. Right now, reporting to the unit is the top priority. Changing into presentable clothes, Lin Xun took a taxi downstairs. The ride was short. Less than 5 minutes later, the car stopped in front of an administrative office complex. Entering the Cultural Bureau's compound, he found it eerily quiet, with not a single person in sight. At the center stood the main Cultural Bureau building, while adjacent to it was a modern 3-story annex labeled Special Office of the Cultural Bureau. After checking with the security guard at the entrance, Lin Xun entered the annex, the so-called Special Office. Inside the spacious lobby, a delicate-looking young woman stood behind the reception desk. Before he could speak, she smiled at him and said softly, "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment." Then, she picked up the landline and dialed a number. Lin Xun waited patiently, taking the opportunity to glance around. The expansive lobby had a reception desk at the front and an elevator nearby. 2 long corridors branched out to the left and right, lined with neatly arranged offices. Before long, the elevator doors opened. Out stepped a young, attractive girl with short hair. Her eyes sparkled with lively energy, and she seemed to be wearing colored contacts. She flashed him a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "Follow me, rookie." Lin Xun blinked. "This atmosphere feels off. Doesn't seem like a normal government office." The short-haired girl led him into an empty office nearby. Pouring him a cup of hot tea, she introduced herself. "I'm Yi Xiaoqi, a member of the Special Office of the Cultural Bureau. From now on, we're colleagues." Lin Xun had a million questions. He had applied for a clerical position in the Cultural Bureau. How had he been transferred to this special office? And what even was this special office? He'd never heard of it before, and there were no traces of it online. Noticing his confusion, Yi Xiaoqi grinned mischievously. She extended her small, fair hand, and like magic, 2 glowing bookmarks materialized in her palm. Invasion bookmark. Item: use this to invade another apostle's chapter. Defeating them will grant you unexpected rewards. Guardian bookmark. Item obtained after successfully repelling an invasion. Gift this to a book friend to be summoned when they're invaded, allowing joint defense. Lin Xun was so shocked that he shot to his feet in an instant. This girl in front of him is also an apostle. The girl watched him calmly, then extended the bookmarks in her hand toward him. "Here you go." On the surface, Lin Xun looked flustered, but his mind was racing with cold precision. He had entered the mysterious game, the Book of Salvation, on the very night of his interview. Then, without going through the subsequent hiring procedures, he had been directly recruited. And the unit he'd been assigned to, the Special Office of the Cultural Bureau, was something he'd never even heard of before. Now, a colleague from this organization had outright revealed her identity as an apostle, making no attempt to hide it. All the clues pointed to one conclusion. This girl was likely an official apostle, and the Wen City Special Office of the Cultural Bureau was probably an official apostle organization, or at least one of them. Maintaining his composure, Lin Xun took the bookmarks from Yi Xiaoqi's hand and slowly sat back down. "Not bad. Seems like you've already figured it out. As expected of a talent who passed the test." Yi Xiaoqi picked up her teacup and began explaining. "I'm sure you've already realized that the rewards from the text-based game, the Book of Salvation, can be brought into reality." After her explanation, Lin Xun finally had a rough understanding. The existence of this supernatural game could not be explained by current science. Among ordinary people, some possessed soul strength far exceeding the norm. These individuals would be drawn into the game as players. Lin Xun, for instance, met the soul strength requirement but hadn't yet been absorbed by the game. The official organization had detected his talent and covertly guided him into it. Players, apostles, could bring rewards from the game into reality. If left unchecked, this would inevitably disrupt social order. Thus, under the strong support of the authorities, an organization called the Apostle Security Council was born. Its purpose was to research and regulate the supernatural powers emerging from the game. Lin Xun had originally come here to be an ordinary office worker, but this job turned out to be extraordinarily different. Regulating supernatural powers from the game was probably the high-Q way of phrasing it. The underlying meaning was clear. Eliminating those apostles who recklessly used supernatural abilities and disrupted society. You can think carefully about whether you want to join us. Of course, the benefits of being an official apostle are quite generous. Yi Xiaoqi then listed a series of perks. The monthly salary for official apostles started at 50,000 yuan, with potential increases based on their personal talent. The organization would allocate in-game resources to high-potential apostles to accelerate their growth. Formal civil service status, with social insurance, housing fund, and holidays matching public institutions. Overtime pay for emergencies and generous paid leave. Completing special missions earned rewards, ranging from material benefits to game artifacts. Access to the official apostle forum, where registered apostles could exchange information. Official members could even access classified intelligence. Honestly, Lin Xun was particularly tempted by the resource allocation and intelligence sharing. As an ordinary civilian, he currently had no money, no resources, and no intel. He knew all too well the saying, "It's easier to stay cool under a big tree." Joining the official organization was undoubtedly an excellent choice. After a long moment of consideration, he nodded. He had originally planned to work for the government anyway. This was just a different way of doing it. Yi Xiaoqi smiled slightly. The benefits of being an official apostle were indeed exceptional. It was impossible not to be tempted when faced with such conditions. The Apostle Security Council has 6 branches. On the surface, this is the special office of the Cultural Bureau, but in reality, we're the Intelligence Division under the Council. The Intelligence Division primarily handles information-related work, and most of our members are female apostles. The first floor houses our general staff, who handle basic office tasks. The second floor is reserved for the core members, actual apostles. Now, I'll take you to the third floor, to the team leader's office, to complete your onboarding. Let's go. With that, she led Lin Xun out of the office and into the elevator. Ding! The doors opened on the third floor. Unlike the first floor, this level had only 2 offices, one on the left labeled Team Leader's Office, and the other on the right marked Conference Room. Yi Xiaoqi strode forward and knocked on the team leader's door. "Come in," came a cool, authoritative voice from inside. The door opened, revealing a spacious, modern-style office. Behind the desk sat a young woman in an office lady's outfit. The tailored black suit dress accentuated her elegant figure. Yi Xiaoqi led Lin Xun inside, and they took seats on the sofa. "Team leader, I've brought him back." "Lin Xun, this is Team Leader Li Xingyue of our Intelligence Division. You can address her as Team Leader Li." Li Xingyue gave a slight nod, her usual aloof demeanor softening slightly, as if she were in a good mood. She gracefully walked over to Lin Xun and extended a slender, fair hand. "I'm very pleased you've decided to join our Intelligence Division." Li Xingyue gestured for Lin Xun to sit, then handed a laptop on the coffee table to Yi Xiaoqi. Lin Xun glanced at the screen. It displayed an onboarding registration form. The short-haired girl took the laptop and sat close to Lin Xun's right arm. "I'll ask, you answer. We're recording your information for onboarding." Lin Xun nodded, then responded to a series of personal questions. "Name?" "Lin Xun." "You already know that. Why ask?" "Gender." Lin Xun sighed inwardly. Truly, a government organization through and through. Soul imprint. Swordsmith. Once you complete your first game chapter, the social system will unlock. Then, we can add each other as book friends. However, your soul imprint should only be disclosed to colleagues. Never reveal it to outsiders, and don't randomly add strangers as book friends. Lin Xun nodded thoughtfully. "Next soul talent?" Lin Xun suddenly felt uneasy. He noticed Yi Xiaoqi staring at him intently, as if she'd been waiting for this answer. Li Xingyue, sitting further away on his left, was also watching him closely, her expression seemingly expectant. "What kind of situation is this?" Li Xingyue quickly explained, "Your soul talent affects the organization's rating of your personal potential, as well as how much support and resources you receive. If your talent is outstanding, the organization will heavily invest in your growth, not just with a higher salary, but also with abundant item rewards. So, please don't hold anything back." Seeing Lin Xun hesitate, Yi Xiaoqi pursed her lips and spoke up first, directly revealing her own soul talent, True Sight. True Sight allows her to discover hidden items and branch options in the game. In reality, it also enables her to perceive the nature of a person's soul, whether it's unusual or not. "We'll all be working together going forward. Being transparent is key to teamwork," she said, showing no sign of treating Lin Xun as an outsider. Lin Xun frowned slightly, his mind spinning rapidly. Soul talent determined his salary and the organization's resource allocation. If he lowballed his talent, they might assume he was useless and give him a measly 3,000 yuan salary, like they were hiring some factory line worker. But if he exposed everything, laid all his cards on the table, that didn't sit well either. It was just like being asked for your education background by a boss setting your pay rate. After his time spent in the game, Lin Xun had come to sense something. His talent, 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms, didn't just increase shell slots for the sake of more disguises. Not really. Its true core was compatibility, not just having more shell slots. Higher compatibility allowed him to possess boss-grade shells that were otherwise unpossessable, a direct violation of the game's balance. Think about it. If he leveled this talent up a few more times, compatibility would become high enough that any boss he encountered could be possessed, regardless of how high their compatibility rating originally was. The extra shell slots were just a supporting feature, enabling him to store all the boss shells he'd take over. A player who could possess powerful boss shells was far more overpowered than one who just had several weak alternate ones. Having thought it through, Lin Xun decided to conceal the compatibility aspect and only reveal the shell slot increase. That way, the organization would still see his value and invest in him without him showing all his cards. My soul talent is called 1,000 Faces, 10,000 Forms. It lets me carry additional shells. He deliberately left out the part about it boosting compatibility. Wait, did you say shell slots? Yi Xiaoqi looked up, her expression as if she'd just seen a ghost. She even forgot to keep typing. Li Xingyue wasn't much better off, also staring in disbelief. The two exchanged glances and read the shock in each other's eyes. That's right. I can carry multiple shells at once, Lin Xun said. Then, something occurred to him. Wait, don't you guys have shell slots too? The short-haired girl completely lost her composure. I knew it. I knew it. That powerful soul of yours. The talent, of course, must be completely monstrous. Lin Xun had suspected his talent was abnormal, but without comparison, he didn't realize just how overpowered it really was. Not knowing what other apostles were capable of, he hadn't considered himself special. Li Xingyue explained, whenever we get a new shell in the game, we have to abandon the current one. There's no such thing as a shell slot. We can only reshape the active shell. Yi Xiaoqi nodded vigorously. When we ditch a shell, we can only keep its items and equipment. Level and skills are not retained. So even if we find a new shell, we have to think really hard about whether it's worth giving up the old one. Lin Xun, Li Xingyue said, voice now steadier, your soul talent has tremendous potential. I need to report this to the organization and fight to get you the best treatment. Don't worry, they'll take good care of you. She straightened her posture, no longer leaning back against the sofa, but sitting upright with her chest out. The sheer curves of her body were accentuated as her skirt clung to the smooth line of her black stocking-clad thighs, irresistibly alluring. All I did was tell them about the extra shell slot, and they're this excited? Lin Xun thought. If I'd revealed the compatibility part too, would they have just flown into the air in joy? The sultry, black silk-clad superior summoned a softly glowing bookmark out of thin air and handed it to him. Anchor bookmark, item use this to anchor your current chapter. When returning to the library, you may choose to proceed directly to the next segment of the anchored chapter. This bookmark is extremely rare and valuable. Don't use it lightly, she warned. Then she picked up the landline and dialed a number. Her voice turned icy. Until I give word, no one is to approach any other team. Block them outside the building if you have to. She hung up and turned to Lin Xun with a warm smile. Xiaoqi, take Lin Xun to the conference room to rest. Wait for my instructions. Xiaoqi, take Lin Xun to the conference room for now. Wait for my update. Wait. Li Xingyue was about to dismiss them when she suddenly remembered something. Lin Xun, which game chapter are you currently in? Lin Xun thought for a moment. He happened to be stuck in his current chapter and needed more information, preferably a walkthrough. I'm still in the first chapter. One entered, chapter 323. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yi Xiaoqi's face twist into another look of exasperation. I must have flexed again without realizing it. Is there something unusual about the chapter one entered? Lin Xun wasn't sure what expression to make. Li Xingyue narrowed her peach blossom eyes. Xiaoqi, take Lin Xun to the conference room first. Yi Xiaoqi acknowledged the order, and the two left the office. Li Xingyue watched Lin Xun's retreating figure, her gaze contemplative. Yunjing City, headquarters of the Apostle Security Council. In a spacious office at the top of a towering skyscraper, a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit sat cross-legged, eyes closed. Strangely, his body floated midair, suspended in silent meditation. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped sharply. The man frowned slightly. He had given strict orders not to be disturbed during his training. Enter. A stunning secretary stepped inside, unfazed by his levitation. She bowed slightly. Vice Chairman Li, Team Leader Li Xingyue from the Wen City Intelligence Division requests urgent instructions. She handed him the phone. The man chuckled. This girl. What's so serious that she can't call my private line? She had to go through official channels to reach her uncle. Little Xingyue, what's the matter? The secretary quietly retreated as the vice chairman took the call. Just before closing the door, She stole a glance at his expression and froze. Shock. Disbelief. What could possibly make the unflappable vice-chairman react like this? She didn't dare linger, swiftly shutting the door behind her. Thud. The sound of a body hitting the floor was audible even through the door. What? A soul talent like that actually exists. The secretary kept her eyes down. See nothing. Hear nothing. The conference room was empty, dominated by a long table surrounded by black chairs. Yi Xiaoqi smirked. Want to know why you're special again? Lin Xun nodded. Obviously. She patted his shoulder like a senior mentoring a junior. No teasing. Ever played arcade games? Of course. King of Fighters, Raiden, Three Kingdoms, Metal Slug. If it was in an arcade, I've played it. He wasn't bragging. As a hardcore gamer, the coins he dumped into arcade machines probably outweighed him. Then this'll be easy to explain. Based on our intel, the last digit of a chapter number usually indicates its difficulty. 0 to 9, easiest to hardest. 10 chapters form a volume, a complete game world. Think of it like stages 1, 2, and 3 in an arcade game. Normally, new apostles enter a starting chapter ending in 0. These are ultra easy, basically tutorials. Anyone with half a brain can clear them. For example, you should have entered chapter 320, but you got chapter 323. That means the game rated you way beyond beginner difficulty. Lin Xun nodded. No wonder. Without his 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms talent, he'd have been hard stuck at the monster horde. Yi Xiaoqi pulled out her phone and typed a message. This is the Apostle Forum URL and your login. You can check the intel there. I've set your permissions to Intelligence Division level. Lots of juicy secrets await. Once he received the text, she suggested heading to the second floor to meet the team. The second floor's layout was completely different, no individual offices. Most walls had been torn down, leaving only a few large rooms on either side. Glancing around, Lin Xun spotted labels like gym, lounge, break room, and cafeteria. The center was lined with modern workstations, mostly empty, except for 3 occupied ones. At 2 adjacent desks, 2 women huddled together, seemingly binge-watching a show. In the corner, a bespectacled young man scowled at his phone, oblivious. The elevator doors opened. The women's heads snapped up in unison. The man didn't react. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. The woman on the left had voluminous wavy hair, flawless makeup, and blood-red lips. Her body-hugging dress had a thigh-high slit. Late 20s, maybe 30. A classic bombshell. The woman on the right? Identical. Twin bombshells. Yi Xiaoqi dragged him over. This is Lin Xun, our new colleague. The twins smiled demurely, each extending a delicate hand. Welcome aboard. I'm Yun. I'm Ning. Lin Xun shook their hands. Lin Xun. First day here at this, unit. Looking forward to working together. Likewise want to add each other as book friends? He didn't know how to respond. Yi Xiaoqi cut in. He's a newbie. First-timer. Not ready yet. Oh, got it. They made an okay gesture. Lin Xun glanced at the motionless guy in the corner. That's Fang Yifei. A hardcore otaku. Just finished a mission, now getting wrecked in game. Don't bother him. Grinding diligently. What dedication. Respectfully, Lin Xun held back from interrupting. The 4 chatted casually. From them, Lin Xun learned. The Win City Intelligence Division was extremely laid back. The core team had over a dozen members. No clock-in system, most worked remotely. He wouldn't need to come in daily, only for assigned tasks. This job sounds like a dream. No fake busy work. Barely any office time. Paid to laze around unless called in. After a while, Li Xingyue summoned Lin Xun upstairs. The black stocking-wearing team leader looked very pleased with herself. She slid him an offer letter stamped with the Win City Cultural Bureau's official seal. Lin Xun skimmed it, then immediately accepted. The 100,000 yuan monthly salary alone was enough to make him emotional. And that wasn't counting mission bonuses, holiday perks, or year-end rewards. Li Xingyue smiled, filing the contract away. All right, you can head home. Report here tomorrow at 12 p.m. sharp. Lin Xun blinked. Huh? I thought we didn't have to come in. Trying to skip work on day 1? Team leader, you mean? MHM, mission tomorrow. Lin Xun returned to his rented apartment just before noon. Following the URL from Yi Xiaoqi's text, he logged into the Apostle Forum. Login successful. Welcome, esteemed Apostle. The forum's interface was sleek, divided into major sections: chat and social, walkthroughs, item trading, game lore, and more. His interest piqued. He scrolled through posts from other apostles. The content wasn't as serious as he'd expected. Many were casual discussions, jokes, or even NSFW topics. But most were complaints about the game's brutal difficulty. Searching for info on compatibility, he found a flood of frustrated posts. A quick skim revealed the truth. Compatibility was determined by how well a shell matched the apostle's gender, age, physique, and even appearance. Finding a shell with 80+ compatibility that was also powerful and high potential was nearly impossible. The game's worlds were apocalyptic nightmares, where boss-tier shells often looked nothing like humans, leading to abysmal compatibility. Most apostles simply couldn't possess strong shells. Lin Xun grinned. Compared to them, my ability to boost compatibility and hijack boss bodies is downright broken. His veteran gamer instincts had been right. Compatibility mattered far more than extra shell slots. After more browsing, he gained new insights into the Book of Salvation. The game was sadistically hard. Official stats showed a less than 5% chapter clear rate. Most apostles got stuck, forced to retreat to the library and randomly enter new chapters. Opening the walkthrough section, he searched for chapter 323. Insufficient contribution points. Access denied. To earn contribution points, submit verified chapter walkthroughs. Approved submissions will grant rewards. Lin Xun's eye twitched. No free rides, huh? To get contribution points, he'd need to write a guide, but he hadn't even cleared a chapter yet. Then he noticed a red exclamation mark on his account. A click revealed. You have unlocked Intelligence Division privileges. He tried the walkthrough again. This time, it opened instantly. Intelligence Division members bypass contribution point requirements. Nothing beats free access. Guess I'm the privileged one now. Joining the organization was the right call. Soon, he found the chapter 323 walkthrough and froze. Clear rate, 0%. Over 95% of apostles were stuck at the monster horde east of the church. Comments explained why. Without Blood Sun cultist shells, apostles could only explore with normal shells. Leaving the church during the day meant instant death either from the Blood Sun's madness or ambushes. They had to wait for White Moon nights to venture out. Lin Xun noticed a key detail. Monster levels varied per player but were always brutally high. What he cheesed by becoming the monster was a nightmare gauntlet for others. Digging into game mechanics, he learned. Chapter difficulty scaled within a range. The more chapters an apostle cleared, the stronger monsters became, but never exceeding the chapter's cap. A few stealth-specialized apostles had slipped past the horde into the tower. But lacking Blood Sun shells, their scent alerted the wolfhound. They died before looting anything. Only one apostle had killed the wolfhound and reached the 3rd floor before being obliterated by the Paladin of Discipline's blood charge. This is just brutal. Lin Xun now realized how game-breaking his monster possession tactic was. Guess my strategy was, if you can't beat join 'em? The Tower Explorer remained chapter 323's furthest progress. By now, his soul strength had recovered. He pulled out his phone. The Book of Salvation, launch. The feeble wandering soul awakens in the familiar chapel. You spend 1 soul strength to reshape the Blood Sun Paladin of Discipline shell. Current soul strength, 1/2. The feeble wandering soul possesses the Paladin's shell. Lin Xun guided the Paladin through the northern metal gate, arriving at the Lord's castle. As day shifted to night, the game text changed. Under the Blood Sun's gaze, the vines coiling the castle walls grow thicker, like crimson tentacles sealing it shut. You approach the castle gates. The dense vines bar the entrance completely. Will you cut through the vines to open the gates? Lin Xun pondered. Last night's text mentioned the castle was shrouded in unknown shadows under the white moon, with the vines also hidden. Meaning, the vines hadn't been exposed to moonlight. Now, the text stated the vines thrived under the Blood Sun. Did that mean they feared moonlight but loved sunlight? His inventory held the moonlight-infused sandpaper, which could temporarily enchant weapons with white moon power. Without hesitation, he used it. You use moonlight-infused sandpaper. Your weapon, Broken Dragon Hunter Lance, gains white moon enchantment. Effect vanishes upon killing a monster or shell death. Your lance glows with the white moon's radiance. Nearby vines wither under the light, crumbling to dust. The remaining vines recoil like enraged serpents, but dare not approach. The rusted metal gates stand revealed. Will you open the castle gates? Success! The moonlight sandpaper had neutralized the vines and warded off further attacks. You push open the heavy gates. The castle's inner courtyard unfolds before you. Towering crimson sunflowers glow faintly red, carpeting the grounds. Under the blood sun's light, the eerie blooms sway and thrive. To your left, stables and barn. To your right, guardroom and chapel. Ahead, banquet hall. Where will you go? So many options. 5 locations at once left Lin Xun momentarily stumped. Let's go in order. The stables sound harmless enough. You part the sunflowers, heading for the stables. Inside the filthy stables lie a dozen desiccated horse corpses, their flesh mummified by time. From the shadows in the corner, a pair of blood-red eyes watches you. Will you investigate? To go or not to go, now that is the question. With the Paladin of Discipline shell equipped, Lin Xun didn't hesitate to crush ordinary, small monsters in his path. His only worry was running into another boss. I just logged in today. No way it's already triggering the anti-addiction system, right? Lin Xun muttered to himself. He pressed yes. Brave apostle, you choose to step forward and investigate. In the shadows, the owner of those blood-red eyes reveals itself, a tall and sturdy steed. Its entire body is covered in a bizarre crimson flesh, a pair of large curved horns growing from its head, and foul, scarlet breath exhaling from its nostrils. In front of it, remnants of sunflowers seem to linger in its feeding trough. The gaze it fixes on you is filled with wariness, any sudden movement on your part, and it may attack. Your shell retains the knight's horse taming skills. Would you like to attempt to tame the Turkoman blood horse? A free mount, just like that? Lin Xun thought to himself, this option probably only appeared because he was currently using the Paladin of Discipline shell. If it were a Blood Sun cultist instead, the only option might have been to attack. Good thing. If I hadn't been taken out by those vines earlier, I would have kept using the Blood Sun cultist shell to explore the castle. Seeing this horse with only an attack option, I'd likely have chosen to kill it for loot, no chance of ever getting this mount then. You stride forward and press your hand to its neck, attempting to mount. The Turkoman blood horse throws you off. Overwhelmed by your powerful presence, it refrains from attacking you. Taming failed. Huh? It failed? So taming has a success rate? The taming option was still there. Lin Xun clicked to tame it again. The Turkoman blood horse throws you off once more. Overwhelmed by your powerful presence, it refrains from attacking you. Taming failed. Another failure. Looks like the odds of success weren't that great. The on-screen text continued scrolling. Frustrated by your repeated failures, you begin to feel irritated. What will you do with the horse? 1. Grab the Dragon Hunter Lance and skewer this Turkoman blood horse, in short, F** this blood horse. 2. Keep trying. You believe this defiant steed will eventually submit beneath you. 3. Give it up. You're never going to succeed. Let the horse go. Let yourself go. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. Can't tame this horse? He didn't buy it. He decisively chose the second option. The stubborn apostle refuses to give up and continues taming. Taming failed. Keep going. Taming failed. Taming failed. Failed. No idea how many failures it took, but finally a new message popped up. Taming failed. You feel a bit fatigued. Lin Xun was speechless. He remembered seeing this message once before, when he had used the Blood Sun cultist skill to frantically backstab enemies while grinding. At this rate, the Paladin of Discipline might end up collapsing from exhaustion, just like the choir sister, wasting precious gameplay time. That doesn't make sense. If taming is just a matter of probability, then I should be able to just keep clicking. Worst case, I burn a day or a few days on this, but I'll succeed eventually. Game mechanics like this are totally meaningless. No, wait. This game's origin is unknown. There's all kinds of speculation on the Apostle Forum. Some say aliens made it, some say gods, and others claim it's from future humans. In short, this game can't be judged by normal logic. Lin Xun found himself stuck in another dead end, mindlessly clicking the tame option again and again. The screen kept showing taming failed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Lin Xun snapped out of it. He opened the inventory and checked a long-forgotten item. Black spiked collar. Item: a leather collar studded with sharp spikes. When used, has a small chance to overwhelm certain submissive creatures with intense stimulation, rendering them unconscious. If the effect fails, the item is not consumed. Humans had a long history of domesticating horses. The background of Chapter 323 felt like medieval Europe. If horses existed in the castle, that meant humans in this world had already domesticated them. This fit perfectly with the item's description: overwhelm certain submissive creatures with intense stimulation. He clicked on the item, and sure enough, a new prompt appeared. Would you like to use the black spiked collar on the Turkoman blood horse? Since failed usage wouldn't consume the item, Lin Xun didn't hesitate. You used the black spiked collar. As the collar fastened around the horse's neck, the crimson steed let out a sharp cry, its eyes rolling back as the scarlet breath from its nostrils thickened. You pressed your hand against its neck and tried to mount. This time, the horse was too overwhelmed by the intense sensation to resist. Taming successful. Item used successfully. The Turkoman blood horse was overwhelmed by the intense stimulation and fainted. The fainted Turkoman blood horse dissolved into shimmering starlight, leaving behind a curved horn on the ground. You have obtained the summoning horn of the mount, Turkoman blood horse. Summoning horn, Turkoman blood horse. Special item: a large, curved horn that seems to be made from the horn of some creature. Etched into its surface is a blood-red horse rearing on its front hooves. Use it to summon the mount, Turkoman blood horse. Blowing it again will cancel the summon. If the mount dies, you must spend 1 point of soul strength to reshape it before it can be summoned again. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. He had the Paladin of Discipline shell. How could he not have a warhorse to charge into battle with? He wondered what would happen if he summoned the warhorse and used blood charge. How powerful would that combo be? The thought alone made Lin Xun materialize the summoning horn in the real world. His hand grew heavy, a horn half the length of his arm suddenly appeared. The black horn looked like it was made from some creature's horn. One end was pointed, the other flared into a wide opening. Red lines carved a lifelike blood-colored warhorse along its body. The massive steed etched into the horn had a pair of horns on its head and looked as if its flesh had been peeled off, revealing robust, bright red muscle fibers. The horn felt great in his hands, smooth, solid, and Lin Xun couldn't help admiring it. Suddenly, the blood-red warhorse, mid-charge with its front hooves raised, seemed to wink at Lin Xun. He nearly tossed the horn in fright. Looking closely, the scene seemed like an illusion. The blood horse etched into the horn hadn't moved at all. Maybe I should find a quiet place and blow this horn, see if I can really summon the blood horse in the real world. His fingers itched. All men had a thing for mounts. In ancient times it was horses, in modern times cars. But through the ages, the obsession had always been the same. After the previous incident with the shell going out of control and killing people, Lin Xun was far more cautious this time and quickly returned the summoning horn back into the game. He opened the Apostle Forum and searched for information about summoning items. What he found was that such items were quite rare. Very few civilian apostles had ever obtained one. Of the extremely few apostles who did have a summoning item, none had ever posted to confirm whether the mount could actually be summoned into the real world. The reason was simple: the organization strictly monitored civilian apostles. Without permission, any unauthorized materialization of game items in the real world would be met with severe punishment. Of course, that oversight wasn't 24/7 or completely foolproof. Unauthorized item materialization had surely happened in secret. But for officially registered civilian apostles, who were mostly law-abiding, they generally wouldn't misuse game items to disrupt social order. Using his access to the intelligence division, Lin Xun browsed some restricted internal apostle posts that required contribution points to view. At last, he confirmed, summoning items could be used in reality. A grin spread across his face as he dove back into the game. The stables had already been fully explored. Next up was the barn. You exit the stables, pushing aside the overgrown sunflowers, and make your way to the barn. You step into the barn. Inside, linen sacks are stacked in orderly rows, filled with some kind of edible grain. Do you wish to search the barn? Was that even a question? Lin Xun unhesitatingly clicked yes. Searching. You obtained crimson sunflower seeds ×3 item, scattered on the ground. Searching. You obtained fading fragment of spirit ×1. Searching. The barn has been completely looted. No usable items remain. Crimson sunflower seeds? Lin Xun had always found the sunflowers blooming in the castle courtyard a bit suspicious. Thinking back to the strange vine structures on the castle's outer walls, he had a vague sense of unease. He opened his inventory to take a look. Crimson sunflower seeds. These are ovular, long-pointed fruit containing the power of the corrupting blood sundae. The shell can be peeled away to eat the contents. When used, they restore some stamina for devout believers of the blood sun. Crimson sunflower seeds, weren't those just regular OL guazi? Common snacks? T/N. Guazi is a popular snack consisting of roasted seeds, often melon or sunflower seeds. Cracking seeds restores stamina. What kind of absurd design was that? Lin Xun twitched at the corners of his mouth. The repeated taming attempts earlier had drained some stamina from his paladin of discipline shell. It was a bit fatigued. Still, Lin Xun didn't use them right away. The paladin hadn't collapsed from exhaustion yet, so there was no need to waste resources. Save where you can. He also didn't use the spirit item he'd just obtained. Better not to risk losing it in case of a player invasion and PK drop. With the barn cleared, the left side of the castle's inner courtyard had been fully explored. Lin Xun perked up and got ready to move on to the right side, the guard room, and the small chapel. You exit the barn, push through the overgrown sunflowers, and head toward the right side of the inner courtyard. You arrive at the guardroom entrance. You push open the door. Most of the castle's guards are nowhere to be seen, but the floor is littered with over a dozen desiccated corpses, dried up husks as if wind-dried long ago. Each corpse stares with bulging eyes, and their clouded pupils still reflect the fear they felt in death. In a corner of the guardroom, 3 human figures stagger about like the Walking Dead. You move closer to inspect and discover 3 soldiers corrupted by the Blood Sun's power. Do you want to attack the corrupted castle soldiers? The name alone screamed, trash mobs here to hand out XP. Lin Xun was about to press attack, but suddenly remembered he still had the enchanted Dragon Hunter lance equipped. He hadn't used it to attack the vines at the castle gate, so the white moon power on the lance was still intact. He moved the 2-handed knight greatsword from the Blood Sun cultist's equipment slot over to the paladin of discipline's gear. You raise the 2-handed knight greatsword and strike at the 3 shambling undead. You easily defeat the corrupted castle soldiers. Experience slightly increased. You obtained military crossbow, common plus grade weapon. You easily defeated a corrupted castle soldier. You obtained wooden crossbow bolt ×3. You obtained wooden crossbow bolt ×2. You look at the fallen soldier shell. Corrupted castle soldier shell, a soldier corrupted by dark powers. These were once commoners who took up arms as militia at their lord's summons. A blood-rimmed hole pierces through their left chest. You can see the scenery behind them through it. Compatibility, 93, plus 25%. Another drop. Lin Xun marveled. This castle really was a treasure trove. He opened his inventory to take a look. Military crossbow, common plus grade weapon, a standard issue crossbow forged with top-tier craftsmanship. Despite poor materials, the blacksmith gave it everything they had, maximizing its potential power. Wooden crossbow bolts, projectiles for use with bows or crossbows, made of wood. Extremely fragile and cannot be recovered after use. For Lin Xun, the only ranged option he'd had until now was a stockpile of throwing weapons, his poison-throwing knife, that he was too stingy to use. Now, with bolts in hand, he had a second form of ranged defense. He tried moving the crossbow into the paladin's equipment slot and found that the shell could indeed equip and use it. As for the corrupted soldier shells lying on the ground, his shell slots were already full. Not that he'd want these trash mob shells even if he had space. You exit the guardroom, push through the overgrown sunflowers, and head toward the chapel. You enter the chapel. Rows of benches are covered in burning white candles. The pure white flames bathe the room in light, leaving you feeling slightly uneasy. At the far end of the chapel, the preacher's podium bears the symbol of the radiant crescent moon. Behind the podium, something unusual seems to be present. Do you want to investigate? Lin Xun perked up. The castle's inner courtyard had offered generous rewards so far, but honestly, it hadn't been very dangerous. The risk-to-reward ratio fell off, definitely suspicious. To play it safe, he unequipped the crossbow and re-equipped the greatsword. You stride forward and see the strange object behind the podium. It is a giant page, half the height of a person, floating silently in midair. It seems completely out of place in this world, its surface inscribed with bizarre, yet strangely familiar alien script. You have discovered a torn page from the Book of Salvation, the resting page. It was the resting page. A flicker of joy flashed through Lin Xun's eyes. He had read about many game mechanics and lore pieces on the Apostle Forum. The resting page before him was one of the most important features in the game. You reach out and touch the resting page. A mysterious divine force lingers within it, stirring your heart. Your feeble soul resonates strongly with the page. You may now access the following functions of the page. 1. Set resurrection point. You may bind this resting page as your resurrection location. The next time you respawn, your wandering soul will revive here. 2. Rest and recover. You may rest here. The resting page holds wondrous powers that will heal your shell's injuries and fatigue. However, be warned, resting will cause external monsters to respawn. 3. Teleportation. You may teleport to any other resting page you've resonated with, or return to the library. The library. Lin Xun stared blankly at the third option. Back when he was browsing strategies on the Apostle Forum, Lin Xun had already learned of the existence of resting pages in the game. In Chapter 323, the location of the first resting page was supposed to be in the White Moon Church, where he had respawned countless times. That was his starting point. But for some reason, there was no resting page in the White Moon Church. Lin Xun suspected it had something to do with the starting chapter. For other apostles, the starting chapter was basically a beginner's tutorial. But for Lin Xun, it had been set to hell difficulty right from the get-go. Nothing could surprise him at this point. Snapping back to the present, Lin Xun first clicked the first option to set this location as his new respawn point. You have successfully set Fox Castle Inner Courtyard, Small Chapel, as your new resurrection point. Then, without hesitation, he selected option 3. He decided to check out the library. His heart held high expectations for this transfer and supply hub exclusive to apostles. You have not yet completed the starting chapter and cannot return to the library. Left with no other choice, Lin Xun silently clicked option 2. You rest at the resting page. Your shell's condition has fully recovered. He exited the small chapel and walked straight to the guard room. Just as he suspected, the 3 mobs had respawned. Blood charge. Charge. You easily defeated the corrupted castle soldier. Experience slightly increased. You easily defeated. You obtained rusted iron junk. You obtained decayed wood, junk. He returned to the chapel, rested again at the page, then stepped back into the guard room. You easily defeated the corrupted castle soldier. Experience slightly increased. Power surges within your shell. Blood Sun Church Paladin of Discipline shell has leveled up. Current shell level, 10. Lin Xun finally felt at ease after leveling up his shell. He went back to the resting page to reset things once more. Upon returning to the guard room, he found the 3 mobs had disappeared. Once again, the ironclad rule was proven true. Each monster can only be farmed 3 times. With all 4 areas of the castle's inner courtyard fully explored, only the inner castle banquet hall remained. You exit the small chapel, push through the overgrown sunflowers, and head toward the inner castle banquet hall. You push open the large doors and step inside the banquet hall. The banquet hall was once used by Lord Fox to receive guests. Now it lies in dim lighting. A long dining table stretches lengthwise down the center. Plates and cups are in disarray. The once fine delicacies have rotted and reek of a foul stench. At the far end of the long table, a yellow-robed figure stands. It has spotted you. It rises and walks toward you. The figure wears a jewel-encrusted high crown, a bright yellow robe, and holds a silver staff. In the gloom of the banquet hall, its pupils emit a crimson gleam. Corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church raises its staff, chanting an incantation. What happened to "Don't fight your own people"? They're all believers in the same filthy blood Sunday. Can't we just get along? What will you do? 1. While the yellow-robed bishop is still casting, charge in and drive your blade through its mouth. 2. Say oops, wrong room, and exit the banquet hall. Don't forget to close the door on your way out. 3. Praise the sun. Praise the sun, my ass. This yellow-robed bishop was obviously a boss-class monster. What? Say praise the sun and it'll let you go? Who are you trying to fool, a 3-year-old? The text on screen began bleeding into a blood-red font, suggesting the bishop's spell was nearly complete. Lin Xun activated his single-for-life hand speed and moved at lightning pace. He opened the equipment menu and equipped the broken Dragon Hunter lance onto his Paladin of Discipline. Let's not forget, the lance was still imbued with White Moon power, a known nemesis to Blood Sun monsters. A level 10 Paladin of Discipline, plus the Dragon Hunter lance, plus the added White Moon enchantment. You tell me, how would you lose? Even a flying dragon wouldn't stand a chance. Lin Xun slammed the first option. A hardcore apostle doesn't skip boss fights. Besides, this yellow-robed bishop was obviously the mage class he'd been dreaming of, not one of those washed-up priests tossed into the meta dumpster, but a real spellcasting mage. If he could just defeat this boss, he'd finally have a mage shell. You grip the broken Dragon Hunter lance. The weapon radiates the pure power of the radiant new moon. You charge at the corrupted creature before you. A flash of red light. You are dead. Are you kidding me? The game's bugged. That was Lin Xun's first thought. How the hell did I lose when I had a divine weapon and a buff? He had been all set to claim that mage shell, and then this hellish game pulls something like that? The screen had shown a flash of red light. The bishop had clearly finished casting its spell. If a level 10 Paladin of Discipline couldn't survive even one hit, how powerful was this boss? You respawn as a wandering soul in the now familiar small chapel. His current soul strength was down to 1 point, insufficient to reshape a new shell. Setting his phone aside, Lin Xun closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Phew. Guess it's true what they say, never pop the champagne at halftime. A lesson soaked in blood from those who came before. But still, I was fully geared up. How did I lose to that yellow-robed bishop? Could it be that I'm missing some kind of item? Lin Xun quickly dismissed the idea. He had scoured the map from top to bottom. With the exception of the corrupted subspecies Sea Dragon boss, which was just too strong to beat, he looted every possible place. If map exploration had a percentage rating, his would be 100%. Eliminate every impossible scenario, and whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. You can call him Sherlock Holmes. Lin Xun's gaze shifted toward his inventory. If he hadn't missed any items, then the key to defeating the boss must lie in something he already had. A very special horn caught his eye. Summoning Horn, Turkoman Bloodhorse, special item. Lin Xun smacked his forehead. How the hell did I forget you? A knight without a steed, what kind of knight is that? Sure, Lin Xun personally preferred foot soldiers, but it was obvious now that mounted combat packed far more impact. Now that he had found the missing piece, he felt his whole body relax. The next morning, Lin Xun didn't rush off to work. His female boss had told him that arriving by noon would be fine today. He opened his computer to check on his web novel performance. A monthly salary of 100,000 couldn't dampen his enthusiasm for writing fiction. One was for the organization, the other for himself. Opening his web novel dashboard, he saw that his new book had already landed its first round of recommendations, a promising start, no doubt. In the comments section, a crowd of handsome netizens flooded in. It's been 12 hours. Even the village donkey doesn't dare rest this long. If there's no update soon, I'm reporting you. Dead yet? If not, hurry up and post something. Lin Xun grinned. He was just about to open his writing software, when he suddenly remembered his soul strength in the game had recovered, and the yellow-robed bishop's mage shell was shyly waiting to be claimed. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone. The Book of Salvation launch. You have entered the apocalyptic chapter. Chapter 323. The feeble wandering soul awakens in the not-so-familiar small chapel. He spent 1 point of soul strength to reshape the Paladin of Discipline shell. The light of your soul condenses into the shell of the Paladin of Discipline. The feeble wandering soul possesses it. You exit the small chapel, push through the overgrown sunflowers, and walk toward the castle courtyard. Would you like to enter the inner castle banquet hall? Lin Xun opened his inventory and clicked on the summoning horn. With a piercing blast of the horn, you summon the tall and sturdy Turkoman Bloodhorse. You mount the horse, and the knight's riding skills awaken within your shell. With your warhorse at your side, you are a true knight. You have grown stronger. He opened the shell panel to take a look. The Paladin of Discipline's attributes were unchanged, but the blood charge skill in the skill list now appeared to be cloaked in a veil of blood-red light. As expected, once mounted, blood charge received a boost. Looking at the last remaining piece of moonlight-infused sandpaper in his inventory, Lin Xun hesitated. After weighing his options, he ultimately chose not to use it. The last time he'd been defeated by the yellow-robed bishop, it was most likely because he hadn't reached the boss before being insta-killed by its spell. It wasn't due to insufficient attack power. Now that he had a warhorse, his chances of winning the boss fight should rise dramatically. Let's give it one try first. If I fail, I can recover soul strength, but once those single-use enchantment items are gone, they're gone for good. Save wherever you can. Lin Xun had a vague hunch this castle might still hold more strange and powerful presences. He clicked to proceed to the inner castle banquet hall. As you ride toward the banquet hall, you realize its doorway is too small for your tall warhorse to enter. Would you like to dismount? You've got to be kidding me. This hellish game is trolling me. Lin Xun's eyes widened in fury as he cursed out loud. The warhorse couldn't enter the banquet hall. A completely reasonable but totally unexpected situation. Many games prevented players from riding mounts indoors, but Lin Xun had never expected this game to have such a crappy restriction too. Is it that the warhorse really can't fit? Or is this just a game design limitation that bans mounts indoors? This sudden twist completely disrupted his battle plan. Instead of entering the inner castle banquet hall for a 1v1 against the yellow-robed bishop, he cancelled the summon and retreated to the small chapel. You enter the small chapel. He opened the inventory and used the summoning horn again. With a piercing blast of the horn, you summon the tall and sturdy Turkoman bloodhorse. The towering warhorse appears in the cramped interior of the chapel. It must lower its head deeply just to avoid brushing the chapel's low ceiling. You mount the horse, but likewise must hunch low over its back. This posture leaves you unable to move freely. You have grown weaker. Lin Xun's mouth twitched. He couldn't even imagine just how tall this warhorse must be. As the saying goes, a tall man needs a tall horse. Ordinary horses had withers around 1.78 meters. Heavy horses could reach up to nearly 2 meters. The tallest horses on Earth, factoring in the neck and head, stood as tall as 2.78 meters. Considering how corrupted wolfhounds in this world had grown larger due to the Blood Sun's power, it wasn't surprising that this warhorse had also become monstrously tall and muscular. He opened the Paladin of Discipline's shell panel. Sure enough, the blood charge skill had reverted. Its blood-red glow had vanished. Without the horse's boost, the skill was no longer enhanced. How am I supposed to fight like this? Lin Xun scratched his head, deep in thought. Maybe the ceiling in the inner castle banquet hall was taller than the one in the small chapel? Let's assume the banquet hall had enough vertical clearance for him to pull off a successful blood charge. That would mean the boss fight flow had to be, first, step into the hall, then blow the horn, summon the warhorse, mount it, and finally, use the skill, this whole sequence of actions. By the time Lin Xun actually got around to charging, the yellow-robed bishop would probably have spell-blasted him into the floor 100 times over. Could it be that praising the sun was actually the correct option after all? He skimmed through the previous game logs, searching for clues to defeating the boss. When he had entered the banquet hall yesterday and the bishop had walked toward him, the following choices had appeared. 1. While the yellow-robed bishop is still casting, charge in and stab it through the mouth. 2. Say oops, wrong room, and exit the banquet hall. Be sure to close the door on your way out. 3. Praise the sun. I get it now. That's it. Lin Xun shivered as a realization hit him. He cursed himself for being stuck in typical game mode and not seeing something so obvious sooner. He exited the small chapel. Out in the castle courtyard, he summoned his warhorse again, then switched to the crossbow and headed toward the inner castle banquet hall. Would you like to enter the inner castle banquet hall? Heh. Yellow-robed bishop, get ready to eat shit. Lin Xun chuckled coldly and slammed yes. You push open the large doors of the inner castle banquet hall and step inside. This banquet hall once served as Lord Fox's venue for hosting guests. The room is dimly lit. A long dining table stretches down the center. Plates and goblets lie in disorder. Former delicacies have rotted away, reeking with foul stench. At the far end of the table stands a yellow-robed figure. It sees you and rises, walking in your direction. The figure wears a jewel-encrusted high crown, a bright yellow robe, and wields a silver staff. In the gloom of the banquet hall, its eyes glow crimson. Corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church raises its staff and begins chanting an incantation. What will you do? The same three options appeared again: charge, leave, or praise the sun. Lin Xun quickly selected his equipped crossbow. Unlike the others, you choose the road less traveled. You raise your military crossbow and fire a powerful bolt. Your bolt strikes the yellow-robed bishop. The red glow in its eyes intensifies, and its chanting speeds up noticeably. Lin Xun immediately hit the second option. 2. Say oops, wrong room, and exit the banquet hall. Be sure to close the door. You bow slightly, placing a hand over your chest in a courteous gesture of apology, then swiftly retreat out of the banquet hall. With a flick of your foot, you slam the door shut behind you. You return to the courtyard. The Turkoman blood horse lets out a piercing neigh. Mount it. Grinning from ear to ear, Lin Xun clicked yes. You mount your horse. With your war horse at your side, you are a true knight. You have grown stronger. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly equipped the Dragon Hunter lance. A red flash streaks across the door. It crumbles to ash. The corrupted yellow-robed bishop slowly steps out of the banquet hall. It enters the courtyard, its crimson eyes brimming with fury. Once more, it raises its staff and begins chanting an incantation. This was it. If he couldn't go in, then bring the boss out. Luring the snake from its den, such a simple tactic was his way of dealing with the yellow-robed bishop. In a flash, Lin Xun tapped the glowing skill icon, Blood Charge. You charge at the corrupted monster before you. A red flash. That familiar message reappeared, and Lin Xun's heart sank. Your warhorse turns to ash. It shielded you from a lethal blow. Seizing the moment, you leap forward and drive your broken Dragon Hunter lance straight through the monster's left chest. You narrowly defeat the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church. Experience points greatly increased. Power surges within your shell. Blood Sun Paladin of Discipline, shell level up. Current shell level, 11. You obtained Unknown Fading Chunk of Spirit ×1. You obtained Intermediate Forging Stone ×1. You obtained Tainted Essence Crimson Sunflower Seed, rare item. Lin Xun pumped his fist in excitement. The warhorse had saved his life at the crucial moment. And he hadn't let the horse die in vain. One thrust, and the yellow-robed boss was sent straight to the afterlife. Once my soul strength recovers, I'll reshape the mount. Having a combat pet is just too damn good. The roller coaster of a boss fight had his heart all over the place, but in the end, he emerged victorious. You look at the monster shell. Corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church, Shell, a frail and elderly figure, once the highest-ranking clergyman of the St. Rance Diocese and a bishop within the church's cardinal council. A gaping hole in his chest marks a fatal blow that ruptured his heart. Compatibility, 90%, plus 25%. Would you like to possess the shell? Lin Xun's shell slots were currently full, occupied by the Paladin of Discipline, the Blacksmith, and the Blood Sun Cultist. To possess the yellow-robed bishop, he'd have to discard one. After careful thought, he decided to let go of the Blood Sun Cultist. The Blacksmith had a rare plus forging skill, great for crafting enhanced gear. That made it a logistics-oriented shell worth keeping. The Blood Sun Cultist and Paladin overlapped in function. They were both melee types. Though the Cultist was higher level, its shell quality was low and had limited potential. I really need to upgrade my soul talent soon. These shell slots aren't cutting it anymore. He stripped all gear from the Cultist shell, then discarded it. Lin Xun couldn't wait to possess the yellow-robed bishop. He'd been eyeing that mage shell for ages. You possess the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church. The shell brims with the corrupting Blood Sun's power. You feel immensely strong, unstoppable. The shell retains fragmented memories from the bishop's lifetime. The bishop had long known he could not resist the coming of the corruption. The Moonlight's hometown, St. Rance, was doomed to fall into ruin. Count Fox had hosted a banquet at his castle and warmly invited him to join. The bishop knew exactly what the count intended. The coward was hoping to persuade him to stay in the castle, hoping his presence would bolster defenses. As for the lives of St. Rance's people, that noble count had never cared. In the end, the bishop accepted the invitation and came to Fox Castle, not for strategy, not for honor, but for one reason only: the countess, lauded as the Rose of St. Rance. Ah, the taste of that rose. In the final moments of life, he longed for one last indulgence. Getting in one last round before death, huh? Did the black-robed priest learn that from you? Lin Xun was speechless at the plotline. He opened the shell panel. After reading the yellow-robed bishop's memories, Lin Xun was at a loss for words. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams can't be straight. How could the entire White Moon Church be this shameless? It was becoming clear that the White Moon Church wasn't any better than the rest. Seeking pleasure must just be one of their traditional skills. Not bothering with the plot anymore, he opened the shell panel. Shell, corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 90%, plus 25%. Shell quality, rare. Shell level, 10. Shell equipment, bishop's jeweled crown, fine plus. The jeweled crown of the White Moon Church's bishops, embedded with a variety of precious and luxurious gemstones. Slightly increases spellcasting speed. Shell equipment, bright yellow vestment, fine plus. The bright yellow robe worn by bishop-level figures in the White Moon Church. Sewn from rare, exotic threads. Slightly increases magic resistance. Shell equipment, White Moon silver scepter, rare. A scepter never parted from the bishop's hand, symbolizing immense ecclesiastical power. The shaft is forged from silver imbued with unknown energy, and a radiant crescent moon is embedded at the top. Greatly increases spellcasting power. Shell skill, corrupt sunlight, rare. The bishop's fall gained the favor of the corrupting blood sun, granting him a small portion of its power. This skill releases a beam of destructive sunlight infused with blood sun energy. Requires a short casting time. The panel for the shell was completely broken. He already had 3 pieces of equipment, and one was even rare. The red flash that one-shot both Lin Xun and his warhorse earlier had to be corrupt sunlight. The damage was absurd. However, the yellow-robed bishop couldn't withstand even one blood charge from the paladin of discipline. That made it a textbook glass cannon. High attack, low defense. Hey, black-robed priest, this is what a real mage looks like. Now this is a mage. Lin Xun punched the air in excitement, not forgetting to roast the priest shell he'd long since tossed into the trash heap. Next, he checked the items looted from the boss. The unknown fading chunk of spirit provided 200 spirit on use. He'd save it for later. The intermediate forging stone could be used to upgrade the freshly acquired White Moon silver scepter. Using the blacksmith shell, Lin Xun upgraded the scepter to +1. Enhancement successful. Weapon enhancement level +1. Power slightly increased. Now for the main event, the rare item. Tainted Essence Crimson Sunflower Seed. Rare item, a mutated seed of a crimson sunflower. After being contaminated by unknown corrupted essence, it transformed. When used, it permanently grants a significant boost to shell defense for devout followers of the corrupting blood Sunday. Lin Xun's eyes lit up, then he frowned, lost in thought. Logically, a defense-boosting item would be more suitable for tanky shells like the Paladin of Discipline. But that shell was only fine, likely around elite mob level, far from a boss-tier shell. Compared to the yellow-robed bishop, the knight shell had limited potential. After much consideration, he finally made up his mind. Using the item on the bishop shell would patch up its biggest flaw, its low defense. Without hesitation, he clicked use. You use the Tainted Crimson Essence Sunflower Seed, rare item. Your current shell's defense has been significantly enhanced. You have grown stronger. Back to the game. After defeating the yellow-robed bishop, there should now be follow-up progression in the inner castle banquet hall. You push open the banquet hall's large doors and step inside. This hall once served as Lord Fox's guest chamber. The room is dimly lit. A long dining table runs down the center, the plates and cutlery in disarray, former delicacies now putrid and foul-smelling. The room is empty save for the flicker of burning candlelight. At the far end of the hall, you find 2 staircases on the left and right, each leading to the 2nd floor of the castle. Where would you like to go? The text gave no indication of what lay ahead, so Lin Xun picked one at random. You head toward the right staircase. You arrive at the 2nd floor. Narrow hallways stretch out on both sides, lined with tight, compact rooms. These appear to be the living quarters for maids, cooks, and butlers. Multiple room options appeared in the text interface. Lin Xun explored each in turn, but found nothing of real value, not even a single mob. His inventory only filled up with junk like candlesticks, plates, and sewing needles. One noteworthy detail. The castle's servants were all missing, no bodies, no signs of life. The game text mentioned evidence of servant life in the rooms, but now they had all vanished. The second floor above the right staircase held only a bunch of small quarters and no further paths. So Lin Xun returned to the banquet hall and headed up the left staircase. You head toward the left staircase. You arrive at the second floor. The hallway is lined with beast fur carpets, and elegant oil paintings hang along the walls. From a nearby room wafts the familiar scent of ink. This appears to be the Lord's personal library. Will you enter the library or continue forward? Lin Xun's danger radar went off. His instincts told him this library definitely contained items or monsters. Perfect, he'd just gotten a powerful mage shell. Time to take it for a spin. You enter Fox's library. The room is brightly lit. Towering bookshelves are embedded into the walls, packed with Lord Fox's private collection. Do you want to search the library? You inspect the shelves and discover a faintly glowing bookmark tucked into one corner. You obtained Invasion Bookmark ×1. You search carefully and find a small glass bottle wedged between the shelves. You obtain Soul Holy Water item. Lin Xun tried searching the library again, but it showed no more valuable items. He checked his inventory. Soul Holy Water item, a liquid infused with soul energy. Used to restore 1 point of soul strength. Huh? A soul strength restoring item? This was the first time Lin Xun had ever seen something like that. He stared at it, lost in thought, then unconsciously materialized the item. A small bottle appeared in his hand, about the size of a regular oral medicine vial. It was filled with a colorless, faintly glowing liquid. He played with it for a while, then returned the item to the game. Just now he had also acquired an invasion bookmark. Including the one Yi Xiaoqi had gifted him earlier, he now had 2. Should I use one? Give this new shell a test run. He'd just gotten this powerful mage shell but hadn't encountered any mobs to try it on. His hands were itching. Just like a kid with a brand new toy, he couldn't help but unwrap it. Grinning, he thought of an old friend. Warlike Apostle, you have used the invasion bookmark. Please input the soul imprint of the apostle you wish to invade. If left blank, a random target will be selected. A text input box appeared on screen. Without hesitation, Lin Xun typed in that familiar name, Big Dick Bro. Suji stepped onto the rooftop of the school building. There was no one else up there, only the howling wind for company. He opened the lunchbox in his hand, filled with food freshly packed from the cafeteria. Cross-legged, he sat down in a quiet corner, eating while waiting for time to pass. He glanced at his watch. It was already 11 a.m. His soul strength had just regenerated. He pulled out the phone he had finally reclaimed from his cram school teacher after groveling for days. The Book of Salvation launch. I've saved up spirit and forging stones for 3 days. If I visit the NPC to enhance my equipment, I should finally be able to beat that mini-boss, right? Thinking back to how he was humiliated by a newbie apostle just days ago, losing his phone in the process, Suji felt his anger rising. The loss had been far more than just emotional. Because of the PK he dropped spirit, he hadn't had enough to buy consumables and ended up stuck in a deadlock. He had no choice but to exit his original chapter and return to the library, then re-enter a new chapter at random. The only consolation was that this chapter seemed to be on the easier side. Although he'd still died a few times, he'd made decent progress. This time, he was well prepared. Maybe he could finally take that boss down. You have entered the apocalyptic chapter. Chapter 5681. The feeble wandering soul awakens within a familiar phone booth. He reshaped his shell using soul strength, something Suji could now do with his eyes closed. He traversed the city's ruined streets, killing a few minor mobs along the way, and successfully arrived at the survivor camp. Suji quickly used his spirit items. You used Fading Chunk of Spirit ×5. You used Fading Fragment of Spirit ×2. You used Fading Trace of Spirit ×6. You gained 150 spirit. Eyes locked on the screen, he dared not waste a second. Using the finger speed honed by years of gaming, he rapidly clicked on the dialogue option with the NPC. A red glow flashes before your eyes. The very world seems to tremble. You have been invaded by an unknown apostle. Suji froze, nothing like a worst-case scenario becoming reality. No way. Just 3 more minutes, hell, even 2, and I would have been fine. I just used my spirit. He took a deep breath, clenching his fists, trying to stay calm. Maybe the invading apostle was just some scrub, no need to panic. No need to panic. Just fight. A figure bathed in red light appears before you. It is the invading apostle. He raises his scepter and begins chanting. What will you do? 1. Fall to your knees and beg, praying that a fellow child of the gods might spare you. 2. Raise your pistol and shoot with all your might. Let him know you'd rather die on your feet than live on your knees. A scepter? Chanting? Who the hell is this mage-tier bigshot that just randomly matched with me? Still, Suji hadn't given up. There was a sliver of hope. As a veteran apostle, he knew all too well that glass cannon mages were most vulnerable during casting. He slammed option 2. He had to shoot before the invader finished their spell. Brave apostle, you raise your pistol, aim at the invader's head, and pull the trigger. Bang! The bullet hits the invader. He tilts his head slightly, unbothered, and continues chanting. A red flash. You are dead. What the hell? Where's that squishy mage fragility? One bullet didn't kill him? He kept casting? This game's bugged again, isn't it? You were defeated by the apostle swordsmith. You dropped 150 spirit. Oh my gosh. It's you again. Bro, could you not keep picking the same damn sheep to fleece? That familiar soul imprint from days ago. Suji swore he would never forget that ID for the rest of his life. He closed his eyes in despair, a single tear tracing down his cheek. Invasion successful. You defeated the apostle, Big Dick Bro. You obtained 150 spirit. Returning to your chapter. This invasion made Lin Xun realize the game contained not only post-apocalyptic settings reminiscent of ancient Western eras, but also modern-day scenarios. The enemy's firearms were proof of that. Makes sense. When he first entered the Book of Salvation, the prologue had mentioned that each chapter was a unique and terrifying apocalypse. Ancient or modern, it was all fair game. His initial goal with this invasion was to test out the mage shell, but it turned out too strong. He one-shot the enemy. He didn't even get to evaluate its capabilities properly. Still, that tainted essence crimson sunflower seed seemed pretty effective. The yellow-robed bishop's defense had clearly improved. A bullet to the head didn't even interrupt spellcasting. Plus, that 150 spirit was a nice bonus. Why doesn't this guy ever save his spirit items? Every time I invade, I loot a bundle. It's like harvesting chives. I'm starting to feel bad. Letting the thought go, Lin Xun exited the library and continued the game. You continue down the second-floor corridor and discover a new room. You try to enter, but the door is secured with a golden lock inscribed with arcane symbols. You lack the necessary key and cannot enter Lord Fox's treasury. A treasury complete with a lock? Clearly, something good was in there. But for now, there was no way to get in. Lin Xun could only drool helplessly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He remembered how the banquet hall door was blown to bits by the yellow-robed bishop's corrupt sunlight. He opened his skill panel and selected Corrupt Sunlight. Ambitious Apostle, if you force open the treasury door, the enchanted golden lock will incinerate all contents within. Proceed with forced entry. Lin Xun grumbled and chose no, continuing onward. You proceed down the corridor and find another room. You enter. It is a guest bedroom arranged for visitors by Lord Fox. A desk in the room holds several volumes of the Radiant Crescent Scriptures, the White Moon Church's prayer books. According to your shell's memories, this was the temporary residence of the yellow-robed bishop. You search the room and find a peculiar piece of fabric under the pillow. You obtained silk underskirt, junk, made of luxurious silk. This kind of frivolous item could only be afforded by noblewomen. It's mysteriously fragrant with long-lasting notes of rose. Lin Xun's hand twitched. He nearly materialized it in real life. He quickly closed the inventory. This guest bedroom was the bishop's residence, and the skirt? Most likely a memento from when he plucked the rose of St. Rance. Searching again, he found half a bottle of healing holy water under the bed. Lin Xun was starting to think the White Moon Church was beyond saving. He exited the room with a sigh and returned to the corridor, which ended in a staircase to the 3rd floor. You arrive at the 3rd floor of the inner castle. Only a single grand room awaits, its door left wide open. You walk down the hallway into the room. It is Lord Fox's private bedroom. You search the Lord's desk drawer and find a notebook. You obtained Count Fox's notebook, lore item. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. This was his first time seeing a lore-type item. He opened his inventory to read it. Count Fox's notebook, lore item. Oh, my beloved Serena. You didn't have to do this for me, to give yourself to that old man from the White Moon Church. I've already spent nearly half my fortune just to convince him to stay and protect our castle. Wasn't all that treasure enough? Why did he have to touch you, my most cherished Serena? Every night I lie awake, listening in the darkness. Serena, why have your cries turned to moans of pleasure? Yes, it must be the old man's foul magic corrupting you. Look at the courtyard, the sunflowers I planted for you with my own hands. Have you forgotten they were your favorite flower? Forgotten the vow I once made to you? No, no. Serena, how could you become this? Such beautiful sunflowers. What was this? Purity night? Cuckold simulator? Love and madness? Lin Xun couldn't make heads or tails of it, but he was thoroughly, utterly shaken. T/N. Wow. This author is something else, LMAO. After thoroughly searching Count Fox's bedroom, Lin Xun acquired another crimson sunflower seed. It was the standard kind that restored fatigue, not the rare one that increased shell defense. Seeing no more value in the room, Lin Xun exited and pressed on. You continue down the hallway and find a staircase leading to the top floor of the castle. Through the crack beneath the door at the top of the stairs, the noonday light of the blood sun bleeds in. You hear the sound of a harp and the soft, melodious singing of a woman. Would you like to ascend and enter the castle's rooftop? Lin Xun's vigilance shot through the roof, taking into account Count Fox's notebook and the leftover sunflower seed in the bedroom. Whatever was singing on the rooftop was very likely the final boss of this castle. After a moment of hesitation, he clicked yes. You step onto the staircase, your footsteps echoing through the deep corridor, interweaving with the eerie melody of harp and song, a bone-chilling harmony. You push open the top floor doors. The music cuts off instantly. The crimson sunlight stings your eyes. A noontime breeze, thick with the scent of blood, sweeps in. The castle's rooftop dome has been entirely torn off, turning the area into a vast, open-air platform strewn with rubble and broken tiles. The platform is overrun with thick, gnarled blood-colored vines, and blooming crimson sunflowers cover the entire space. At the far end of the platform stands a gargantuan creature, so large it blots out the sky. Its thick stalk would take several people linking arms to encircle, and its surface is covered in bristly, blood-red hairs. Every oppositely arranged leaf is as large as a carriage. A massive, crimson flower head slowly dominates your entire field of vision. Its central disc is packed with plump, spherical seeds. The stench of rot and decay pours from the descending flower head, filling your nostrils. It is only then that you realize the seeds within the flower head are twisted, malformed human heads. You understand now. The missing corpses from the castle were all fed to this towering plant. Their skulls, imbued with corrupting power, became its seeds. From within the monstrous flower, a naked female upper body parts the mass of heads and emerges. Her face is breathtaking, her chest voluptuous. In her hands is a harp half as tall as a human. Lin Xun stared at the horrifying game text, his mind conjuring a vivid image of this sunflower. Before he knew it, his hairs stood on end, and goosebumps ran down his arms. Blood Blossom Siren Serena locks her crimson eyes onto you. What will you do? 1. Shout, to die beneath a sunflower is worth it, as you raise your massive scepter, ready to savor the St. Rance rose one more time. 2. Kneel and plead, one day as husband and wife, 100 days of grace. The bishop may have been old, but he tried his best. 3. Give the Blood Blossom Siren a thumbs up and cheer her on. If you want to sing, sing loud, then join her in singing praises to the sun. 4. Wave your hands erratically in front of you and pretend to be blind, muttering ABA, 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 as you retreat from the rooftop. Lin Xun stared at the ridiculous options, twitching at the corners of his mouth, dark lines forming above his head. The game text was still as delightfully sarcastic and offbeat as ever. The last 3 options were clearly surrender, flattery, or escape, not combat options. It seemed clear that none of them would let you actually defeat the boss. He had just gotten a made shell, of course, he had to give it a proper fight. A full frontal PK. He selected option 1. Fearless Apostle, you raise your scepter and begin chanting. The Blood Blossom Siren appears to be enraged by your actions. Countless thick, gnarled vines lash toward you. A red flash. You are dead. As expected. Lin Xun had anticipated a quick death, but was surprised to find the yellow-robed bishop had actually finished casting. Even so, Not even a devastating skill like corrupt sunlight had changed the outcome. The boss still stood. Rubbing his chin, he mused, if one cast wasn't enough, maybe multiple casts could take the boss down? As long as he could dodge the boss's vine attacks, he should be able to fire off more spells. He did have one moonlight-infused sandpaper left, a rare item that could nullify vine attacks. But it was his last one. If he used it and still couldn't beat the boss, he'd be screwed. I'll need to think this through carefully. I can't waste this item unless I'm absolutely sure it'll work. He made up his mind. Seeing it was nearly noon, Lin Xun got dressed and left his apartment. Working man, working soul, can't go a day without that job patrol. Lin Xun arrived at the special office of the Cultural Bureau in Win City precisely on time. Stepping into the elevator, he felt a subtle sensation, as though countless eyes were watching him from the corridors on both sides of the first floor. Ding! The elevator reached the second floor. The rows of workstations were empty, but on a nearby couch sat a girl he didn't recognize, quietly reading a book. Huh? A new colleague in the intelligence division? He didn't remember seeing her before. He walked over and greeted her. The girl looked up and Lin Xun was instantly stunned. She had a delicate, doll-like face. Her features were soft and exquisitely pretty, like a dream girl straight out of his school days. Her jet-black hair hung freely down her back unbound. Though petite, she was remarkably curvaceous. The sight of her full chest beneath a pure white pleated dress hit like a truck, leaving a strong visual impact. What do you get when you combine a first love face with a stepmom-tier figure? This girl embodied that contradiction perfectly. Good afternoon, senior. The girl stood and greeted him politely. Her cheeks were flushed, and she gave a slight bow. Actually, I'm the new one in the intelligence division. You should be the one I'm calling senior. Lin Xun blinked. Had Yi Xiaoqi not mentioned anything about a new colleague joining the team? Oh, is that so? The girl studied him closely for a moment. Her brows drew together slightly in disbelief. You're Lin Xun. He nodded. She clearly recognized him. But why was she looking at him like that? Was it because she hadn't expected him to be this good-looking? Following standard social protocol, Lin Xun was ready for her self-introduction. Instead, her expression abruptly turned stern. Mr. Lin, she said seriously, may I ask you a question? Though somewhat confused, he nodded. Why did you stand me up on our blind date? Why did you stand me up on our blind date? That one line left Lin Xun utterly dumbfounded. Stand you up? I don't even remember going on a blind date with you. The girl studied his face carefully again, as if reconfirming. My name is Lu Tsai. August 12th, 1:30 p.m. at the tea house. I waited an hour for you. Lin Xun suddenly recalled that was the day his mother arranged a blind date, and he skipped out on it. And now here stood the very woman he was supposed to meet in the intelligence division. So this Lu Tsai, was she also an apostle? An official apostle? And a colleague in the same division? What are the odds? He forced a smile, rubbing his temple before finally saying, that whole situation, it's a long story, really. It took quite a while for Lin Xun to fully explain the misunderstanding and his absence that day. When Lu Tsai finished listening, she looked surprised. I really am sorry about the blind date, Lin Xun added sincerely. Seeing how earnest he looked, the displeasure in her heart melted away. But her thoughts drifted back to earlier that morning. Special Office of the Public Security Bureau, Win City. Top floor of a 3-story building, team leader's office. A burly middle-aged man with a full beard looked across the table at the girl in white, speaking with heartfelt gravity. I've treated you pretty well, haven't I? Lu Tsai nodded obediently. Not just team leader Wang, the entire armed division treated her very kindly. As one of the few women in the armed division, she was undeniably beautiful, had an incredible figure, and was soft-spoken and sweet. To call her the team's little darling would be no exaggeration. You know, our armed division is the largest aside from the surveillance division, but even we can't handle the intelligence division poaching from us like this. Lu Tsai nodded quickly. They've been stealing our core apostles one after another. I haven't slept a wink for days. And those women have the nerve to call it routine personnel transfers. More nodding, chicken-pecking style. Your mission this time is simple. Being backup muscle is secondary. Your main job is to go over to the intelligence division and poach someone for us. He clenched his fist and grinned. This is what we call, using the enemy's own tactics against them. Lutsai had been nodding along, but the more she heard, the more wrong it sounded. Team Leader Wang, you want me to poach someone? From the intelligence division. She pointed at herself, wide-eyed. That's right. They showed us no mercy, so don't blame me for being ruthless, Wang said, grinning wide. At first, I thought of sending one of our handsome guys to infiltrate. But then I thought, hell, that's like tossing meat buns at a dog, never to return. So I went the other way and sent you instead. Makes perfect sense, right? Become besties with them, let them know how good the armed division is, benefits, culture, perks, you name it. Subtly brainwash them. And when the time's ripe, I'll reel them in. Dear Lord. Lutsai was stunned by Team Leader Wang's bizarre logic. So this was why other departments called the armed division strength stat dumpers. It wasn't a compliment, it meant the division dumped all its stat points into brute force. Team Leader Wang really had a strength-only build, 0 points in intelligence. Haha, isn't this a great plan? Back in the present, Lutsai recalled Team Leader Wang's passionate speech. Her heart was in turmoil. Maybe he was just angry. Don't take it seriously, she told herself. Maybe he was just venting about the intelligence division poaching talent, not actually asking me to go steal someone in return. But his serious expression didn't feel like a joke. And asking her to steal one of those cunning female veterans? That was just asking for failure. Between two evils, choose the lesser. Compared to approaching those clever and sly ladies, maybe it was better to go for this rookie guy. After all, he had originally been her blind date. That made him, by extension, half a member of the armed division, right? That was totally fair. After thinking it through, she clenched her fists and summoned her courage. Lin Xun, could I get your contact info? As soon as the words left her lips, her face burned with embarrassment. Lin Xun, seeing her shy and bashful expression, took out his phone and exchanged contact info with her. Just normal coworker networking. This girl in white sure was timid. Lutsai exhaled deeply, her eyes curving into a bright smile. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Yi Xiaoqi poked her head out from the third floor, and the sight before her immediately made her eyes narrow. That was the armed division's enforcer with the code name White Deer, standing before Lin Xun with a bashful expression. Yi Xiaoqi narrowed her gaze. Her womanly intuition screamed, something's up between these two. Lin Xun, Team Leader Li wants to see you. She walked straight to the couch and sat down beside White Deer, locking eyes on Lutsai with sharp scrutiny. Lutsai immediately lowered her head like a guilty cat, pretending to be engrossed in her book. Lin Xun nodded, stepped into the elevator, and headed up to the team leader's office. There, Li Xingyue sat on the sofa, her black pencil skirt perfectly outlining her elegant, curvaceous figure. The superior officer said nothing. She simply picked up her phone and sent a text. Moments later, Lin Xun's phone vibrated, an SMS notification from the bank. 50,000 yuan deposited. He blinked. Payment? But today was just his first day far from payday. Li Xingyue's gaze was heavy with unspoken meaning. Lin Xun was momentarily lost, thoughts racing. Then she rested her chin on one hand, her long legs crossed beneath the taut stretch of black stockings, and said coolly, "This is your reward for killing the jester and saving Agent Zero. This is your reward for killing the jester and saving Agent Zero." Lin Xun's pupils contracted sharply, his kill had been discovered. "There's no need to panic," Li Xingyue said. "Zero is one of ours in the intelligence division, and the jester was one of our enemies. Without you, Zero would have been lost." The incident where Lin Xun had materialized a shell and accidentally killed someone had weighed heavily on him ever since. He had kept it buried, not realizing that the target turned out to be a hostile operative and that his unintended actions had actually saved a fellow operative. Li Xingyue asked for the full details. Seeing no point in hiding it anymore, Lin Xun laid out everything, beginning to end. "You really gave me quite the surprise," she said, brushing her long hair behind her ear. "I didn't expect you to materialize a paladin of discipline shell and kill an enemy apostle so early into your starting chapter. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. How did you pull it off?" she asked. Lin Xun chuckled and deflected, changing the topic. "So, our enemies are rogue apostles who misuse the game's power?" Li Xingyue didn't press further. She shook her head. "The jester was just a low-tier member of a hostile group. Our true enemies are far more dangerous." Thanks to her explanation, Lin Xun gained a clearer understanding of the situation. Only a portion of apostles were registered and monitored. A much larger number operated in the shadows, free from official oversight. When people first gained supernatural powers, many were overwhelmed by the rush. Some couldn't resist, using their abilities to fulfill personal desires. For most of those cases, the organization could persuade them to reform. The real concern, however, were the organized, goal-driven apostles. One such group was called New World. The jester Lin Xun had killed was part of that very group. They weren't just loose cannons, they had structure, discipline, and a unified purpose. That's what made them truly dangerous. What sort of purpose could compel apostles to risk everything, challenging the Apostles' Security Council head-on? Lin Xun wondered. But Li Xingyue didn't answer that question directly. Instead, she shifted topics. Let's talk about your talent. I've reported your soul talent to HQ. According to their analysis, 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms likely allows you to expand your shell slots in-game, and possibly in the real world, too. HQ went through all registered talents and concluded, it's very likely that your ability lets you collect deceased shells even in reality. You probably haven't noticed it yourself yet, right? Lin Xun furrowed his brows. He had seen the possess option in reality, but he never realized the shells were being stored into his shell slots. The organization really is powerful, able to deduce real-world applications just by analyzing a soul talent. You're an exceptional talent, Li Xingyue said with a satisfied smile. I promise to get you the best resources, and here. She stretched out her hand. Something appeared in her palm, a glass box about the size of a glasses case. Inside squirmed two thick, fleshy pink tentacles, intertwined and writhing like freshly severed octopus limbs. Lin Xun's eyes widened. Twin tentacles of Saris's true body. Epic item. These tentacles retain the residual godhood of the twisted being Saris. Used to gain +1 divine power. This item enhances your soul talent, Li Xingyue said. I went through great trouble to request this from HQ. It's a special resource allocated just for you. Lin Xun's heart pounded. This was just like the Blood Sun gem he'd acquired earlier, an item that granted divine power. Watching his stunned reaction, Li Xingyue gently placed the item into his hands and smiled. In light of your outstanding performance, I've also tailored your upcoming mission accordingly. This mission targets a mid-level member of New World. It's a decapitation strike and will be carried out late tonight. Until then, you're to remain inside this building. Go rest on the second floor. I'll brief you when it's time. Lin Xun nodded and left the office, returning to the second floor. The open-plan desks were deserted, but he could hear laughter from a nearby hallway. Following the sound, he found all his female coworkers gathered in the gym room. What he saw made him pause in place. Through the large glass window of the gym, An Yun and An Ing had apparently arrived at the office. The twin beauties were helping Yi Xiaoqi and Lu Tsai with yoga stretches, one pressing Xiaoqi's legs, the other adjusting Tsai's hips. All four women wore tight, cropped yoga outfits, posing in various intricate and slightly suggestive positions that left little to the imagination. It was clear the twin sisters were coaching the other two through a rigorous yoga routine. The twins spotted Lin Xun and waved. Lin Xun, want to join us for yoga? Come help big sis stretch her legs. It took every ounce of willpower for Lin Xun to decline. The reason was simple, he hadn't built up a backlog of chapters for his novel bin. If he didn't write soon, he'd miss his update schedule. He returned to his workstation, booted up the computer, and launched his author tool, fingers flying across the keyboard. Time passed in a blur. Outside, the sky began to darken. Just as he finished 2 hefty 2,000-word chapters and stretched, he realized someone had snuck up behind him. He turned around. Yi Xiaoqi was sitting right there in a chair she had quietly dragged over. Pushing her glasses up, she was intently reading over his shoulder. Why'd you stop writing? Keep going, wasn't the MC just about to seduce the girl? Xiaoqi nudged his shoulder. Lin Xun's lips twitched. How shameful, my harem novel is being read by a coworker. Come on, keep going. And don't gloss over the juicy parts with vague hints, give me the good stuff. Lin Xun slammed his laptop shut. Xiaoqi, I write serious fiction. If I wrote what you're asking for, I'd get banned tomorrow. Boring. She pouted, but soon dragged him to the office canteen for a work dinner. After dinner, she even bribed him with monthly vote tickets and recommendation votes. He couldn't resist and opened his laptop again to continue writing. But now, another girl had joined behind him, Lu Tsai. The girl in white hovered by his workstation, sneaking glances, her expression torn between curiosity and embarrassment. Meanwhile, An Yoon and An Ing were off in the lounge, scrolling their phones, probably waiting for their soul strength to recover before diving back into the infernal game. Lin Xun stopped caring. If they were going to read, he'd just let them. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was their problem. Writing harem webfiction in front of two beautiful women? Oddly thrilling. His fingers blazed across the keyboard. Inspired, energized, unstoppable, he churned out another 4,000 words in a flash. By 10 p.m., he had finished another 2 chapters. His soul strength had also recovered. Bidding farewell to his enraptured female colleagues, he found an empty restroom down the hallway. He stepped inside, pulled out his phone, and launched the game. You have entered the apocalyptic chapter. Chapter 323. After reshaping the yellow-robed bishop's shell, Lin Xun immediately used the reward from Li Xingyue. Twin tentacles of Saris's true body. Epic item. These tentacles retain the residual godhood of the twisted being Saris. Used to gain +1 divine power. You have gained +1 divine power. Opening his apostle panel, Lin Xun saw a new plus icon appear beside his soul talent 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms. Without hesitation, he tapped it. You have consumed 1 point of divine power. Soul talent level +1. Soul talent, 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms +2. Your soul possesses a unique appetite, accepting all forms without discrimination. Possessing any shell is now a breeze. Talent effects. Greatly increases compatibility with all shells, +35%. Shell slot +4. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. An increase in compatibility from +25% to +35% was expected, but the number of shell slots had doubled from +2 to +4, an unexpected windfall. Adding the default slot from the start of the game, he now had 5 shell slots, 3 of which were already filled 3/5. This was a huge gain. Alongside this upgrade, Lin Xun felt a surge of energy. His physical body in the real world responded immediately. Everything in sight sharpened to startling clarity. Even the dust motes floating in the corner of the restroom were vividly visible. It was like upgrading from a blurry 480p bootleg to full Blu-ray 4K resolution. His hearing also amplified. The sounds of car tires on pavement, pedestrians chatting outside, even the soft muttering of a woman in the next room, ugh, wiped again, reached his ears as if spoken right beside him. His muscles became fuller and more defined. His biceps swelled noticeably, and his chest bulged under his t-shirt. The outline of his pectorals was clear even through the fabric. Yi Xiaoqi's definitely going to feel self-conscious now, Lin Xun thought. Lifting his shirt, he revealed a chiseled set of 8-pack abs. His obliques and V-lines were equally well-defined. Satisfied, he nodded to himself, just as a game notification popped up. Shell, corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church, compatibility raised to 100, +35%. Surpassing threshold. Shell quality upgraded to rare +. Shell, Blood Sun Paladin of Discipline, compatibility raised to 101, +35%. Surpassing threshold. Shell quality upgraded to fine +. Shell, Corrupted Blacksmith, compatibility raised to 102, +35%. Surpassing threshold. Shell quality upgraded to common +. Lin Xun checked his shell panel. His talent upgrade had pushed all his current shells over the critical threshold, causing their qualities to rise across the board. A collective upgrade, what a harvest. Li Xingyue really didn't shortchange me, he muttered. I owe her a serious favor. Clearly, the organization had gone to great lengths to secure that epic tier item for him. Li Xingyue's efforts must have played a big role. Refocusing, he resumed the game. Controlling the yellow-robed bishop, Lin Xun made his way from the small chapel back to the castle's top-floor entrance. Through the gap in the upper door, you glimpse moonlight spilling in from the full white moon. You hear harp music and a woman's ethereal singing drifting from beyond. Will you ascend the stairs and enter the castle rooftop? This was it. Beyond this point lay the Blood Blossom Siren, the final boss of the castle. He opened his inventory. Only one moonlight-infused sandpaper remained. Lin Xun hesitated. Infusing his weapon with the White Moon's power could likely render the Siren's root attacks ineffective. But it was late night now. The game text confirmed that white moonlight was present outside. Could I save this sandpaper after all? He paused, thinking back to his first time in the castle. The game had described an unknown shadow covering the entire structure. Suddenly, he understood. That shadow had to be cast by the Blood Blossom Siren's gigantic flower head. If it was large enough to shroud the entire castle in darkness, then of course the roots on the rooftop would also be veiled. The moonlight wouldn't reach them. If I skip the sandpaper now, I'll probably get ambushed again. But then again, what if the siren had other means of attack? Would the sandpaper be wasted? His gaze drifted to the summoning horn. Right, who says only knights get to ride war horses? The game had clearly stated that the rooftop was now an open-air platform after the roof collapsed, ideal terrain for riding a mount. If this mage shell can ride a horse, I might be able to dodge her other attacks with increased speed. The hallways were too narrow for summoning, so he returned to the castle courtyard to test it out. He opened the summoning horn, only to be reminded that after the Turkoman blood horse had been vaporized by corrupted sunlight, it now required 1 point of soul strength to reshape. Currently, he only had 1/2 soul strength, not enough to summon the horse. But he needed every bit of power he could muster for tonight's decapitation mission against New World. Beating the Blood Blossom Siren might net him serious rewards. He made a decision and looked toward the soul holy water in his inventory. You have used soul holy water. Soul strength restored to 2/2. You have spent 1 soul strength to reshape Turkoman blood horse. He summoned the mount. With a piercing blast from the horn, your mighty Turkoman blood horse materializes. You mount the steed. The yellow-robed bishop, despite being a mage, displays masterful riding technique honed through relentless training. Beneath you, the horse is as obedient and compliant as the rose of St. Rance. Lin Xun squinted. What the hell is with this game and the weird, suggestive flavor text? Ignoring it, he confirmed that the mage shell could indeed ride the horse. Perfect. He returned to the rooftop entrance. Then used the sandpaper. You have used moonlight-infused sandpaper. Your weapon, White Moon Silver Scepter, gains the White Moon enchantment. This will last until the weapon slays a monster or the shell dies. Will you ascend the stairs and enter the rooftop? No more hesitation, he tapped yes. You climb the stairs. Footsteps echo through the dark corridor. The eerie harp and voice entwine into a chilling melody. You push open the rooftop door. The music halts abruptly. At the far end of the platform, a colossal plant towers skyward. Under the full white moon's glow, its stalks are slightly wilted. The massive flower head's shadow still blankets the entire rooftop, submerging even the whole castle in darkness. The Blood Blossom Siren's form appeared once more, blooming in full on the moonlit platform. Lin Xun acted quickly, tapping the summoning horn to call his warhorse. You mount the steed. The yellow-robed bishop's riding skills are as impeccable as ever. The horse is as obedient as the rose of St. Rance. You are now stronger. A naked female torso pushes aside the mass of skull-like seeds and rises. Her face is stunning, her body voluptuous, a half-sized harp clutched in her hand. The Blood Blossom Siren Serena fixes her crimson eyes on you. What will you do? The familiar 4 options appeared again: seduce, beg, flatter, or flee. Lin Xun didn't hesitate, he tapped option 1. Brave Apostle, you raise your scepter and begin chanting. Brave Apostle, you raise your scepter and begin chanting. The Blood Blossom Siren seems enraged by your actions. Countless thick, gnarled roots surge toward you. The roots recoil in fear from the white moon's glow radiating from your weapon and dare not approach. A flash of red light, corrupted sunlight, strikes the center of the massive flower head. The Blood Blossom Siren appears gravely wounded. Its crimson eyes flare brighter. The seeds in its floral disc, twisted, malformed human heads, are fired at you in a barrage. You chant calmly while deftly pulling the reins, maneuvering your Turkoman blood horse to dodge the incoming assault. A flash of red light, corrupted sunlight, again blasts into the heart of the massive flower head. The Blood Blossom Siren takes near-fatal damage. It rears back and slams its entire flower head downward. You continue chanting, steering your warhorse to narrowly avoid the crushing blow. A final flash of red light. You have defeated the Blood Blossom Siren Serena. Experience massively increased. Power surges within your shell. Corrupted yellow-robed bishop, shell level up. Current level 13 plus 3. The combination of White Moon enchantment and mounted mobility had worked perfectly to dodge the boss's attacks. Lin Xun had expected to need multiple casts of his ultimate skill, but thanks to the enhanced shell quality, 3 well-placed blasts of corrupted sunlight were enough to send the so-called Rose of Saint Rance crashing into the dirt. A mage on a warhorse really is just a mobile artillery unit. You received Unknown Trace of Spirit ×1. You received Tainted Essence Crimson Sunflower Seed, rare item. You received Count Fox's Castle Storeroom key. You received Yellow-Robed Bishop, August's Disciplinary Manuscript, item. You gaze upon the Blood Blossom Siren Serena Shell. Blood Blossom Siren, Serena Shell. For reasons unknown, Countess Serena fused with a giant crimson sunflower. This bloated monstrosity consumed the bodies of countless people as nourishment. Her massive form withered only after the floral core was incinerated by a scorching energy blast. Compatibility 41, plus 35%. Lin Xun grinned from ear to ear, 4 loot drops in one go. That was a true windfall. The boss's low compatibility was understandable. After all, it was essentially a giant mutant sunflower with half a woman sticking out of it. Even calling it a plant person would be an insult to actual plant people. Not bothering with Serena's shell, he opened his inventory to examine the spoils. Unknown Chunk of Spirit, item of faint essence lingering on an unknown shell. Grants 300 spirit upon use. He saved the item for now. With 505 spirit already used and 510 more in reserve, his total had hit 1,015 spirit points. Tainted Essence Crimson Sunflower Seed, rare item. He had received this before and initially tried applying it again to the Yellow-Robed Bishop's shell. This shell has already used this item. Further use will yield greatly diminished effects. After brief thought, he applied it to the Paladin of Discipline's shell instead. You have used Tainted Essence Crimson Sunflower Seed, rare item. The Paladin of Discipline's shell defense has greatly increased. The Paladin was now officially his designated tank. Next, he looked at Count Fox's Castle Storeroom key. Key unlocks the engraved golden lock on Count Fox's Castle Storeroom. His eyes sparkled. He could finally access that locked room he had passed earlier. And finally, Yellow-Robed Bishop, August's Disciplinary Manuscript, item a detailed account of Bishop August's training methods for the Countess. Eye-opening reading. Used to unlock the Yellow-Robed Bishop's true name. Now, this is a jackpot. Lin Xun nearly leapt off his chair. Another true name unlocking item. With this, he could manifest the Yellow-Robed Bishop's shell in reality. Perfect timing for tonight's mission. Without hesitation, he used the item. You have used Yellow-Robed Bishop, August's Disciplinary Manuscript, item. You have unlocked the Yellow-Robed Bishop's true name. You may now manifest this shell in the real world. After a long moment calming himself, Lin Xun resumed the game. Having defeated the Blood Blossom Siren, the rooftop yielded no new paths. This was clearly the end of the castle area. He returned to the second floor, heading straight for the storeroom next to the library. You proceed down the second-floor corridor and arrive at Count Fox's storeroom. With the key in hand, you unlock the golden engraved lock on the door. Inside, you find mountains of gold and jewels, wealth extorted from the citizens of Saint Rance by Count Fox. At the center sits a giant golden treasure chest. Do you wish to open the chest? Lin Xun instinctively moved to click yes, but a shiver ran down his spine. He remembered being devoured by a mimic in a similar situation. Not this time. He launched a test attack at the chest. No response. Only then did he open it. Am I getting treasure chest PTSD? You have opened the massive golden chest. You received intermediate forging stone ×1. You received Dragon Hunter Lance, fine plus grade weapon. Broken Dragon Hunter Lance, fine plus weapon, a legendary dragon slaying weapon. Even as a replica, it retains thunderous power. However, this version is broken in half, the golden spearhead attached to only part of the shaft. Reforged with its missing half, it may regain true draconic might. He had found the other half of the Dragon Hunter Lance. With both halves in hand, he could reforge the complete weapon. Ecstatic, Lin Xun switched to the corrupted blacksmith shell, and a new prompt appeared. You now possess both halves of the Dragon Hunter Lance. Would you like to reforge them using the master forging art? Had he followed the normal storyline, raising the blacksmith's favor enough to forge this weapon would have cost a fortune. But now? He was the blacksmith. Self-sufficient from materials to crafting to quality assurance, full vertical integration. Free crafting makes everything better. He confirmed, yes. You raise your family's fine steel forging hammer to begin reforging the weapon. Reforging in progress. Then the text stopped updating. After nearly 30 minutes of real time, the next prompt finally appeared. Lucky Apostle. The attention of an unfathomable presence has triggered a miracle. Family's fine steel forging hammer has activated a rare mutation effect. Mutation effect, fusion. You may fuse another weapon into the reforging process. The higher the quality of the fused weapon, the greater the final result. The new weapon will inherit traits from both sources. Please choose carefully. You may also cancel the mutation and reforge the Dragon Hunter lance normally. Lin Xun, sitting quietly in the restroom, blinked in surprise. So he was being given a chance to fuse two weapons into a new one? He stared at the screen, a whole new decision to make. Lin Xun was waiting in the lounge for the reforging to complete when, unexpectedly, an option for a forging mutation was triggered. He carefully read the text description. Lucky Apostle. The attention of an unfathomable presence has triggered a miracle. An unfathomable presence watching? That sounded vaguely familiar. Lin Xun thought for a while before recalling where he'd seen similar text before. It was east of the White Moon Church, atop the tower beyond the wave of harvested monsters. After he touched the Blood Sun statue at the top of the tower, a similar message had appeared. At that time, it showed that his connection to the corrupting Blood Sun had deepened, that he had received the gaze of an unfathomable presence, and then he had comprehended a new skill that temporarily increased his level by 5. Could the corrupting Blood Sun really think I'm a devout believer, and that's why it's showering me with benefits? He shook his head. Unlikely. After all, he had dug the gemstone from the Blood Sun statue. The paladin of discipline hunting him down wasn't exactly unjustified. No longer bothering to decipher riddles, he turned his attention to the rare mutation triggered during reforging. After careful consideration, Lin Xun hesitated. The mutation effect of fusion required adding a new weapon. According to the text, the higher the quality of the weapons used, the more powerful the resulting new weapon would be. Currently, his highest quality weapon was the White Moon Silver Scepter, which had reached the rare grade. His other weapons, Knight Greatsword, Crossbow, Church Longsword, were of much lower quality. But the line, "the new weapon will combine features of both weapons," gave him pause. By typical game logic, the Dragon Hunter lance was a melee weapon, so fusing it with another melee weapon should be optimal. But his best melee weapon, the Knight Two-Handed Greatsword, was only common plus grade. After much thought, his inner gambler won out, and he made up his mind. Let's do this. Who knows, maybe I'll get a plus 999 Dragon Slayer blade. You have added the White Moon Silver Scepter into the fusion. Reforging in progress. The game text froze again. Wonder what kind of weird thing it'll forge this time. This time, Lin Xun waited for a long while with no movement. Knock, knock, knock. A short-haired girl pushed the door open and waved him over. Lin Xun, let's go. Meeting on the 3rd floor. The sooner we finish the mission, the sooner we get to go home and sleep. Lin Xun responded, slipped his phone into his pocket, and left the lounge. The outskirts of the city were silent in the dead of night. The houses here were sparsely distributed, mostly old and low single-story homes. Most families were already asleep. Looking around, only a few lights remained lit. One such lit house sat in a courtyard. The engineer cautiously held something in his palms. He swore not even when he first held his newborn daughter fresh from the delivery room had he been this careful. What he held looked like a massive rotting, foul-smelling black sludge. That kind of darkness, like standing on the edge of a cliff, staring into a bottomless abyss. It gave one the overwhelming urge to throw themselves in. For the organization to entrust me with the precious source of the apocalypse, even if it costs my life, I must complete the mission. Recalling his daughter's sweet little voice calling him Daddy, the corners of the engineer's mouth curled into a smile of happiness as he murmured, "My good girl, soon Daddy will open the gate to a new world for you, a world without conflict, without pain. In the new world, there is only peace and serenity." Halfway through his words, his pupils abruptly shrank. Without hesitation, he materialized his in-game equipment. A dark gray combat suit enveloped his body completely. A beehive-structured tantalum-titanium alloy exoskeleton, intelligent nanofiber muscles, a mechanical spine linked to the human motor nervous system, and sleek tech lines. It was a full set of nano-armor. Countless tiny injection ports in the armor instantly delivered tens of millions of nanorobots into his body. Oxygen saturation in his blood surged, and adrenaline flooded his system. Bang! A muffled, suppressed gunshot rang out. In an instant, the nanofibers on the armor's surface rearranged their particle structures. Their extreme strength and resilience easily neutralized the bullet's kinetic energy. Clink clink. The golden sniper bullet dropped powerlessly to the ground. Data flashed across the crimson visor in front of the engineer's eyes, pinpointing the origin of the bullet's trajectory. He looked toward the shattered window and leapt from it into the courtyard outside. Sniper failed, initiating assault. A sultry voice came through the earpiece. Lin Xun narrowed his eyes, looking toward the courtyard not far ahead. You have materialized the shell of the Blood Sun Paladin of Discipline. A suit of dark silver metal plate armor replaced his t-shirt and jeans, covering him entirely. From the slit visor of the heavy knight helmet, 2 crimson glows beamed forth. A crimson cloak fixed at the shoulders billowed in the night wind. A 2-handed knight greatsword with a blade as wide as 2 palms appeared in his grip. The heavy armored knight, perhaps due to using the tainted crimson sunflower seed, or maybe thanks to an upgrade in shell quality. His already towering shell grew taller still. The muscles under the plate armor swelled. He was like a steel beast. The paladin blew his horn, and a gigantic warhorse over 3 meters tall stepped forth from the void. Its horseshoes were as wide as wash basins. Thick, sinewy blood-red muscles rippled beneath its hide. From its mouth and nose spewed crimson wind-like breaths. The paladin of discipline mounted the horse, one hand gripping the reins, the other his sword, standing like an iron wall, guarding the escape route from the courtyard. This mission, planned by his female superior, was to eliminate a mid-level figure in the New World Organization, the engineer. Once the engineer was killed, Lin Xun would be able to activate his talent ability in the real world. Then he could seize the engineer's shell and use it to carry out the rest of the plan. At first, Lin Xun had hesitated, worried that stealing a shell in the real world might have terrifying consequences. For instance, if he took over a shell, would he permanently become that shell's appearance? Or would his own shell become brain-dead? But when he voiced these concerns in the meeting room, his coworkers had all burst out laughing. Anyway, back on topic, as a newcomer, his task was simple. If the experienced team members failed to take out the target on site, he was to block one of the target's possible escape routes. I mean, seriously, what kind of mission is that? Lin Xun felt insulted. A grown man standing afar watching his female coworkers fight while he cheers from the sidelines? Just thinking about it made him feel humiliated. Grumbling to himself, he spoke into the helmet's earpiece. Xiaoqi, your aim is trash. And you said the shell comes with a skill that guarantees 100 hits out of 100 shots. Shut it, you rookie. Just stay there and be our cheerleader. The short-haired girl's breathless, exasperated voice crackled in his ear. Lin Xun looked toward the courtyard. Inside, lights of various colors flickered, mingled with the muffled sounds of suppressed gunfire and blows landing on flesh. Before the mission, Li Xingyue had emphasized that because the operation was taking place in a suburban residential area, even if the houses weren't dense, they had to avoid making too much noise so as not to alarm innocent bystanders. That line was obviously meant for the newbie. Sigh, Lin Xun sighed helplessly and patted the warhorse's massive head. The Turkoman blood horse blinked its blood-red eyes and snorted dumbly, seemingly confused why its master was sighing. Now that Lin Xun had enhanced his talent and materialized the shell of the Paladin of Discipline again, he could suppress its battle-hungry instincts slightly while staying calm. Had this been his first time using the shell, he'd have already charged into the courtyard using blood charge. Why not use the yellow-robed bishop shell? Well, he could only say, had he known, he wouldn't have reforged his weapon first. Even now, the weapon in-game still read, reforging in progress. A mage without a staff, how's he supposed to fight like that? Boom. The entire courtyard was engulfed in a sudden pillar of fire, flattened to the ground. A gray figure burst out from the flames, leaping far with just a few bounds. And the direction of escape was the very route Lin Xun was guarding. Lin Xun, run. Don't try to stop him. The sultry voice of the mature woman shouted anxiously in his earpiece. That gray shadow was getting closer. Phew. Lin Xun raised his head and exhaled a stream of crimson breath. The surging killing intent within his shell burst forth like a caged beast, utterly unstoppable. The shadowy figure moved with incredible speed, jets of propulsion flames spewing from his back. The enemy's nano-armor now hung from his body in ragged strips like torn cloth. His visor was shattered, and his neck twisted at a grotesque angle. If it were anyone else, such injuries would have meant instant death. No one knew what method the target engineer had used to overdraw his life force to escape the encirclement of Li Xingyue and the others. Lin Xun licked his lips cruelly and yanked hard on the reins. The monstrous blood horse reared high on its hind legs. Nay! From the gaps between the metal plates of the armor, eerie crimson mist surged outward. The crimson aura, like blood-drenched ribbons, coiled around the armored knight's body. At that moment, the warhorse's hooves came crashing down, sending stone and earth flying. With an unstoppable momentum, man and beast charged together. The paladin of discipline's sword pointed straight at the frantically fleeing enemy. Blood charge. The thunderous stomp of the behemoth echoed across the silent night. The charging steel war machine dragged a long trail of blood-red afterimages behind it. Through the slit of his helmet, Lin Xun could clearly see the horror magnified in the enemy's eyes, mere moments from collision. Boom! The enemy was like a ragdoll hit by a speeding freight truck. He was flung backward at several times his previous speed, crashing into the ground with enough force to create a human-shaped crater, smoke and dust billowing skyward. After a long while, Li Xingyue finally arrived. Her shell was that of a female assassin wielding a chained sickle, wearing a demon-faced mask and skin-tight armor etched with runes, deadly and alluring. I told you to let him escape, not to block him. Why are you still here? Why is the engineer in the crater? That was you. Even though her face was hidden behind the demon mask, Lin Xun could hear the shock in her voice. Close behind was Lu Tsai. The woman in white had transformed into a ferocious female warrior, donning massive lion-headed metal gauntlets. The beast-hide bra and short skirt couldn't conceal her panther-like wildness. Team Leader Li, isn't Lin Xun supposed to be a newbie? Were you guys lying to me? Lu Tsai stared at the mangled humanoid creature in the crater, utterly incredulous. Normally, given her shy personality, the white-clad girl wouldn't speak so bluntly. It must have been a side effect of materializing her shell. Enough, we'll talk later. The target has a talent that overdraws life force. He might not be dead yet. Li Xingyue's voice was low and serious. The two women, together with Lin Xun, formed a triangle to surround the target. Li Xingyue had already been caught off guard once by the engineer's tenacious vitality. She wasn't about to let it happen again. Attack! At her command, the three were just about to move, when the fallen engineer suddenly opened his eyes. Despite his near-crippled condition and having taken a full-force blood charge, he wasn't dead. The propulsion pack on his back buzzed. A fiery burst of thrust erupted, launching him into the sky like a rocket, aiming to escape the battlefield. Xiaoqi! Li Xingyue shouted sharply. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out in response. The flying figure suddenly jerked, then continued flying. Xiaoqi, you're the cheerleader here, Lin Xun muttered, quickly materializing the crossbow and firing a bolt at the escaping figure. Unfortunately, the enemy's speed was too fast, the bolt missed. We can't let him get away. Seeing that the enemy was about to escape, Lin Xun didn't have time to think. He flicked the reins and galloped in pursuit. Li Xingyue followed closely, but found the distance between her and Lin Xun growing wider. That blood-colored warhorse galloped as if riding the wind, growing faster and faster. The enemy's flight speed was also rapidly increasing. Even the warhorse seemed like it was starting to fall behind. Looks like we can't catch up. Li Xingyue frowned, deeply regretful over the impending failure of the mission. Lu Tsai, the enforcer borrowed from the armed division, might look soft and frail on the outside, but her sole talent in combat was formidable. Li Xingyue still couldn't understand how a talent called endless strength ended up in such a sweet and cuddly girl. No wonder the White Deer was the prized asset of the armed division. During the earlier courtyard battle, none of them had expected the engineer to have a life-overdrawing talent. A punch from Lu Tsai that should have shattered his skull had only broken his neck. Thanks to his talent, the engineer's vitality surged under the overdraw effect. Even with his neck bent at a diagonal, he could still move freely. That moment of relaxation on their part had allowed the target to escape. Bringing Lin Xun along on this mission was originally just to let the newbie get familiar with internal task procedures. Once the target was dead, he could make use of his own talent. She had never intended for Lin Xun to actually participate in combat. Who would have thought this guy not only had a high shell level, but even had a mount summoning item? Although the mission hadn't ended as planned, Lin Xun's rapid growth shocked her greatly. She felt like she'd found a hidden gem. But then, the galloping knight up ahead suddenly halted. He pulled on the reins, and the blood horse reared, letting out a long neigh before stopping in place. Giving up the chase? Makes sense. We can't catch up anyway. This mission's failure is mainly on me. If I had just been a bit more careful. So thought Li Xun. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened. She saw something utterly unbelievable. The knight's dark silver armor slowly faded, replaced by a luxurious robe of radiant yellow. The helmet with the slit visor vanished, and atop his head appeared a magnificent crown inlaid with a multitude of glittering gems. The towering figure of the knight shrank and withered, revealing a gaunt shell seated atop the horse. That shell had no towering form, no bulging muscles, but the aura it exuded was 10 times more terrifying than the paladin of discipline. Just the sight of that yellow-robed back was like staring at a fallen, blood-soaked sun. The corrupt, mutated power made one want to claw out their eyes and scream madly. A strange scepter appeared in the shell's hand, an extremely long staff, taller than the shell itself. It radiated golden light, with a lifelike dragon coiling up its length. The dragon's horn was a gleaming spear point. The emaciated yellow figure raised the scepter high, and a deep, arcane chant began to echo. Boom! A pillar of blood-red light shot toward the heavens, blasting into the fleeing enemy far above. Even from a distance, Li Xun could see the pillar was surrounded by a twisted crimson aura, so maddeningly bizarre it threatened to shatter the mind. The distant figure plummeted like a shot bird. The withered figure up ahead yanked the reins, and the warhorse galloped toward the enemy's crash site. Let's go. Lin Xun's deep, hoarse voice came through the earpiece. Li Xun snapped out of her daze, grabbing the also-stunned Lu Tsai to chase after him. Team Leader Li, you still want to tell me he's a newbie? As they sprinted through the whistling wind, the disbelieving voice of a young woman rang out. Li Xun paused for a beat, then replied without a hint of shame, Ahem, he's our intelligence division's secret weapon. Not something we tell just anyone. Lu Tsai kept running, but in her heart she thought, Director Wang, if I poach him to the armed division, you'll probably be laughing in your sleep. The whole division will go wild because of him. Lin Xun galloped full speed and quickly arrived at the crash site where the engineer had gone down. All around were desolate fields. At the center of a large crater, a scorched and smoking body lay motionless. Lin Xun rode forward, debating whether to toss in another corrupt sunlight just to be safe. But just then, a line of text appeared before his eyes. 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms talent activated. Shell of Sake, engineer of the Pyramid Corporation, an engineer clad in cutting-edge nanoarmor, expert in all kinds of electronic technologies. This bloody and mangled shell perished due to a blast of intense searing force. Compatibility, 122%, plus 35%. Do you wish to possess the shell? Lin Xun stared blankly at the familiar game text in his vision. It was clear the engineer was well and truly dead. He dismissed the manifestation of the yellow-robed bishop shell and approached the crater. The engineer's face was smeared with blood, but barely recognizable as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western face. Yet that face was subtly changing, and the ragged nanoarmor on his body was fading away. He too had been using a shell from the game. As with all game shells, once the user dies, the shell gradually fades. At that moment, his female superior arrived, clearly noticing the corpse of the fading shell within the crater. Lin Xun, what was that shell you just manifested? As head of the intelligence division, Li Xun was certainly familiar with the paladin of discipline from the Blood Sun world. But that withered and terrifying mage-like shell from earlier, what was that? Her eyes were filled with shock, but she stopped herself halfway. Everyone had their secrets. It wasn't appropriate to pry too deeply. Li Xingyue quickly nodded at Lin Xun, signaling that time was short and they should proceed with the plan. Lin Xun looked at the text prompt in his vision and chose to possess. The Apostle's true body has possessed the shell of Sake, engineer of the Pyramid Corporation. You have obtained the shell in the real world. It will be added directly to your shell slots. Current shell slots, April 5th. Lin Xun felt a momentary daze, and then nothing out of the ordinary. He looked back toward the engineer in the crater. The nano-armor had vanished, replaced by casual clothes. His face had also fully changed from Western to Eastern features. This was the engineer's real identity. The New World organization had a strict internal hierarchy. Only low-level grunts used their real-world bodies. As a mid-level member, the engineer communicated solely through game shells and bore special identity markings imprinted on those shells. So, his real-world shell was actually unimportant. Possess an ordinary adult male shell. Lin Xun automatically ignored the prompt that appeared in his vision. Li Xingyue saw him nod and understood he had successfully acquired the engineer's shell. You've done a great service in this mission. I'll make sure you're well rewarded when we return. With that, she stepped into the crater to examine the corpse, her brows furrowing as she picked something up from the dead man's hand. It was a clump of black sludge. Lin Xun felt a bit confused. What was that? The sludge in her hand looked strange, probably some kind of item from the game. Li Xingyue didn't explain. The black sludge vanished from her hand, clearly stored into her inventory. Lu Cai soon arrived as well, followed by the senior cheerleading squad member, Yi Xiaoqi. Her shell was as unremarkable as she was. Dressed in a dark trench coat and wearing a beret, the most striking thing about her was the weapon she held. A massive gun, a fusion of flesh and machinery, larger than her own shell. A bloodshot, fist-sized eye sat embedded in the gun's body, twisted and grotesque. Yi Xiaoqi widened her eyes at Lin Xun, looking at him like he was a stranger. Her words spilled out rapid fire. Lin Xun, what was that shell you just used, so OP? And that weapon was so flashy. How'd you get it? Tell me where to farm one. Oh, and that last move, what was that skill? Looked just like a laser cannon, huge and thick. Lin Xun glanced down, and even after manifesting her game shell, she still had that modest flat chest. He replied humbly, not big, not big. Compared to Senior Xiaoqi, I've got a long way to go. Lin Xun, you little. Yi Xiaoqi ground her teeth, nearly foaming with rage. By the time Lin Xun got home, it was already past midnight. The aftermath at the engineer's crash site would be handled by the logistics division. They'd do all the cleanup, leaving no traces behind. Even the courtyard house that had been leveled by an explosion would be fully restored. In an organization full of apostles, strange talents were commonplace. Lin Xun wasn't surprised. What made him uncomfortable was the follow-up plan explained by the sultry lady in black tights. But setting that aside for now, he opened the game to check his loot for the day. Thunder Dragon Staff Spear +1, epic weapon. Forged through the fusion of the Dragon Hunter Lance and White Moon's Silver Scepter, reforged with superb forging techniques. With combined characteristics of two distinct weapon types, it can cast spells like a staff and strike in melee like a spear. The power of dragon slaying, inherited from replicas, makes this weapon even stronger. During the mission tonight, just as the engineer was about to escape, Lin Xun's new weapon finally completed reforging. Without hesitation, he manifested the yellow-robed bishop shell and used corrupt sunlight, instantly nuking the engineer. It was his first time seeing a hybrid weapon suited for both ranged and melee combat. Forget power, the look alone was insanely cool. Thinking back to Yi Xiaoqi practically drooling over his weapon, Lin Xun almost burst out laughing. The +1 enhancement must have come from both the pure Silver Scepter and the broken Dragon Hunter Lance, already having been enhanced before fusion. He opened the shell panel to inspect the engineer's shell. Shell, engineer of the Pyramid Corporation. True name, Sake. Compatibility, 122%, +35%, exceeds threshold, shell quality increased. Shell quality, fine. Shell level, 32. Shell equipment, nanobio combat armor, rare. A high-tech combat suit embedded with artificial muscle fibers that enable combat mode switching. The user may select between armor mode, strength mode, or speed mode. Unfortunately, this armor is currently severely damaged and must be repaired to be functional. Shell equipment, Ultra-high voltage conduction taser, common plus. Equipped with a superconductive cable that can be fired like a probe. On contact, it releases ultra-high voltage shocks, causing muscle spasms and potential knockout. Requires 12 hours of auto-recharge after each use. Shell skill, electronics, common plus. Grants strong control and enhanced proficiency over high-tech devices and systems. Lin Xun hadn't expected that a mid-level villain like the engineer would only have a common plus shell. Thanks to his own talent bonus, its quality was now fine. Even the Paladin of Discipline's shell had fine quality as its base, while the yellow-robed bishop started at rare. Was it really that hard to get a high-quality shell? This guy was a mid-tier figure in a major organization, and this was what he used? Felt a little cheap. Without realizing it, Lin Xun was starting to get a little spoiled. If the dead engineer knew what he was thinking, he'd probably burst from the coffin and cuss him out, "You spoiled brat." As for the engineer's gear, that drool-worthy nano-armor Lin Xun envied was broken. He'd have to figure out how to repair it in-game. The taser? According to the sultry Blackstocking superior, the engineer had already used it once in the courtyard. As for its power, well, it'd probably be effective against apostles who hadn't manifested shells. The one thing Lin Xun didn't feel cheated on was this shell's level 32. Compared to the yellow-robed bishop's level 13, that was a difference of 19 levels. The more he thought about how a single corrupt sunlight had one-shot the engineer, the more absurd it seemed. Then again, he had the advantage in every area: shell quality, equipment, skills. And the engineer had just used demon body dissolution technique and was down to bare skin and blood. So really, it made sense that the kill had been clean. On the flip side, if he hadn't killed the engineer despite all that, wouldn't that mean all his top-tier gear and skills were totally wasted? Shaking off his wandering thoughts, he glanced at the time, 3 a.m. After the intense mission, fatigue was settling in. He set an early alarm. Tomorrow morning, he would wake up with his 2 lives saved and ready to challenge the corrupted subspecies Sea Dragon in a hardcore fight. The next day, after a full night's sleep, Lin Xun felt completely refreshed and full of energy. That black silk beauty of a superior would likely be running around like a headless chicken today, but he didn't have to clock in for work, so he happily stayed in bed playing his game. The Book of Salvation activate. Soul strength had recovered to 2 halves, and the yellow-robed bishop shell was still intact, no need to reshape it. That meant he effectively had 2 lives to burn. The entire castle region in the game had already been fully explored, with no areas left unchecked. Lin Xun, controlling the yellow-robed bishop, made his way back to where his journey had begun, the White Moon Church. At the church's crossroads, the familiar options reappeared. He'd already explored the tower to the east and the castle to the north. To the west, to the right of the church, was a dead end filled with ruins. And straight ahead to the south. South of the church, in the distance lies a barren road, where a corrupted subspecies sea dragon blocks the path. A glimpse of its exposed scales and limbs outside the ruined shadows reveals its massive size. With every movement, the ground quakes and crimson shockwaves ripple through the air. Lin Xun pondered. He had just obtained a level 32 shell the previous night. Wouldn't fighting the sea dragon boss with that shell be practically guaranteed? Sure. The bloodied engineer had been one-shot by the yellow-robed bishop's skill last night, but in full health, the engineer would have annihilated the bishop. The level gap was just too big. But on second thought, the engineer's shell had way less potential compared to the bishop. Giving the enormous experience reward from the boss to the engineer would mean the yellow-robed bishop wouldn't get to level up, a tough sacrifice to make. He needed to think long-term. He couldn't sacrifice growth just for temporary convenience. Besides, it was daytime right now. Don't forget, shells not aligned with the Blood Sun faction would go insane and die if exposed to sunlight. Lin Xun made up his mind. He blew the horn to summon his warhorse and selected the southbound option. You begin your journey to the south. You arrive at the end of the road. A colossal figure blocks your way. Its body is mountainous in size. Patches of decaying flesh show through its shedding, mottled scales. Hooked fangs line its gaping maw. Its fin-shaped limbs are thick and muscular. Its enormous tail smashes craters into the ground with each swing. The corrupted subspecies sea dragon has noticed your presence. Crimson eyes lock onto you. What will you do? 1. Shout, "What are you looking at?" then charge in on your warhorse and stab its rear with your dragon-slaying staff spear. 2. Kneel and beg, Great Dragon King, I've brought you a sacrifice, and smile slyly as you offer your Turkoman blood horse as a snack. 3. Raise your staff spear, cast corrupt sunlight, then flee while shouting, haha, can't catch me. Can I just choose none of these? Lin Xun stared at the 3 options, squinting at the text, realizing that every line practically screamed death. With a sigh, he resorted to the process of elimination. Option 2 was out immediately. In a game this hellishly dark, begging would probably make him the snack. Option 1 wasn't viable either. Setting aside how suicidal it was for a mage to go melee even if he switched to the Paladin of Discipline for a charge attack, if the boss didn't die in one hit, he'd just be delivering himself on a platter. Anyway, with the yellow-robed bishop, he had 2 lives. If it really couldn't be beaten, he could always wait until night and switch to the engineer. And besides, he had the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear, a weapon specifically made for slaying dragons. What was there to fear? Resolved, Lin Xun selected the 3rd option. Brave Apostle, you raise your staff spear and begin chanting a spell. The corrupted subspecies sea dragon watches you with puzzlement, not understanding what the little creature is doing. A flash of red light. Corrupt sunlight strikes the sea dragon's massive head, blood sprays. It roars in fury, opening its foul, gaping maw, where a dangerous red glow gathers. Knowing you're outmatched, you decide to flee. Where to? 1. The White Moon Church behind you. 2. The bloodstained tower to the east. 3. The ruins of the clock tower to the west. The screen turned blood red and began to shake violently. The choice was clearly timed. Lin Xun had no time to think and reflexively picked the safest option, the White Moon Church. You flee on horseback toward the White Moon Church, not daring to look back. After a mad dash, you arrive at the church door. You stumble off your horse and even slam the doors shut behind you. Lin Xun let out a long breath. He'd just go out again, toss another skill at the sea dragon, and keep running. Repeat the process. Wouldn't that be a no-damage kill? Thinking this, he couldn't help but grin. As the apostle smirks with glee, convinced he's safe. You see a blinding red dragon breath engulf your entire vision. You died. I really underestimated just how cursed this game is. Lin Xun clutched his forehead, his blood pressure spiking. The feeble wandering soul revives in the familiar little chapel. Even the safe zone isn't safe. What about the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear? Wasn't it supposed to be imbued with real dragon-slaying power after reforging, even if it was made from imitation parts? And he had reforged it by fusing it with the White Moon's Silver Scepter. It had to be better than a normal version. Cheap knockoffs can't be trusted. Lin Xun cursed bitterly. So what now? Was this a dead end? Did he have to use the engineer shell, an out-of-bounds method, to win? If he hadn't joined the organization, hadn't killed the engineer last night and taken his shell, would this part of the game just be a hard stop? Lin Xun didn't believe the game would leave him no options. There had to be a solution. He could operate the shell reshape function with his eyes closed by now. Spending 1 soul strength, he revived the yellow-robed bishop at the White Moon Church. But the text that appeared next left him utterly stunned. The central structure of St. Rance, White Moon Church, has been leveled by a world-destroying force. Only broken walls and ruins remain. What the hell? The boss can vaporize even the safe zone with a single breath. Lin Xun stared in disbelief. Now he didn't need to worry about whether to give the EXP to the engineer. With this level of destructive power, even the engineer would get roasted instantly. What's the point of even playing now? Lin Xun racked his brain but couldn't figure out a solution. Reading over the boss fight text again, every option felt like a guaranteed death. You couldn't even survive in the safe house. And the White Moon Church was gone. What hope did the other locations have? What kind of sick game lets a boss flatten your safe zone with 1 move? If he hadn't set his respawn point to the chapel inside the castle, he couldn't even imagine what the next screen would look like. He thought hard for a while and suddenly noticed something was off. Leveled to the ground? That's it. Leveled to the ground. A flash of insight jolted his brain. Suddenly everything clicked into place. Back at the White Moon Church's crossroads, the western option had said. To the west, St. Rance's tallest landmark, the Artemis Clock Tower, has collapsed. A small mountain of bricks and rubble blocks your path. So if the sea dragon boss's dragon breath could flatten even the safe zone, then maybe it could also flatten the rubble of the collapsed clock tower, clearing the way. A hidden map. Those 3 words exploded in Lin Xun's mind. As a seasoned gamer, Lin Xun naturally knew what the words hidden map meant. Treasures, side quests, bonus events, hidden NPCs, all kinds of rewards awaited. Just like in World of Warcraft, where players used a bug to cross the sea to a hidden island, only to find a gravestone that summoned a GM. In short, hidden maps always held content outside the main progression, and the key to defeating the sea dragon boss was definitely hidden here. For a moment, Lin Xun's eyes gleamed. He quickly began manipulating the controls, preparing to head south again and lure the sea dragon boss into breathing another blast of dragon fire. Then he remembered he was still possessing the yellow-robed bishop shell. If I'd known, I would have gone back to the church and picked up the choir sister shell. Sending in the nun as a decoy to bait the boss's attack? Couldn't be more fitting. But now, the nun's shell had evaporated along with the safe zone. Left with no better option, he muttered. All right, it's up to you now, blacksmith, I choose you. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted blacksmith. Fortunately, Lin Xun had recalled his warhorse just in time before the church was destroyed, saving it from becoming collateral damage. He summoned the steed again and mounted it using the blacksmith shell. Which direction do you wish to go? You begin heading south. You arrive at the end of the road. A colossal figure looms before you. Seeing the sea dragon boss again, Lin Xun expected to get another batch of ridiculous options like melee taunt, begging for mercy, or using a skill and running. But instead, the corrupted subspecies sea dragon lets out a furious roar the moment it sees you. Its foul jaws open wide, gathering a searing red light within. Come on. I changed disguises. How do you still recognize me? 3 new options appeared. Doomed Apostle, where will you flee to? 1. Back toward distant Fox Castle. 2. Toward the bloodstained tower in the east. 3. Toward the ruins of the clock tower in the west. He slammed the 3rd option. You gallop toward the west at full speed. Just as you reach the clock tower ruins, a red dragon breath fills your entire vision. You died. Perfect. Mission accomplished. Lin Xun nodded in satisfaction. The blacksmith and his warhorse had died gloriously for the greater good. The feeble wandering soul revives in the familiar small chapel. He possessed the yellow-robed bishop again and returned to the crossroads near the White Moon Church. The game text had changed for the westward path. To the west, the rubble of St. Rance's tallest landmark, the Artemis Clock Tower, has been leveled by a world-destroying force. The small mountain of bricks and debris has been reduced to flat, scorched earth. You discover a new road among the ruins. Would you like to proceed? A hidden map confirmed. Lin Xun pumped his fist in excitement and pressed yes. You follow the new road, eventually reaching the outskirts of St. Rance. The area is desolate and lifeless. After some searching, you discover a metal hatch in the ground. You lift the metal plate and find a stairway descending underground. Foul crimson wind wafts from the dark hole. You can faintly hear dripping water and running streams. This appears to be the entrance to the St. Rance sewers. Do you wish to enter? Sewers, huh? Just hearing the name told him there would be monsters inside, probably disgusting ones too. Still, Lin Xun didn't hesitate and pressed yes. You cover your nose and mouth and descend the steps into the dank, dark sewers. The Thunder Dragon staff spear in your hand glows with golden light, illuminating your surroundings. The sewers are cramped and narrow. The arched ceiling is barely half a shell's height above your head. Pungent, black sewage water rises to your ankles. You follow the curved tunnel forward. From the darkness ahead, you hear a slithering, crawling sound. Do you want to investigate? Heh, you think you can bait me with this cheap scare? Knowing this cursed game's usual antics, investigating probably meant a red "you died" message. Without bothering to find out what kind of abomination lay ahead, Lin Xun opened the skill menu and cast Corrupt Sunlight straight into the darkness. Cautious Apostle, you raise your staff spear and begin chanting. A red flash. A piercing, agonized scream echoed for a long time through the cold, damp sewers. You have defeated the corrupted crawler. Experience increased slightly. You obtained Foul Dunkstone, Junk. The crawling sounds have ceased. You carefully move forward, guided by your weapon's light. The shell of the corrupted crawler is a deformed humanoid torso crawling on all fours. Once covered in writhing maggots, it died from a searing blast of energy. The stench is nauseating, but it oddly smells like cooked meat. Why doesn't this thing have a compatibility rating? Reading further, Lin soon realized this creature had only an upper body, which didn't meet the full body requirement for shell possession. He quickly dismissed the idea of possessing it. Even if it did have compatibility, there was no way he'd use such a revolting shell. As you examine the corpse, fragmented memories stir within your shell. Before the Blood Sun's corruption reached St. Rance, there were already believers of the Blood Sun cult living in Moonlight's hometown. Under the orders of yellow-robed Bishop August, they were executed by the White Moon Church's guardian knights, cut in half and discarded into St. Rance's sewers, left to rot and be forgotten. Oh, so these mobs are my doing? Never mind then. Satisfied, Lin Xun selected the option to move forward. You step over the rotting corpse and continue onward. Up ahead, you spot a familiar flicker of light. You hurry toward it and discover a large, floating page at the tunnel fork ahead. You have found a missing page of the Book of Salvation resting page. So it's a respawn point. He had been hoping for a treasure chest or something. You reach out to touch the resting page. The residual divine power makes your soul tremble. The feeble soul and the page resonate strongly. You have bonded with the resting page of the St. Rance sewers. Lin Xun set the new respawn point, then refreshed by resting once. Immediately, he turned back to continue farming the corrupted crawlers. Grinding EXP? Totally valid strategy. After killing a few waves of small mobs, Lin Xun noticed two diverging paths behind the resting page. Looks like it's a maze-style layout, just like the mines. Thanks to past experiences, he got up from bed and began mapping his routes on the computer, just in case he got lost or missed any areas. Sure enough, as he explored further, the St. Rance sewers turned out to be just as he suspected, full of twists, turns, and mobs. Besides the corrupted crawlers, there were also corrupted giant rats, corrupted twisting worms, and corrupted red-eyed bats. However, none of these monsters dropped anything particularly valuable, mostly junk like dung stones. Only a few yielded spiritual essence items. Despite cutting down dozens of creatures, the yellow-robed bishop still hadn't leveled up. It seemed experience requirements became massive after level 10. Still, Lin Xun wasn't in a rush. Once the sewers were fully explored, he'd return to the resting page and happily grind EXP again. You continue forward and discover a slightly ajar wooden door on the tunnel wall. Faint orange light flickers from within. Do you want to open the door and enter? Oh ho? Something's happening. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. You discover a slightly ajar wooden door on the tunnel wall, a faint orange glow leaking through the cracks. You push open the door and find a cramped room where an old man sits motionless. His clothes are tattered, and in his dull eyes flickers a faint glow from the candlelight before him. Do you want to approach and speak? Finally, an NPC. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. He immediately clicked yes. You approach and attempt conversation. The old man slowly lifts his head and glances at you. A hungry green light glimmers faintly in his pupils. Then he lowers his head and resumes staring at the flame. Lin Xun frowned and tried again. You approach and attempt conversation. The old man slowly lifts his head and glances at you. A hungry green light glimmers faintly in his pupils. Then he lowers his head and resumes staring at the flame. What the hell? Even NPCs in this game act so aloof. This scene felt oddly familiar. Lin Xun remembered, last time an NPC ignored him like this, he ended up sticking a sword up its backside, killing it. Lin Xun even claimed the shell afterward. Is this old man looking to repeat the blacksmith's tragic tale? But this guy didn't look like a vendor or forge NPC. More like a quest giver or someone with a storyline clue. If he killed him outright, he might miss something important. He examined the text carefully. From the looks of it, the old man's reaction suggested he was hungry? Did he need food? Opening his inventory, Lin Xun looked through his items, mostly tools, equipment, and junk. The only thing resembling food was the sunflower seed. He clicked it, and sure enough, a give option appeared. You offer the sunflower seed with both hands to the hungry old man. The old man lifts his head slightly, then shakes it. The hungry green glint in his eyes persists as he turns back to stare at the flame. The hungry old man rejected your offering. Oh, so you have standards, huh? Too proud to accept handouts? Lin Xun frowned. Was it the wrong food? That would explain why the conversation option didn't trigger. But he had nothing else edible in his inventory. So, what did this NPC want to eat? Unwilling to give up, Lin Xun clicked through every item in his inventory. Half bottle of healing holy water? No, give option. Women's silk undershirt? Definitely not. Poison throwing knife, damn. Nearly misclicked the throw option. Finally, when he clicked on foul dung stone, the give button appeared again. Lin Xun's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. This guy actually wants to eat this crap? You offer the foul dung stone with both hands to the hungry old man. The old man suddenly lifts his head, snatches the dung stone from your hands, and begins chewing and swallowing it in large mouthfuls. After finishing, he looks unsatisfied. The green light in his eyes shines even brighter. No dialogue option yet. Maybe he wasn't full. No problem. Lin Xun kept giving him more. This stuff was just junk anyway. If you want to eat poop, I'll feed you all day. If I run out, I'll go grind more in the sewer. Whatever it takes, I'm feeding you today. After 2 more dung stones, the text finally changed. The hungry old man wipes his mouth, pats his slightly bulging belly, and nods with satisfaction at your hospitality. He pulls out 3 crumpled, faintly glowing bookmarks and hands them to you. You received Invasion Bookmark ×3. The old man's eyes reveal a scrutinizing glint. You suddenly realize that this is a special trial. He will decide your reward based on your victories in randomized apostle invasions. Do you wish to accept the hungry old man's trial? Lin Xun's eyes lit up. This is a win-win. From the Apostle Forum, he learned that the game's random invasion system was based on the number of times each apostle had cleared chapters. Roughly speaking, an apostle who had only cleared 1 chapter would usually be invaded by others who had cleared 1 or 2, rarely by someone who had cleared 5 or more. Unless your luck was horrible, or you used targeted invasion. But Lin Xun, a madman challenging chapters above his difficulty, hadn't even cleared the first chapter, and yet was loaded with top-tier gear and skills. Using an invasion bookmark at this stage was basically just bullying babies. A free spirit farming event. He didn't hesitate to press accept. You have accepted the hungry old man's trial. Beginning random invasion. Lin Xun waited quietly for his lucky opponent to be chosen. He wondered who the unfortunate soul would be. Invasion successful. You have invaded an unknown apostle's chapter. The apostle, glowing with white light, trembles in fear at the sight of you. He even drops his scimitar in panic. Mighty apostle, how will you handle him? 1. Force him to kneel. Maybe you'll be merciful in your good mood. 2. Raise your staff spear and show him the meaning of cruelty. Clearly a newbie. Lin Xun couldn't bear to watch and tapped the second option. You raise your staff spear and begin chanting. The trembling apostle lets out a terrified shout and charges at you with his scimitar. A flash of red light. You defeated apostle, Ayash your healer. You gained 55 spirit. Returning to your own chapter. Pure max level slaughter in a newbie village. 0 difficulty. The hungry old man nods with approval as you return victorious and urges you to begin your second invasion. Warlike apostle, do you wish to invade again? Lin Xun hit yes again. The second invasion went just as smoothly. The target immediately surrendered. Lin Xun simply cast corrupt sunlight to finish them off. Only downside, he earned just 15 spirit this time. Probably because the opponent had learned how to protect their spirit items. But then Lin Xun frowned, something felt off. Every apostle who experienced 1 or 2 invasions would eventually learn how to safeguard their spirit essence. So, what was the point of these invasions? Surely it wasn't just for the joy of PvP? There had to be some other value, something he hadn't unlocked yet. But that could wait. 1 more win and the trial reward was his. The hungry old man sees you return victorious again. His eyes gleam with growing admiration. He urges you toward a 3rd invasion. For some reason, you sense that this invasion feels different. Beginning random invasion. You hear a faint, raspy, cackling laugh echo in your ears. Lin Xun frowned. The game's ominous text made him wary. Something bad was about to happen. Invasion successful. You have invaded an unknown apostle's chapter. The apostle you see is glowing with white light. She lets out a contemptuous laugh, raises her metallic gauntlets, and begins striding toward you. Weak apostle, what will you do? 1. Kneel and beg for mercy, praying that a fellow God-blessed apostle will spare your life. 2. Raise your staff spear and begin chanting. Let her know that death is preferable to disgrace. What the hell is going on? From the looks of it, he'd invaded the chapter of a high-level apostle. Wasn't this system supposed to match by number of chapter clears? How the hell did he get paired with a boss-tier player? He was holding 575 points of spirit. If he lost, it'd all be gone. Damn it. That poop-eating old man totally set me up. From the game text alone, it was clear. The odds of winning a duel against this apostle were painfully slim. But this invasion was tied to Lin Xun's quest reward, and more importantly, he was carrying a massive load of spirit. Whether he liked it or not, he had no choice but to fight. He slammed the second option with lightning speed, hoping to finish casting his spell before the opponent could close in. That was his only sliver of a chance. You raise your staff spear and begin chanting a spell. The powerful apostle glowing with white light suddenly takes off her gauntlets, kneels, and begins begging for mercy. Will you show mercy and spare her? What the hell? Why isn't she fighting me? Lin Xun frowned in confusion. But there was no time to overthink it, and now is not the time to get soft. He hit no. A flash of red light. The invaded apostle seems to have taken light damage. You raise your staff spear and begin chanting again. No one-shot kill. This chick was tough. Lin Xun was dumbfounded. Why was someone that strong not even fighting back? Strange, he muttered, but he didn't let up. His hands moved nonstop. You don't pass up a freebie. That's just common sense. The powerful apostle glowing with white light remains kneeling. No resistance. Flash of red light. The apostle seems slightly wounded. You keep casting spells. Red flash. Red flash. You defeated the apostle, little white deer. You gained 1035 spirit. Returning to your chapter. It took several casts to finally finish off the non-resistant apostle. Just as Lin Xun was wondering about the weird behavior, he saw the name in the soul imprint and froze. The apostle who let him attack without fighting back was Lu Tsai. He immediately called her. Beep. Beep. Hello. Lin Xun. Lu Tsai's voice sounded a little down. Was that you just now? The one I invaded? Why didn't you fight back? Lin Xun asked anxiously. I recognized you. That staff spear of yours is too recognizable. But you didn't recognize me. I didn't even resist, but you kept hitting me, she said, sounding genuinely hurt. Hearing her soft, aggrieved tone filled Lin Xun with guilt. I'm really sorry. I honestly didn't realize. Once I finish this chapter, I'll go to the library and return all that spirit to you. After all, they were comrades who'd fought side by side. He couldn't just walk off with her spirit essence like a jerk. That'd be low. Lin Xun wasn't that kind of guy. On the other end, Lu Tsai shook her head gently. It's okay. Consider it a gift. Over 1,000 spirit meant little to her. Lin Xun's voice was sincere. I can't accept that. How about I treat you to dinner tonight, as an apology? Lu Tsai froze, then her cheeks flushed red. Earlier that day, at the Win City's Special Office for Public Security. In the third-floor team leader's office. A burly, bearded man, Team Leader Wang, looked up from his desk at Lu Tsai. So, how did your mission go? Lu Tsai fidgeted with the hem of her dress. Team Leader, I got the contact info for the ladies in the intelligence division, and we became book friends in game 2. Nicely done. Took only 1 day to befriend them? I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Lu Tsai saw how pleased he was and decided not to mention that it was actually the intelligence girls who had added her first. Then Team Leader Wang's expression turned grim as he remembered something. I heard the intelligence division recently recruited some pretty boy. Word is, he didn't even go through the usual vetting process before being added. A pretty face climbing the ranks with seduction tactics. Back in my day, getting into the organization meant grinding through hell. I bit through my back teeth with jealousy, hardship. Never thought I'd see such shamelessness. This guy is off limits for poaching. You hear me? Huh? Lu Tsai's mouth fell open. And, be careful not to fall for his good looks either. Don't let yourself get tricked and lose more than you gain. But shouldn't skipping the vetting process mean the guy had an extraordinary talent? Why was the team leader jumping straight to accusations of nepotism? You got a problem with that? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Lu Tsai shook her head. She was about to defend Lin Xun, then paused. If she spoke up now, team leader Wang would probably just think she'd already fallen for Lin Xun's charm. Better to carry out her plan quietly. She'd poach Lin Xun first, then reveal the truth and blow everyone's minds. Li Xing US said you did great on the mission. She's got some follow-up plans that need your help. This is perfect. Stay embedded in the intelligence division for now. Poach their talent. Back in the present. When Lin Xun heard Lu Tsai agree to dinner, most of his guilt finally faded. He deliberately chose a casual food stall over any fancy place with private booths, just in case she thought it was a date, and turned him down. After hanging up, he returned to the game. The hungry old man sees you return from 3 straight victories and stares at you in shock. He quickly looks down, pretending not to recognize you. Huh? Lin Xun clicked talk again. You attempt to converse. The old man slowly lifts his head, pretends not to know you, then looks back down to stare solemnly at his candle. Lin Xun couldn't help but laugh. This NPC was really trying to pretend he hadn't just tricked him? Typical Lin Xun, he didn't let these things slide. He opened his skill menu and prepared to cast Corrupt Sunlight. Time for your laser cannon punishment. The hungry old man sees your eyes flash with killing intent and your staff spear rise. He immediately pulls out a scroll from his tattered robe, face full of nervous flattery. You have received Forgotten Abyss of the Fading Afterglow map. Ha, what a character. Lin Xun sneered and withdrew his finger from the skill button. He opened his inventory and clicked the map. Forgotten Abyss of the Fading Afterglow map describes a location beneath the lowest level of the St. Rance sewers. Using this map will reveal the device needed to reach that place. Forgotten Abyss of the Fading Afterglow, the name alone screamed, filled with pain. Lin Xun paused, suddenly realizing he might have just gotten something incredible. He carefully stowed the item and didn't use it right away. He hadn't finished exploring the sewers yet. No need to rush. He'd tear this place apart first, then move on. When he tried speaking to the hungry old man again, the guy had no new dialogue. Even threatening him with weapons just made him cower, no new items. Maybe after visiting the Forgotten Abyss, something else would trigger. Lin Xun left the room and resumed his sewer exploration. The sewer's corridors were like a sprawling ant nest, twisting, branching, endless. Lin Xun spent nearly an entire day exploring the maze and finally reached the path to the next floor. Ahead of you lies the entrance to the lowest level of the sewer. The steps leading down are covered in pitch black, foul-smelling slime. You can faintly hear something huge writhing beneath the staircase. Would you like to enter the lowest level of the St. Rance sewers? Was this an elite mob or a boss? Lin Xun didn't rush in. Instead, he returned to the resting page. After resting, all the sewer's mobs respawned. Following the routes he'd mapped on his computer, Lin Xun farmed them all again, turning each one into pure EXP. After 2 full rounds of clearing mobs, his yellow-robed bishop shell finally leveled up. Power surges within the shell. Corrupted yellow-robed bishop shell has leveled up. Current shell level, 14. You are now stronger. With this level and his gear, Lin Xun felt confident that unless it was another Sea Dragon tier boss, he could put up a fight. After all, his epic tier weapon provided a massive power boost to the shell. Returning to the sewer's lowest floor, he clicked enter. You descend the staircase and enter the lowest level of the St. Rance sewers. This floor seems to be a vast open space. The glow from your Thunder Dragon Staff Spear only illuminates your immediate surroundings. A massive creature hidden in the darkness senses your presence. You hear a rustling, slithering sound as it begins to close in. This must be the floor boss. Probably has a fat loot table, too. Lin Xun rubbed his hands together as the options popped up. What will you do? 1. Pull out a foul dung stone and eat it, loudly praising its flavor. Maybe the creature will think you're one of its own. 2. Raise your staff spear and fire off a corrupt sunlight in the darkness, shouting, "Burn, you filthy beast." 3. Toss your staff spear, yell, "Over here," and try to use its glow as a decoy to escape. Lin Xun instantly dismissed options 1 and 3. He was going in headfirst. He was too strong now to be running. Dodging fights was for the weak. With overwhelming power on his side, what was there to fear? You raise your staff spear and begin chanting. The massive creature senses danger. It speeds up, rushing toward you through the darkness. Only now do you see its true form, a colossal black worm, thick as several men's arms combined, slithering across the space, its mucus-covered body filling half the room. Its circular maw opens wide, revealing layers of sharp, hooked fangs. It lunges, ready to devour you whole. A flash of red light. You have defeated the corrupted black giant worm. Experience gained, greatly increased. Power surges within the shell. Corrupted yellow-robed bishop shell has leveled up. Current shell level, 15. Now, this was the kind of rhythm he liked. Lin Xun's confidence soared. His precious mage shell had already died once to the Blood Blossom boss and again to the Sea Dragon. After those back-to-back humiliations, he'd started doubting himself. But now, the powerful bishop finally restored his reputation. One thing though. Why didn't the boss drop anything? That was weird. Still basking in the joy of victory, the apostle fails to realize that due to its unique biological traits, the worm retains some motor function even after death. You were swallowed whole by the corrupted black giant worm. You died. I swear, I'm going to burn this cursed game to the ground. Lin Xun just barely restrained the urge to smash his phone. He took a deep breath, trying to lower his blood pressure. There might not be any apostles who died from running out of soul strength in this game, but he was sure plenty had died from sheer rage. Thankfully, he still had his paladin and engineer shells unused. The feeble soul respawns in the sewer tunnel. In a fit of righteous fury, Lin Xun abandoned all thoughts of sustainability and immediately possessed the engineer shell. Down here in the sunless sewers, he didn't need to worry about blood sun exposure. It was the perfect setting for the engineer. He didn't believe any monster could beat this guy now. The feeble soul possesses the engineer of the Pyramid Corporation shell. You now control this unfamiliar shell. Faint memory fragments from the engineer's life still linger. You have not yet entered the corresponding chapter. Memory fragments unavailable. Lin Xun curled his lip. No big deal, the engineer's memories belonged to a different apocalyptic chapter and weren't relevant now. You focus inward. A surge of raw power rises within the shell. You feel invincible, unstoppable. The engineer's only downside was his gear. His nanobio armor was still damaged and needed repairs. Lin Xun suddenly wondered, could the blacksmith fix high-tech equipment like this? The thought felt absurd. The blacksmith probably couldn't even read blueprints, let alone mend artificial muscle fiber suits. Too bad the blacksmith had already bit the dust. Once he had spare soul strength, he'd try reshaping that shell and find out. He pushed the thought aside and checked his inventory. He tried equipping the yellow-robed bishop's Thunder Dragon Staff Spear onto the engineer. You have equipped the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear. You are now stronger. Not surprising. This game didn't restrict weapons by class. He'd seen thieves wielding great swords before. So it made sense that the engineer could use this hybrid melee-ranged weapon too. Feeling smug, Lin Xun unequipped all of the bishop's gear and outfitted the engineer with it instead. You are now stronger. Looking at the character panel showing the engineer's massive level 32, Lin Xun had just one thought. This is delicious. He grinned, practically feeling the rush of cheat code levels of power. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, BA? Or maybe, who's your daddy? Time to show this cursed game who's boss. He made his way back down to the sewer's lowest level, no enemies along the way, sadly. He'd already cleared them all. He would have slapped even a passing dog just to blow off steam. You descend the stairs into the lowest level of the St. Rance sewers. The area is vast. The glow from your Thunder Dragon Staff Spear lights the way ahead. The shell of the corrupted black giant worm has vanished. A few items left behind by the slain creature still remain. You step forward to collect the loot. You have obtained Foul Dungstone *99. You have obtained Unknown Chunk of Spirit. You have obtained Fong of the Black Giant Worm, material. You have obtained Glandular Mucus Essence of the Black Giant Worm, item. Lin Xun opened his inventory to check. There was no need to elaborate on the Foul Dungstone. This stuff was probably the favorite delicacy of sewer creatures. Throughout the entire sewer, this piece of junk had the highest drop rate. The Unknown Fading Chunk of Spirit grants 200 spirit upon use. As usual, he stored it away safely. The Fong of the Black Giant Worm was listed as a weapon forging material. Lin Xun still had the wolfhound fangs and pelts on him, also forging materials. Once he gathered more materials, he could reshape the blacksmith and craft the weapon and equipment he wanted. The last item was more interesting. Glandular Mucus Essence of the Black Giant Worm, item extracted from the glandular tissue within the black giant worm that produces mucus. This foul-smelling, concentrated mucus is the essence of that substance. Upon use, you will temporarily gain the life trait of the black giant worm, allowing you to move for a short time after death. Note, if you take damage again after death, you will immediately lose your post-death mobility. To say this item was powerful, it wasn't exactly all that. Though you could still move after dying, any damage taken would still lead to a proper death. And Lin Xun noticed the words short time. This meant that, even if you weren't attacked again, the pseudo-resurrection effect wouldn't last indefinitely. The post-death movement was on a timer. But to call it trash would also be unfair. Let's just say, it might prove unexpectedly useful in very specific scenarios. After reviewing the loot, Lin Xun continued playing. But he found that after reaching the bottom of the sewers, there was no way forward. The game text didn't show any options for progressing. Lin Xun furrowed his brows. That couldn't be right. He had gone through so much trouble to find a hidden area, and this little payoff? It was completely below his expectations. He turned his gaze to the forgotten abyss of the fading afterglow map in his inventory. If the rewards in the St. Rance sewers were far below what a hidden location should yield, then there could only be one explanation. The forgotten abyss of the fading afterglow definitely held extremely rich rewards. While sorting his thoughts, his hand couldn't wait and already clicked to use the item. You have used Forgotten Abyss of the Fading Afterglow map. You have received the guidance of this map. Bathed in the golden glow of your Thunder Dragon Staff Spear, you advance slowly. You stride to the end of the St. Rance sewer's bottom level. In front of you is a pitch-black wall covered in sludge. Looking around, you find no visible path forward. Do you wish to retreat? Lin Xun let out a sneer of disdain. Trying to play tricks on him? Who did they think they were dealing with? As a seasoned player, Lin Xun didn't hesitate to click on the engineer's Thunder Dragon Staff Spear. Clever apostle, it seems you've discovered something. You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and thrust it at the wall ahead. The tip of the spear penetrates without any tactile resistance. Just as you're slightly surprised, the wall in front of you vanishes like a burst illusion, leaving no trace behind. Peering ahead, you see a rudimentary wooden elevator. Beneath it lies a bottomless abyss cloaked in darkness. Cold wind howls up from the abyss, like the roar of demons beneath the earth, making you waver at the edge. One careless step, and you'd fall into eternal oblivion. Do you wish to board the drafty, four-sided elevator carriage and explore the secrets hidden in the dark abyss below? As expected of a hidden map, even the question prompts were much longer than usual. Lin Xun clicked yes, while in his mind, he thought of Yi Xiaoqi's soul talent, True Sight. If the short-haired beauty could have entered the sewer bottom, she probably wouldn't even need to defeat the hungry old man 3 times to get the map. A talent that allowed you to directly see hidden items and secret paths was quite handy. Unfortunately, this game didn't support co-op exploration, only PvP invasions. Otherwise, Yi Xiaoqi would have made an excellent tool character. Ahem, teammate. Yes, definitely teammate. You cautiously step onto the elevator, pressing down on a protruding metal mechanism on the floor of the carriage. With a clatter of meshing gears and hinges, the elevator you're standing on begins its slow descent, plunging into utter darkness. At this point, the game text froze. Lin Xun, used to it by now, silently waited for the ancient elevator to reach its destination. After a long pause, the clatter of gears suddenly halts. The protruding metal mechanism beneath your feet seems to have rusted over due to disrepair, jamming in place. You are stuck midway down the cliff into the abyss, unable to retreat to the sewer bottom, nor descend further into the depths. Do you wish to jump into the abyss? He had expected game text describing his arrival at the destination. Instead, the ancient elevator had jammed midway. Lin Xun thought for a moment, recalling the recently acquired item. This was probably the ideal moment to use the pseudo-resurrection item. The standard game progression should be, use the resurrection item, jump into the abyss, then reanimate and explore. Right now, he was still possessing the engineer shell. Sending such a powerful shell to its death felt like a waste. Better to let the paladin of discipline take the fall. Yes, a perfect plan. However, as he noticed the keywords like rusted over and disrepair, a sudden memory surfaced, his first time entering the game. Back then, he had solved a similar issue using half a bottle of healing holy water. Could the same trick work twice on a Saint Seiya? No, it could not. Could the same problem stump Lin Xun a second time? Definitely not. Lin Xun decided to teach this game a lesson. He opened his inventory. There it was, half a bottle of healing holy water, found under the big bed in the yellow-robed bishop's bedroom. Without hesitation, he clicked healing holy water. Clever apostle, it seems you've discovered something. 1. Drink the holy water, it will heal your injuries. Though you are uninjured at the moment, the unique taste of the holy water may leave a lasting impression. 2. There may be no nun shells around, but you can still use the holy water. Its slick and greasy feel makes it perfect for solo relief. 3. Hidden option. The elevator's floor mechanism has rusted and jammed due to disrepair. Perhaps you can use the holy water to give it a second lease on life. As usual, Lin Xun ignored the first two weird options. He clicked the third. You bend down and apply the healing holy water to the metal mechanism on the elevator floor. The thick, slippery liquid makes the rusted mechanism gleam with a slick shine. It has been rejuvenated and will no longer jam unexpectedly. Lin Xun grinned, just saved a useful item. Successfully taught this game a lesson. But the expected clatter of gears never came. Puzzled, you glance down at the mechanism beneath your feet. Do you wish to decipher the mechanism's workings to activate the elevator? Huh? The game was still being difficult? Now it wanted him to crack the mechanism? But what the game didn't know was, he had the engineer shell. For a high-tech expert like the engineer, deciphering an ancient elevator mechanism was like a PhD student solving elementary school math. Without hesitation, Lin Xun pressed yes. As an engineer, you study the mechanism carefully and easily identify the core issue. It just needs a bit of external force to function properly. Do you wish to apply external force to the mechanism? External force? The engineer shell was level 32. In terms of strength, it might even outmatch the paladin of discipline. Just a bit of force? You think that's going to stop me? He clicked yes. You ball your fist and punch the elevator floor with all your strength. The wooden platform creaks, but the mechanism doesn't activate. Do you wish to apply more external force to the mechanism? Stubborn apostle, you stand up and stomp hard on the wooden floor. With a loud crack, the entire elevator floor shatters beneath you. The space under your feet vanishes, and you fall into the abyss. A full minute passed before the game text resumed. You have died. Are you **ing kidding me? Lin Xun's outburst echoed throughout the run-down apartment building. The feeble wandering soul is reborn in a tunnel of the sewer. Lin Xun nearly suffered cardiac arrest from the frustration this cursed game caused. He had wanted to teach the game a lesson only to find out that he was the clown all along. Hands shaking, he lit a cigarette. It took quite a while to calm down. At this point, the blacksmith, the yellow-robed bishop, and the engineer shells had all died in increasingly bizarre ways. Only the paladin of discipline remained. Originally, Lin Xun had planned to use the resurrection item on the paladin, have it jump into the abyss, and join the rest of the family. But suddenly, a thought struck him. Forgotten abyss of the fading afterglow just sounded like a massive area to explore. What if the paladin resurrected after falling, but the allotted time was too short to get through it? Clearly, the game's intention with the resurrection item was to give players only a limited time to grab a small portion of the treasure, because the abyss was just that rewarding. To see a treasure trove but only be allowed to take a handful? Painful. Isn't there a way to get everything? Lin Xun rubbed his chin, thinking for a long time. Then suddenly, eureka! His 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms soul talent. Even if other players could somehow reach this hidden abyss by Chapter 323, all they'd be able to do is pick one shell, use the resurrection item, and grab a portion of the reward. But him? He was different. His soul talent gave him multiple shells to use. After resurrection, he could immediately possess another shell and continue exploring, bug abuse mode engaged. He could comb through the entire hidden area and claim every single reward. Lin Xun wasn't about to settle for a fraction of the loot. Kids make choices, adults say, I want it all. With that, Lin Xun put down his phone, deciding to reshape both the engineer and yellow-robed bishop shells before doing the death jump bug exploit. He glanced at the time. It was 1 p.m. Still 5 hours until dinner with the girl in white. He opened his laptop, launched his writer assistant app, and began the daily challenge, 4,000 words. A long while later, it was already 5 p.m. Staring at the screen with only 2,000 words written, Lin Xun sighed helplessly. Maybe it was the lack of a female coworker watching, supervising, from behind, but he just wasn't in the zone today. His writer's block was relentless. Squeezing out even one chapter had been a struggle. Seeing it was about time, he left his apartment. He hailed a cab downstairs and headed for the city center mall. Even though Lutsai had told him that the massive donation of over 1,000 spirit was a gift, Lin Xun felt it wasn't right to accept it for nothing. He planned to pick out a small gift at the mall to return the favor. Besides, his wallet was pretty full right now. He still had 50,000 in bonus money from the organization. At the mall, he spent a good while at the counters before finally selecting a bottle of perfume for women. Light and pure with a youthful scent, perfect for the girl in white. Gift in hand, he called another cab and headed to the agreed-upon open-air restaurant. Team leader Wang of the armed division set down his files and massaged his temples, trying to relieve the pressure on his overloaded brain. That little rascal, said she had personal matters and ran off instead of helping me with paperwork. TCH. Though Lu Tsai was 12 years younger than him, Wang Zheng treated her like a beloved niece, pampering the girl from the bottom of his heart. She was obedient, kind-hearted, and exceptionally gifted, though her personality was a bit too soft and needed some toughening up. Wang Zheng even considered grooming Lu Tsai as his successor for the armed division leadership. Once he neared retirement, he planned to recommend her to the organization. Glancing at the office clock, he saw it was almost time for his scheduled drinking session with an old war buddy. He quickly dropped the files, got up, and drove to the location. When Lin Xun arrived, he spotted the girl already standing outside the restaurant. Lu Tsai wore a white floral dress, her youthful and delicate face giving off the air of a first love straight out of school. But her voluptuous figure clashed with that impression, creating a jarring yet striking contrast. Such a stunning sight at the entrance turned the heads of passers-by again and again. Lin Xun quickly approached. "Have you been waiting long?" Lu Tsai smiled softly. "Not at all, I just got here." Then she followed him through the restaurant doors. This place wasn't your typical night market setup with tents and outdoor tables. It was an indoor restaurant, orderly tables laid out in a large open hall without private rooms, more like a casual restaurant than a traditional stall. Cool air from the AC greeted them, and the hall was already bustling. The aroma of all kinds of dishes filled the room. Lin Xun led the girl in white to an empty table. He handed her the menu brought by the server. "Order whatever you want, don't hold back. Just got my bonus, and it's burning a hole in my wallet." Lu Tsai whispered a quiet thanks and hesitated over the menu for a long time before only picking 2 dishes. Lin Xun shook his head and took the menu from her. After confirming she had no dietary restrictions, he rapidly ordered several signature dishes. The waiter then asked if they wanted beer. Beer and stir-fry were the classic pairing in places like this. But Lin Xun's purpose today was just to treat the girl to dinner as an apology, nothing more. Still, since it was an apology, he figured he should punish himself with a few drinks. He asked, "I'll grab 2 bottles. You want one?" The girl lowered her head, her expression unreadable, but her small red ears were visible, and her voice was shy and quiet. "How about 2 cases? Lin Xun was stunned. He had only planned to drink 2 bottles as a symbolic apology. Sure, the spirit was valuable, but did she have to punish him like this? 2 cases, please." Lu Tsai tightly gripped the hem of her skirt, forcing the words out from between her lips. As soon as she spoke, she quickly lowered her head, staring at her toes. Ever since she saw the newly appointed Apostle Lin Xun blast the engineer away with a single skill, Lu Tsai had become even more certain she was targeting the right person. If Lin Xun agreed to transfer to the armed division, all she had to do was casually tell team leader Wang a bit about that battle against the engineer. She was confident that Wang would thoroughly approve of her judgment. As for the drinking, she harbored no indecent intentions. She simply thought that a little alcohol would help lower someone's guard and open them up. 2 bottles of beer were nothing to an apostle's robust physique, barely more than fizzy soda. Far from enough to relax a person. But after 2 cases of beer, when she brought up the armed division, it wouldn't trigger any alarm bells. You've truly gone above and beyond for team leader Wang's recruitment mission. So she told herself. After what happened last time, when he witnessed a female apostle's alcohol tolerance firsthand, Lin Xun was convinced he was just a weakling. He couldn't even outrank Yi Xiaoqi. How could he, a self-admitted lightweight, possibly compete? Flustered, he pulled out a paper bag with a perfume brand logo and handed it over with both hands, trying to act composed. Miss Liu, it was wrong of me to invade your game. So I got you a little gift." The girl looked up, surprised, her willow brows raised. In a soft voice, she asked, "A gift for me?" Lin Xun nodded, gaze calm and steady. Her face reddened as she accepted the bag. Upon seeing it was a bottle of women's perfume, she whispered, "Thank you. I really like it." Seeing her accept the gift, Lin Xun grinned. "Then how about, we don't drink so much tonight?" But Lutsai bit her lip and firmly shook her head. Lin Xun twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Come on, sis. I already gave in. You're still coming at me." Lin Xun was not the kind to swallow insults. He just got angrier the more he backed down. Right then and there, he rolled up his sleeves and yelled at the server to bring 2 more cases of beer. "Huh. You think I can't outrink one soft, cutesy girl? We'll see about that. Waiter, 2 more cases of beer." At another table, Wang Zhong, team leader of the armed division, was in the middle of reminiscing and drinking with old comrades when the shout caught his attention. He turned his head. There sat the darling of the armed division, her face flushed red as she sat in a corner booth. The little girl had her lip tightly bitten, looking bashful and shy. Across from her sat a tall, handsome pretty boy over 6 feet tall. At his feet were 2 cases of beer, and he was calling for 2 more. Clearly trying to get Lutsai drunk. "You son of a..." Wang Zhong's blood pressure skyrocketed. His face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his massive, stew-pot-sized fists, ready to throw down. "What's wrong, old Wang? Hey, isn't that the girl from your public security division?" Outwardly, the armed division posed as a special branch of the Public Security Bureau. Wang Zhong had always treated Lutsai like a beloved niece. He'd even brought her to previous veteran gatherings, showing her off to his old war buddies. The words Public Security Bureau snapped him back to reality. Right, Yi was an apostle in the armed division. With her superhuman physique, she wouldn't be taken down by 2 cases of beer. Come to think of it, when she told him she had personal matters and couldn't help with the paperwork today, she looked a bit off. Now it made sense. She'd planned this dinner with the pretty boy all along. Wang Zhong slowly unclenched his fists and calmly picked up his glass. Young people's business. I don't get involved. Cheers, let's keep drinking." But his ears were perked up like radar dishes, fully tuned into the conversation from across the room. Every so often, he glanced in their direction. Even separated by more than a dozen tables, thanks to an apostle's enhanced perception, Wang Zhong could clearly hear every word from Lutsai's booth. And the more he listened, the more he frowned. The 2 kept clinking glasses, clearly a drinking contest. Then he heard them talking about the Cultural Bureau this, the Public Security Bureau that. Wait a second. Could this guy be from the Cultural Bureau? His mind raced as realization struck. Of course. That pretty boy must be the apostle from the intelligence division who got in through his good looks. That same pretty boy who flirted his way into group leader Li Xingyue's heart just to get into the organization, and now he was after the armed division's sweetheart too. It all made sense now. Unacceptable. Wang Zhong had clearly warned Yi before, stay far away from that pretty boy. And yet she was young, easily tempted, and had fallen for it. If it were any other decent guy dating Yi, Wang Zhong wouldn't complain. But this pretty boy? No way. He had to pull her out of the swamp before it was too late. After a while, he saw the pretty boy stand up, seemingly heading for the restroom. Wang Zhong stood up too. "You guys keep drinking. I gotta go drain the tank." On his way to the restroom, he carefully avoided Yi's table. Staring at the pretty boy's back, he grinned menacingly. "Heh. Kid, you're about to learn a lesson tonight." Lin Xun entered the restroom. It was empty. The place wasn't very clean, and the smell was pretty bad. After relieving himself, he was just about to leave when a burly man stepped in, quietly locked the door behind him, and blocked the exit. He was a middle-aged guy with a thick beard, clearly drunk, and glared at Lin Xun with hostile intent. Is this guy wasted and looking for trouble? "Excuse me, I need to get through." Lin Xun reached out to push the man aside, but to his surprise, the man didn't budge. He frowned and applied more strength. Still nothing. The man smirked mockingly. But Lin Xun had enhanced strength since improving his soul talent. Even without a shell, his raw body could take down a bull. This man was an apostle. Lin Xun's pupils contracted sharply. Shit. A hostile agent. Pretty boy, I'm gonna che? Wang Zhong didn't even finish his sentence before Lin Xun manifested a sleek, high-tech firearm in his hand. Blue arcs of electricity danced along the muzzle. Without a word, he pulled the trigger. They were so close there was no time for Wang Zhong to summon a shell. Zap! A surge of crackling energy hit him square in the chest. Wang Zhong's vision went black. A faint whiff of charred flesh hit his nose before he passed out. His final thought before losing consciousness was, WTF. This punk plays dirty. Lin Xun looked down at the charred, unconscious man and let out a long breath. The organization forbade public displays of in-game powers in front of ordinary citizens. But this was a life-threatening situation. He couldn't afford to hold back, so he'd use the low-powered, high-voltage capacitor shotgun, hoping it wouldn't draw too much attention. Still, why hadn't this guy summoned a shell to kill him? Something felt off. While the man was unconscious and completely helpless, Lin Xun thoroughly searched him. Special Office of the Public Security Bureau. Staring at the ID in his hand, Lin Xun's expression darkened. He had a document just like this one, his read Special Office of the Cultural Bureau. As an official apostle, Lin Xun quickly confirmed that the document wasn't forged. Why would someone from the armed division try to attack me? The man hadn't summoned a shell, nor had he tried to kill him outright. It meant he hadn't intended to end Lin Xun's life. So the most likely explanation was, he just wanted to beat me up. But why? Then it hit him, he was having dinner outside with none other than the armed division's beloved darling, Lu Tsai. Suddenly, everything made sense. Heh, old bastard. You're old enough to be her dad, yet you're still trying to compete for affection like some jealous brat. No shame at all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he probably would have been on the receiving end of a beatdown tonight. Eyes narrowing, Lin Xun grabbed the burly man by the collar and dragged him over to a bathroom stall. With a casual swing, he hurled the man into the VIP cubicle, slammed the door shut, and walked out of the restroom like nothing had happened, calm and unbothered. After relieving himself, Lin Xun felt fully restored and back in fighting condition. Back at the table, the white-clad girl had a faint flush from the alcohol, her cheeks tinged rose pink, absolutely radiant. Having just laid out an armed division member, Lin Xun casually steered the conversation toward the armed division, asking Lu Tsai about its operations. Buzzed from the alcohol, the girl was especially cooperative. She spilled everything from mission procedures to responsibilities to pay and benefits, like she was pouring out beans. Just as he was about to toast her again, his phone rang. It was a call from the black stocking-wearing lady boss. Huh? What's the boss calling this late for? He answered. On the other end, Li Xingyue's voice rang out. Lin Xun, come to the office. Logistics finished early. We've got some overtime work. Didn't they say work at the bureau was supposed to be relaxed? He hadn't even taken one full day off, and now he had to work overtime. Lin Xun wanted to cry. He was hoping to drink the night away with Lu Tsai and let her see firsthand what happened when someone dared to provoke him. But suddenly, his boss called him in to work overtime. What's wrong? Inconvenient for you, came the sultry voice of the black-stocking beauty. Lu Tsai clearly overheard the call. She smiled gently and motioned to Lin Xun that it was okay, he should go handle it. No, it's fine. I'll head to the office right away. Just as he was about to apologize for having to leave, Lu Tsai's phone rang too, also a call from team leader Li, summoning her for overtime. Lin Xun more or less figured out what this overtime was really about. But why call Lu Tsai in too? Both were a little confused, but Li Xingyue hadn't explained on the phone, so there wasn't much to ask. Lin Xun paid the bill, and the two left the restaurant together. He was about to flag a taxi, but Lu Tsai gestured for him not to. The girl's ride was a white Mercedes-Benz C-Class, conveniently parked near the entrance with a valet. They got in and headed to the Cultural Bureau. Lin Xun was a little envious. He had a mount too, a towering horse over 3 meters tall, but that obviously couldn't be used for everyday commuting. He made a mental note to save up for a car soon. Inside the restaurant, a group of middle-aged men were drinking heartily, playing drinking games, and having a grand old time. Suddenly, one of them asked, "Hey, where's old Wang? You drunk already?" He said he went to take a leak. "No, you're drunk. I'm saying, it's been way too long. Isn't he done by now?" "Yeah, even if he had a bad stomach, he should be out by now. Think he passed out from drinking." The group couldn't believe it. Old Wang was a beast when it came to drinking. He could take them all on solo, no problem. How could he pass out? Let's go check the bathroom. They marched over, and after a bit of searching, they found a man awkwardly slumped upside down inside one of the stalls. Oh shit, ain't this our big, loudmouth old Wong? Damn, not even halfway through, and he can't tell a toilet from a bed. Old Wong, never thought we'd see you like this. Man, this is rich. Burp, you move 3 steps aside. I'm getting a picture. Right? A moment like this deserves to be captured. We should take a group photo. I'll have my son print copies for everyone to frame at home. Brilliant idea. All right, everyone look here. 1, 2, 3, cheese. The men gathered around the unconscious old Wong, making peace signs, thumbs-up gestures, even heart poses. The photo was immortalized in digital glory. The car pulled up to the front gate of the Cultural Bureau. Lin Xun rolled down the window and greeted the security guard. The old guard gave a knowing smirk at the man and woman in the back seat and waved them through. The car stopped at the public parking lot inside the Cultural Bureau. A familiar black G-Class SUV sat parked nearby. The valet quietly shut off the engine and walked away. Lutsai let out a soft yelp, as if something suddenly occurred to her. She quickly pulled out a compact mirror and checked herself. Her face was flushed red. She sniffed at her collar and could clearly smell alcohol. Beside her sat Lin Xun, obviously also buzzed. Lutsai covered her forehead in exasperation. Great. If I walk into work with him like this, it'll be impossible to explain, even with 3 mouths. She spoke in a guilty, flustered tone. Lin Xun, maybe you should go up first? Lin Xun caught on immediately. He understood what she meant. But trying to dodge suspicion like that would only make things look more suspicious. Better to be honest and say they had a drink together, normal socializing between coworkers. After a moment of hesitation, Lutsai's hand suddenly glowed with a soft white light. The redness in her cheeks faded, and the signs of alcohol vanished completely. She no longer looked like she had been drinking at all. Lin Xun's eyes widened. Was that a sobering item? The two entered the Intelligence Division building. Inside, it was completely empty. Everyone else had long since gone home. They walked all the way to the team leader's office, where Li Xingyue shut the door and began explaining the purpose of their overtime shift. Thanks to the logistics division working around the clock, the scene of the engineer's decapitation had been fully restored, and the courtyard bungalow had been returned to its original state. The commotion from last night's operation might have been heard by some nearby nosy neighbors. The apostles from the logistics division had systematically eliminated every potential risk of exposure. Li Xingyue didn't go into detail about what methods were used, but Lin Xun immediately thought of a certain movie, Men in Black, flashbulbs, memory wipes, that kind of thing. His task now was to manifest the engineer shell and stay inside the bungalow, waiting to catch a big fish and gather intel. Since Lin Xun was still a newly appointed apostle, Lutsai's role was to disguise herself as a newly recruited subordinate of the engineer and stay by his side as a bodyguard. Just in case he was exposed, she'd be there to protect him. She had been the enforcer in the last mission, now she was the bodyguard. Once Li Xingyue finished briefing them, she made a call and summoned Agent Zero and Yi Xiaoqi. Apparently, Zero still didn't know that the paladin of discipline who saved him earlier was actually this very pretty boy sitting right in front of him. Zero gave Lin Xun a detailed rundown of the New World Organization and the engineer's personal history, so he wouldn't blow his cover during the operation. Yi Xiaoqi, meanwhile, immediately dragged Lutsai away, who knows what the two of them were off to do. By the time Lin Xun had digested everything Zero had told him, it was close to midnight. Zero completed his task and left with a flourish. Now only Li Xingyue and Lin Xun remained in the office. The two of them sat on the sofa. The sultry, black-stocking-wearing team leader gazed him up and down with those enchanting peach blossom eyes before finally speaking. So, what's the deal between you and Lutsai from the armed division? Something in her tone set off alarm bells in Lin Xun's head. Why did it sound like she thought they were harboring some scandalous secret? He immediately straightened up and replied righteously, Team Leaderly, please don't slander me. Lutsai and I are just coworkers. That's all. Oh? Is that so? Normal male and female coworkers go out drinking alone at night? Her tone was getting weirder and weirder. Lin Xun asked back, is that not allowed? It's allowed. Perfect, actually. I have a special mission for you. What? Lin Xun was caught completely off guard. Li Xingyue crossed her arms, further accentuating her ample figure. Her black stockings wrapped snugly around her curvy legs, and her expression was unreadable. "I want you to recruit Lu Tsai." Lin Xun jolted, eyes wide. He rubbed his ears. "Team Leaderly, did I hear that right? You want me to recruit Lu Tsai?" "Of course you heard right. That little girl's scheming is written all over her face." Li Xingyue sneered, oozing that powerful older woman aura. "She's clearly trying to poach you for the armed division. You think I, the head of intelligence, wouldn't notice? The division of labor between the armed and intelligence divisions isn't as clean-cut as you think. We're not just intel and they're not just combat. Usually, missions that start with us, end with us. We only hand them off to the armed division if we truly can't handle them. So we also need combat-capable personnel. If we can handle it in-house, why bother with external help? Instead of constantly borrowing Lu Tsai back and forth, why not just have you turn the tables, bring her over to us?" Lin Xun let out a breath. So that's what she meant by recruit Lu Tsai, not some wild romance mission sanctioned from above. It was a counter-poaching op. Counter-poaching? Now he was truly stunned. What kind of undercover mole drama was this? Aren't they all under the Apostles' Security Council? Shouldn't everyone be united and harmonious? Why did it feel like everyone here was craftier than a sieve? Lin Xun had already forgotten that just earlier today, he had literally thrown an armed division officer into a toilet stall. "So, are you accepting the mission or not?" Li Xingyue rested her chin on one hand, looking at him with interest. Lin Xun was just about to decline when she suddenly manifested something out of thin air. It looked like a lump of foul-smelling, rotting black sludge. He remembered this was something she had obtained from the deceased engineer. Type 2 source of the Apocalypse fragment, corrupted mire. This item is unique. Upon the Apostle's death, it is guaranteed to drop. You may bring this item to the library and solidify it into a relic. Lin Xun's pupils contracted sharply. Source of the Apocalypse? Relic. He'd never obtained anything like this before. The relics section of his apostle panel had always been empty. Seeing his reaction, Li Xingyue smiled with satisfaction and shoved the source of the Apocalypse into his hand. "Since you've accepted this, I'll take it as your agreement to the mission, recruit Lu Tsai." Then, she explained its origin and function. When an apostle finishes decoding a chapter of the Book of Salvation, the game calculates a decoding rating. If the rating is S rank, it rewards a source of the Apocalypse. Once back at the library, the apostle can solidify the source into a powerful item called a relic. But earning a source of the Apocalypse was incredibly difficult. Most apostles couldn't even clear a chapter, let alone reach the evaluation stage. Even powerful apostles typically only scored D or C grades. B and A were extremely rare, and S rank was practically unheard of. But Lin Xun felt something wasn't quite right. If the source of the Apocalypse could become a relic, why didn't the game just give out the relic directly? Why insert this extra step? Was it possible the source had other uses? He turned to Li Xingyue with a questioning look. This time, she didn't answer. "The source of the Apocalypse is yours now. With the engineer shell, your cover should hold. As long as you manage to establish contact with the New World Organization using the shell, this operation is more than halfway to success." Lin Xun nodded. Even if his cover were blown, Lu Tsai was acting as his bodyguard, he'd be safe. And just how strong was Lu Tsai? Lin Xun knew all too well. Back when he invaded her game, the white-clad girl knelt motionless and let him attack. He had to hit her with 5 or 6 of his strongest skills just to win. If it were a real-life duel, he'd be the one running for his life. Knock, knock, knock. The office door opened. Yi Xiaoqi strolled in, dragging along a stunning girl. "Lin Xun, take a look. This chick hot or what?" The stranger was dressed in Lu Tsai's clothes, with the same voluptuous figure, but her face was completely different, though equally beautiful. If she wore different clothes, Lin Xun definitely wouldn't recognize her. "Comrade Xiaoqi, this is your handiwork?" Yi Xiaoqi tilted her chin proudly. "Of course. My skills are top-notch." Lin Xun nodded. So Yi Xiaoqi could even do face swaps? Marrying her would be like getting a new wife every day. Wait, when did I become such a pervert? All right, everything's ready. Xiaoqi, go help Lu Tsai change again. Then they can head out for the mission. No problem. By the time Lin Xun and Lu Tsai arrived at the bungalow on the outskirts of the city, it was already midnight. looking at the courtyard and bungalow before him, identical in every detail to how they'd looked the night before, even the children's doodles on the outer wall and the cracks in the old concrete faithfully restored. Lin Xun couldn't help but admire the sheer skill of the logistics division. Those people were truly amazing. The bungalow in the courtyard was a run-down, one-bedroom, one-living-room unit. Lin Xun would be cohabiting here with Lu Tsai for some time, until the New World Organization contacted him. During this period, he also had to carry out his secondary mission, recruiting Lu Tsai into the intelligence division, as ordered by his lady boss. Li Xingyue had only demanded results. The actual strategy for this counter-poaching operation was left entirely up to Lin Xun. Clearly, earning a high salary wasn't going to be easy. Not only did he have to face a dangerous organization full of villains, he also had to outplay clever young ladies within his own ranks. Bringing Lu Tsai into the bungalow, Lin Xun turned on the lights. The interior decor and furnishings were even older and more outdated than his rental apartment. The place resembled a budget motel room that went for 50 yuan a night. At this moment, Lu Tsai had changed into a white short-sleeved top and a skirt. Her long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, making her look every bit the part of a freshly graduated, innocent college girl, and not just any girl, but one at campus beauty level. The two of them sat on the sofa in the living room, one man, one woman, alone together in a house. They had once been blind date candidates. Now they were also colleagues. The atmosphere quietly took on a slightly ambiguous undertone. Xiaobai, I've always been curious about something. Xiaobai was Lu Tsai's codename for this mission. Lu Tsai blinked her large eyes, a little adorably dumbfounded. Ask away. By all logic, someone like you shouldn't need to go on blind dates, right? How did it end up that the two of us were matched as a couple? A girl like Lu Tsai, beautiful, with a perfect figure and a great family background. How could she have possibly ended up needing a blind date to find a boyfriend? Lin Xun couldn't wrap his head around it. The white-clad girl looked a little shy, but answered softly, "When I was attending public security university, my parents didn't allow me to date. But once I graduated and started working, they suddenly wanted me to get a boyfriend and arranged blind dates for me. I dodged them for a long time, but eventually I just couldn't get out of it anymore. I figured I'd meet him and go through the motions. I even planned what I was going to say. But then, she stopped mid-sentence. It was her first blind date, and she hadn't even wanted to go. She'd already rehearsed a polite rejection. But then Lin Xun stood her up. She waited an hour for nothing. Sure, she'd secretly felt a little relieved when he didn't show, but still, she'd prepared to gently reject him, only to get rejected first. Her pride took a hit. Lin Xun, meanwhile, was shocked by something else entirely. Public Security University? He'd assumed Lu Tsai's connection to the Public Security Bureau was due to her position in the armed division. He hadn't realized this dainty, delicate girl was an actual graduate from the public security system, a bona fide female officer. And now his boss had tasked him with recruiting a female officer? That was kind of thrilling. Wait, why did his brain just conjure up the video file titled "Female Investigator Demonstrates the 17 Uses of Handcuffs.avi"? Must be his reader's imagination, nothing to do with him. The white-clad girl noticed Lin Xun's intense gaze and shyly lowered her head. She knew very well how important this mission was. Even though Team Leader Wang had also assigned her a recruitment task, her most crucial, most urgent, most important duty was still to protect Lin Xun's safety. The New World operatives were lurking in the shadows. Who knew when they'd reach out to the engineer? If Lin Xun were ever exposed, she would stand in front of him no matter what. But why was he staring at her like that? I'm going to take a shower first. Her thoughts a mess, her cheeks burning red, Lu Tsai darted into the bathroom, locking the door behind her before leaning against it with a sigh of relief. From the sofa, Lin Xun watched her flee like a frightened little deer. Coming back to his senses, he rubbed his chin. Comrade Xiaoqi's makeup skills are insane. This is basically face-swapping. I stared at her all night and couldn't find a single flaw. His thoughts drifted to spy movies, where agents put on synthetic masks and a bit of makeup to completely change their appearance. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. The frosted glass on the door fogged up and a faint, graceful silhouette could be seen within. Vixen. Don't you dare interrupt my cultivation. Lin Xun wrestled his mind back into place, suppressing impure thoughts. He had more important things to do. He averted his gaze, pulled out his phone, and resumed his writing work. He still had 2,000 words to go for today's 4,000-word goal. The grind was real. Who knows how much time passed? Focused entirely on typing, Lin Xun suddenly felt a warm breath on the back of his neck. He turned and saw the white-clad girl standing behind him. Fresh from the shower, her flushed cheeks were rosy and her hair was still dripping. She looked like a water lily just emerged from a spring. In a soft, slightly shy voice, the girl asked, how are we gonna sleep tonight? Lin Xun was stunned. He knew from the black silk boss lady that Lu Tsai was trying to poach him to the armed division. But he hadn't expected her to throw down such a powerful card right off the bat. Were female officers always this direct? Shouldn't she at least start with a 3? Who just tosses out a double joker on the first turn? Lin Xun was dazed by the double joker combo. T/N, from a popular Chinese card game called Fight the Landlord. Should he say yes now? Or take a shower first, then say yes? It took a monumental effort for Lin Xun to politely refuse. Xiao Bai. Maybe we should take things step by step, build our relationship gradually. I mean, we used to be blind date partners, but now suddenly this. Wouldn't it be too rushed? As far as the counter-poaching mission was concerned, all he needed to do was recruit Lu Tsai into the intelligence division. Lin Xun was a performer, not a playboy. He had to have boundaries. That's not what I meant. Lu Tsai suddenly realized how her words could be misunderstood. Her face turned red as a tomato, and she wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and crawl in. She covered her face with both hands, steam practically rising from her head. The water droplets in her hair were almost evaporating from the heat. She immediately bolted and dashed into the bungalow's one and only bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut. Click, locked. Lin Xun sat there, stunned. What the hell just happened? After a long moment, he finally pieced it together. Lu Tsai had probably been asking who should sleep in the bedroom, since there was only one. Well, too late now, she'd already claimed it. Guess he'd be sleeping on the couch. Sigh. He shook his head and resumed his grand wordsmithing endeavor. After a long writing session, he finished another chapter, hit publish, and wrapped up his work for the night. Just then, the bedroom door cracked open slightly. A slender hand emerged and expertly tossed a folded blanket onto the sofa. Lin Xun looked at the blanket and grinned. He quickly washed up, turned off the lights, and lay down to sleep. The next morning, Lin Xun was awakened by the mouth-watering scent of breakfast. In the kitchen, the white-clad girl was wearing an apron and busy cooking. When she saw him wake up, she called out for him to hurry up and wash up. Breakfast would be ready soon. Lin Xun hadn't expected that such a young girl would also be such a skilled cook. Just the smell alone had his appetite roaring. This mission was treating him way too well. The beautiful woman was both his bodyguard and his caretaker. If not for the looming possibility of someone from the New World Organization suddenly showing up, Lin Xun would have thought he was on vacation. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Lin Xun headed out into the courtyard for morning exercise. Looking up, he saw his clothes hanging on the drying rack, ones he'd tossed aside in the bathroom last night without even getting the chance to wash. Yet now they were freshly cleaned, clearly taken care of by Lu Tsai. Damn, how is she this perfect? Why does this feel like we're already a married couple? Lin Xun shook his head vigorously, trying to banish the absurd thought. Right. It had to be Lu Tsai's tactic, trying to get him emotionally attached so she could lure him into the armed division with a soft approach. But Lin Xun never forgot the task his black-stocking boss had given him. He wasn't about to fall for some honey trap and end up switching sides. If he failed to recruit Lu Tsai and instead got poached himself, he'd be the real joke. Li Xingyue had treated him too well for him to let her down. He had to stay strong and carry out his mission. He jogged laps around the courtyard for an hour as morning training. Over the past few days, he'd noticed that leveling up his soul talent had greatly enhanced his physical abilities. If he entered Olympic events like weightlifting or track and field now, he could probably rewrite every world record on the books in terrifying fashion. And that was only after 2 upgrades. Checking the time, it was already close to 10 a.m. His soul strength in-game had recovered around 10 p.m. last night, and at that time he had already reshaped the engineer shell and logged out. Now all he had to do was reshape the yellow-robed bishop shell, and he could explore the forgotten abyss of the fading afterglow. Back in the living room, he sat down and began cultivation. Book of Salvation Initiate. The feeble wandering soul awakens in the familiar sewer corridor. Spending 1 point of soul strength, he reshaped the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church shell. Then, controlling the paladin of discipline, Lin Xun made his way to the very bottom of the sewers. You arrive at the end of the sewer's lowest level. Peering down, you see a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. A cold wind rises from the abyss, like the howl of a demon from the deep. Standing at the edge, you feel yourself sway. One wrong step, and you'll fall into eternal damnation. Do you want to jump into the abyss? The ancient lift was still stuck halfway down the cliff. All that remained was the jump option. Lin Xun opened his inventory and followed the usual process. Use the item. You use the glandular mucus essence of the black giant worm. You have gained the life trait of the corrupted black giant worm. This trait grants you a brief period of mobility after death. If injured again, the effect will immediately end. With the undead buff now active, Lin Xun pressed jump. You leap into the abyss, diving into the darkness. It felt like half a century passed before the game finally continued. You are dead. The corrupted black giant worm life trait allows you to struggle upright. A dim, blood-colored light filters down. You are at the bottom of the abyss, standing on a path paved with bones. Towering cliffs rise on either side, vanishing into darkness. In the far distance, at the end of the cliff, a narrow strip of crimson sky can be seen. The blood-hued sun hangs eternally above the distant mountain peak. Do you wish to pursue the blood-red sunset? I'm underground. Where the hell is this blood sun coming from? And it was 10 in the morning. How the hell was the blood sun already setting? Staring at the text describing a blood-red sunset, Lin Xun was utterly speechless. According to plan, he pressed no. Last night, he had already spent a soul strength point to reshape the engineer shell. But now it looked like that was a total waste. Non-blood sun faction shells couldn't even survive under this light. In this map, he could probably only use the engineer shell at night. So he switched directly from the paladin of discipline to the yellow-robed bishop. You have possessed the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church. No strange text popped up, which meant his bug exploit plan had worked. Now that he was inside the bishop's shell, there were no more time limits. Lin Xun didn't rush forward recklessly. He explored cautiously. He wasn't about to get killed by some sneaky trap and miss out on all the rewards of this hidden map. Do you wish to pursue the blood-red sunset? When he selected no, there were no other exploration options, indicating the only path was forward. Lin Xun pondered where this crimson sun was coming from. Logically, something like this shouldn't exist deep underground. Was this place so corrupted that the blood sun could reach it? Or was that blood-red sunset just a fake sun or an avatar of the real one? The hidden map was literally called the Forgotten Abyss of the Fading Afterglow. Looking back at the text, the blood-red sunset hangs eternally above the mountain. Lin Xun reached a conclusion. The blood sun in this place might permanently remain in a sunset state. Should have let the engineer do the jump. It's a bit of a waste to lose the paladin of discipline. Still, it didn't matter. His main shell now was the yellow-robed bishop, and he'd rather funnel all his combat experience into his mage class anyway. He pressed forward. You pursue the fading glow of the blood-red sunset. From between the bone-paved path, you spot a strange white lizard scurrying by. Embedded on its back is something glittering. Do you want to attack it? The game text trembled. As an experienced apostle, Lin Xun recognized this as a timed option. His eyes lit up, reward time. He immediately pressed yes. You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and begin chanting a spell. Damn it. Of all times to start casting. By the time he finished the chant, the lizard would be long gone. Lin Xun quickly opened the shell panel and clicked on the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear. Impatient apostle, you interrupt the casting and instead jab the weapon's tip downward with force. You defeated the ore lizard. Experience increased slightly. You obtained Advanced Forging Stone ×1. Previously, he still had one intermediate forging stone, but it was too low grade to enhance his epic-level weapon. And the blacksmith's forging skills couldn't improve anything beyond epic anyway. This advanced forging stone could be used at the library later, not a bad reward. But Lin Xun knew this was just a small part of the treasure hidden in this secret map. Now that his bug exploit allowed unlimited exploration time, He wasn't in a rush. He'd take his time and grab it all. You continue pursuing the fading glow of the blood-red sunset. You continue pursuing the fading glow of the blood-red sunset. From among the piled bones beneath your feet, you spot a strange gray lizard scurrying past. Something on its back seems to shimmer with spirit light. Another reward, based on the description. This lizard seemed a bit different from the earlier ore lizard. Before the prompt even appeared, Lin Xun immediately clicked the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear. Impatient apostle, you jabbed downward with the tip of the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear. You defeated the spirit lizard. Experience increased slightly. You obtained unknown trace of spirit ×1. These lizards were clearly delivery boys for rewards. Some dropped forging stones, others spirit. After storing the spirit, he gained another 300 spirit points. You continue pursuing the fading glow of the blood-red sunset. From among the bones beneath your feet, Lin Xun waited for the next prompt and clicked his weapon the moment it popped. He dispatched another ore lizard and received one more advanced forging stone. Following the guidance of the blood-red sun, reward-laden lizards occasionally appeared. By the time he was done, he'd acquired a total of 3 advanced forging stones, 5 unknown traces of spirit, and a total of 1,500 spirit. A hazard-free, automated sign-in style of reward, pure profit. You continue pursuing the fading glow of the blood-red sunset. The white bones beneath your feet begin to tremble like an earthquake. A massive yellow lizard bursts forth nearby, its body the size of a carriage. Golden lightning dances across its back. Its vertical pupils radiate hatred as it locks eyes with you. Will you bravely attack it, or turn and flee? So after killing the kids, here comes the dad? This giant lizard was clearly an elite or mini-boss. Lin Xun's current shell, the yellow-robed bishop, was extremely powerful. No need to be afraid. He clicked attack. You raise your staff spear and begin chanting. The lightning-wreathed thunder lizard charges at you. A flash of red light. You defeated the thunder lizard. Experience increased significantly. You obtained Thunder Enchantment Stone ×1. You obtained Dragon Pearl item. Still no challenge. The monster was obliterated by a single spell from the yellow-robed bishop. Lin Xun hurriedly opened his inventory. Advanced Thunder Enchantment Stone, a magical enchantment stone imbued with thunderous power. Can permanently enchant epic and legendary grade gear. Requires proficiency in forging skills to use. Lin Xun's eyes went wide. Previously, he'd obtained a moonlight-infused sandpaper and used it as sparingly as possible. He practically wanted to rip it in half to make it last longer. Now, this stone could permanently enchant his epic-grade weapon. Even though it didn't grant the power of the white moon, the power of thunder sounded awesome too. Jackpot. Not to mention, his weapon's name was Thunder Dragon Staff Spear. With a thunder enchantment, it would finally live up to its name. However, enchanting was part of the forging system. The stone couldn't be used by the blacksmith and would have to wait until he returned to the library. Next, he checked the other item. Dragon Pearl. Item, a gem only birthed within a true dragon's body. Its appearance inside a thunder lizard is a mystery. Oh, small apostle, have you ever considered that perhaps it is the real chosen one? When used, it emits dragonic might, forcing all reptiles, dragon-type subspecies, and hybrid dragon creatures to submit without resistance. This was clearly the key to defeating the subspecies sea dragon boss. Just from the description, he could tell this item would make the sea dragon kneel and beg for mercy, unable to fight back. Boss fights where the enemy just stands there and takes a beating? Now that's what I call premium hidden map rewards. You continue pursuing the fading glow of the blood-red sunset. This time, he traveled for quite a while without encountering another treasure lizard. Opening his shell panel, he saw that the Paladin of Discipline could no longer be possessed. It now required 1 soul strength to reshape, which meant the undead buff had worn off, and all remaining rewards were now gained purely through his bug exploit strategy. A thrill bubbled up inside him. This was exactly the joy of exploring a glitched secret zone in a game. Pure, unfiltered dopamine. You continue on and reach the end of the abyss. The narrow strip of crimson sky ahead suddenly opens up into a vast expanse. Before you lies a barren, desolate land. In the distance stands a lone peak, the blood-red sunset still eternally suspended above it. Do you wish to continue forward? You continue pursuing the fading glow of the blood-red sunset. The game text paused for quite a while. Shame his warhorse was already sacrificed. Otherwise, he could have galloped through this place and saved a ton of time. Lin Xun set down his phone and looked up. The bungalow's living room was a bit messy. The white-clad girl was busy tidying up. He quickly went over to help. Lu Tsai blushed and quietly thanked him, handing him a broom while she grabbed a mop. The two of them worked together for a while and eventually cleaned up the whole room. Once they finished, Lin Xun checked his phone again. The text had updated. After prolonged running, you are panting heavily, your body drained, and you feel a bit fatigued. After prolonged running, you are panting heavily, your body drained, and you feel very fatigued. After prolonged running, you are panting heavily, your body drained, and you feel utterly exhausted. Even moving a single step feels like a luxury. Lin Xun saw this kind of message and immediately knew, oh no. Back when he was using the choir sister, he'd collapsed from overexertion after casting too many spells, requiring 12 hours to recover from fatigue. Later, while farming mobs with the corrupted Blood Sun cultists, he'd seen similar messages, but leveling up would usually restore his stamina. Now, the yellow-robed bishop's emaciated frame screamed old and kidney deficient. Mages had low stamina, it made sense he couldn't handle marathon running. Just as the bishop was about to collapse, Lin Xun suddenly remembered he had a fatigue recovery item. He frantically opened his inventory. Crimson sunflower seed, item this elongated, egg-shaped fruit carries the power of the corrupting blood sundae, simply peel away the shell to consume. Restores stamina for devout followers of the blood sun. He still had 3 crimson sunflower seeds lying quietly in his inventory. Lin Xun quickly clicked use. You used crimson sunflower seed. The fatigue of the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church has been alleviated. You feel vigorous and radiant, ready to lift your staff spear and charge into battle at a moment's notice. Now recovered, the bishop took off running again. After a long and arduous journey, you finally arrive at the base of Twilight Peak. You gaze upon the 10,000-meter-high peak and discover that the blood-red sunset rests at the summit, releasing a constant stream of dark red sunlight since time immemorial. Do you wish to climb Twilight Peak? Is that even a question? Lin Xun immediately clicked yes. Having overcome countless hardships to arrive here, you clearly refuse to leave empty-handed. You begin your long ascent up the steep cliff face. He couldn't help but worry, what if he fell halfway and died? With all his experience in this cursed game, Lin Xun knew all too well that when it came to dying, this game had a million ways to make it happen. And for the yellow-robed bishop, climbing a mountain was clearly even more taxing than running a marathon. By the time he'd used up the remaining 2 crimson sunflower seeds, the sky outside the bungalow had already begun to darken. Yet the bishop still hadn't reached the summit. You've got to be kidding me. What if the shell collapses from exhaustion before reaching the top? There didn't seem to be any resting points during the climb. If the yellow-robed bishop passed out halfway up, it'd be game over. And just as he feared, the cursed game responded immediately, as if hearing his thoughts. After prolonged climbing, you are panting heavily, your body drained, and you feel a bit fatigued. The crimson sunflower seeds were gone. He had no more items that could relieve fatigue. If only it were possible to bring real-world items into the game, Lin Xun would have bought a whole case of Red Bull and force-fed it to the bishop. After prolonged climbing, you are panting heavily, your body drained, and you feel very fatigued. You damned cursed game, are you messing with me again? Just when he thought the bishop was about to faint and fall to his death. Through your relentless effort, the long climb nears its end. You finally reach the summit. The sight before you leaves you utterly stunned. The summit of Twilight Peak seems to have been sliced flat by some overwhelming force. A towering giant sits there with eyes closed, knees drawn up, curled into a fetal position. Its form is so vast that you feel like a tiny ant in its presence. The giant radiates dark red sunlight. This is the very blood-red sunset you saw. Lin Xun never would have imagined that the blood-red sunset was actually a giant. Where the hell did this giant come from? He furrowed his brow, something clearly felt off. Even after waiting quite a while, the game displayed no further text. That's what's wrong, where's the rest of the story? Where are my options? The cursed game gave him nothing. No prompts, no actions. Bored and listless, do you wish to jump from the mountain peak? He didn't have any undead revival items left. Jumping now would just paint a bright red noob across his forehead. Following his usual logic, he opened his inventory and reviewed his items. None of them seemed suitable for this situation. Clicking on them did nothing. Should he try using corrupt sunlight on the giant? The suicidal idea crept into his head. Even though there were no prompts, he could still attack. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to give it a shot. Let's try it then. With resolve, Lin Xun opened the yellow-robed bishop's skill menu and cast Corrupt Sunlight. Audacious apostle, it seems you intend to rouse the giant with your feeble attack. You raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and chant your incantation. A flash of red light. Corrupt sunlight strikes the giant's toe. Not even the skin is scratched. The giant remains motionless, eyes still shut. Feeble apostle, shocked by your own impotence, you feel deeply ashamed and wish you were dead. Really, game? You're gonna roast me like that too. But Lin Xun refused to give up. If one spell didn't work, then he'd just cast more. Stubborn apostle, you raise the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear and chant again. A flash of red light. The giant remains motionless, eyes shut. A flash of red light. Even the subspecies Sea Dragon had flinched when he cast spells. But this giant didn't even twitch. It was like swatting a mountain with a feather. With that level of power, there was no way this was a normal boss, it had to be an NPC. Could it be that attacking wasn't the way to trigger interaction with this giant NPC? Frowning, Lin Xun kept casting Corrupt Sunlight. A flash of red light. The giant remains motionless, eyes shut. Frequent spellcasting has exhausted you. Even taking a single step is a luxury. The corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church shell has collapsed from overexertion. Do you wish to leave this shell? Damn, I forgot his fatigue level was maxed out again. He exited the shell and tried possessing the engineer shell. As expected, the moment he did, the game displayed. Bathed in the blood-red sunset's light, your sanity begins to drift away. Lin Xun immediately returned the engineer shell to the panel before things could go south. Now, in his wandering soul form, he stood face to face with the giant, a chilling sensation prickling his skin. His instincts screamed danger, like he'd just jumped into a shark tank. Lin Xun had always trusted his sixth sense. He chose to re-enter the yellow-robed bishop, even though it was still unconscious. It was better than standing naked in front of this thing. This shell is currently incapacitated due to overuse of skills. It requires 12 hours of rest to recover. Do you wish to exit the shell? This was his second time triggering the 12-hour fatigue lockout. The first had been with the choir sister. Forget it. Better safe than sorry. I'll log off and wait for soul strength to recover tonight. Just as he was about to exit the game and come back later, the game text suddenly jumped. Your repeated use of corrupt sunlight has greatly intensified the corrupting blood sun aura atop the peak. The blood-red giant seems to stir. Its eyelids tremble. Slowly, it opens its eyes. But the massive eyes aren't crimson. They shine with a radiant golden brilliance, like the blazing sun at noon. You have successfully awakened the demigod titan, solar hero, guardian of the golden blazing sun, Dan. It slowly opens its mouth and asks why you have come to see it. Its voice is like a thunderclap, shaking the heavens. Already unconscious, you are blasted from your shell by the sheer force of its voice, reduced once more to a wandering soul, trembling before the giant. Lin Xun was stunned. He'd guessed this hidden area would house something incredible. But he never imagined the giant would be this powerful, one sentence, and he was ejected from his shell. And that string of titles, demigod titan, solar hero, guardian of the golden blazing sun, made his scalp tingle. He had no doubt this being could crush him with a flick of its finger. Wait a minute, wasn't this giant supposed to be the corrupting blood sun's guardian? Golden blazing sun? What the hell is that? It slowly opens its mouth and asks why you have come to see it. Its voice is like a thunderclap, shaking the heavens. Already unconscious, you are blasted from your shell by the sheer force of its voice, reduced once more to a wandering soul, trembling before the giant. Feeble wandering soul, how will you respond? 1. Turn and flee, leap off the 10,000-meter high peak. If you die first, no one can kill you. 2. Tell the demigod titan Dan that you are a follower of the corrupting blood Sunday. Maybe it'll give you a reward. 3. Tell the demigod titan Dan that you are a follower of the radiant crescent moon. Maybe it'll give you a slap. Warning. If you suffer a fatal wound while in wandering soul form, your soul strength will be permanently reduced by 1 point. What the hell? Lin Xun's face turned pale. He only had 2 points of soul strength. If he lost one, he'd no longer be able to reshape a shell. And being unable to reshape a shell would be no different from a permanent ban. He scrutinized the 3 options. Option 1 was out of the question. Jumping meant dying. Dying meant a soul strength penalty. That was suicide. Options 2 and 3 were like picking sides between the Blood Sun faction and the White Moon faction. But what if he chose the wrong one? Choosing Blood Sun might seem safe, it even hinted at a reward. But knowing this cursed game, that was probably a trap. A bait and switch. But hold on, what if the game wants him to think it's a trap and pushes him toward the White Moon side, only to slap him dead for real? Maybe the Blood Sun option is double reverse psychology? Or triple? Or quintuple-layered misdirection? Damn it, was this some kind of 5-dimensional chess? Demigod Titan Dan sees you hesitate too long without an answer. The giant's gaze gradually grows frenzied. The 3 options on screen began to tremble. Time was running out. Life or death hung in the balance. Lin Xun's mind spun rapidly. He drew a deep breath and slammed down option 3. Fearless apostle, you do not flinch beneath the blood-red radiance flowing from the giant. You meet its golden gaze and shout aloud your praise for the radiant crescent moon. The blood-red brilliance around the demigod titan suddenly flares like a descending corrupting blood sun. Bathed in this unending blood-red light, your consciousness begins to slip away. You melt into the overwhelming radiance. Crap, that's it. He was done for. So this was how he died in a psychological battle of baited choices. Just as you believe your end has come, Dan's eyes retain a flicker of clarity. In the end, reason triumphs over madness. The blood-red brilliance around it fades. In its place, golden light blazes forth like the noonday sun. Bathed in this golden light, you feel warmth beyond compare. All the damage suffered beneath the blood sun's rays is completely healed. The corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon church shell also receives the golden light. All its injuries and fatigue are fully restored. The golden giant, like a blazing sun, praises your courage and honesty. The giant Dan begins to recount a long-buried history. Lin Xun let out a huge sigh, his back drenched in cold sweat. He pumped a fist in the air, thrilled by his gamble paying off. He'd chosen the White Moon faction not on a whim, but through careful reasoning. From previous shell memories, he knew the sun was only called the corrupting blood sun after it was defiled. Before that, it must have been the golden blazing sun. And while the giant radiated blood-red light, its eyes still shone with golden brilliance. The fact that it dwelled deep beneath St. Rance, likely in exile or confinement, meant it probably wasn't part of the active Blood Sun faction. If it were, it should have long left this place to wage war above ground. Whether his reasoning was solid or not, he'd made his choice under pressure, and he'd bet correctly. Through Dan's recounting, you begin to uncover a forgotten history. As one of the 3 great solar heroes, the Titan Dan had always worshipped the sun that gave warmth to the world, the golden blazing Sunday. But for reasons unknown, this eternal sun became tainted by a mysterious and vile corruption, transforming into the corrupting blood Sunday. The Church of Divine Light was torn asunder. The Church of the Blazing Sun fell to corruption and became the Blood Sun Church. Only the White Moon Church remained loyal to the radiant crescent moon, standing against the spread of corruption. Dan, named the guardian of the golden blazing sun, possessed power nearly equal to the gods. Even as the other solar heroes fell to corruption, he resisted the taint. He remained faithful not to the blood sun, but to the golden blazing Sunday. The sun ceased to favor him. Former comrades, once fellow solar heroes, turned against him with weapons drawn. Though powerful, Dan could not stand alone against them all. Defeated, Dan was implanted with a seed of corruption and sealed within a deep abyss. His former comrades believed that, sooner or later, the Blood Sun's corruption would take him. That in time, the once holy Titan would also rejoin the sun's embrace, even if that sun had become corrupt. Lin Xun was completely engrossed in the lore. After Dan finishes telling his tale, the golden light surrounding him dims slightly. The blood-red glow threatens to rise again. Dan is about to enter sleep once more, to resist the creeping influence of the blood sun. While still conscious, he asks if you are willing to swear an oath. Do you wish to swear a special oath to the golden blazing sun? HSSSH Lin Xun drew in a sharp breath. He had already read about oaths on the Apostle Forum. In short, an oath was a factional allegiance. Not for the shell, but for the apostle himself. Throughout the game, apostles would often encounter powerful NPCs offering them the chance to swear an oath, i.e., choose a faction. In the corrupted Blood Sun world, the standard options were Blood Sun and White Moon. Oaths granted access to faction invasions and faction missions. That didn't mean Blood Sun monsters would ignore you just for joining their side, though. But this golden blazing sun oath? Lin Xun had never heard of it before. A hidden oath, unlocked only after surviving this insane side quest? It had to be ultra-rare. And if he swore the oath now, while Dan was still conscious, the reward was guaranteed to be beyond his wildest dreams. But it didn't seem like this oath could just be given casually. Lin Xun vaguely remembered that unfathomable presence had been watching him all along. The owner of that gaze was likely a high-ranking figure in the Blood Sun faction, or perhaps even the corrupting Blood Sun itself. Back when he triggered the forging mutation under that gaze, it was probably the corrupting Blood Sun showing him some favor. Turning traitor under its watchful eye? That'd be asking for a death sentence. Lin Xun scratched his head, clearly conflicted. Should he join directly? Or should he hesitate for a while, pretending he was only giving in under pressure from the giant? Thinking of the generous rewards right before him, while the corrupting Blood Sun's gaze felt distant. Screw it, let's go big or go home. After much deliberation, the gambler's mindset finally won out. In the presence of Dan, you loudly praised the golden blazing sun and swore a special oath to it. Loyal Apostle, you have joined the golden blazing sun oath. In this volume, Chapter 320, Chapter 329, you may only sign one oath. If you betray the oath, you will never be able to rejoin the faction, and you will be permanently hated by this oath's faction and all allied factions. Current enemy oath, Blood Sun oath. Current allied oath, White Moon oath. Dan is very pleased with your decision and has decided to reward you. Lin Xun grinned, tossing all thoughts of the corrupting Blood Sun's gaze to the back of his mind. So, what if he was a traitor? This giant of light was about to hand him rewards, Gaia damn it. Dan opened his mouth wide, and two small items dropped from within. You quickly stepped forward and found a brilliant crystal stone and a ring engraved with the golden sun emblem. You have obtained Nameless Demigod Soul Crystal, legendary item. You have obtained Dan the Giant's Blazing Sun Ring Oath item. A legendary item? That's a tier above epic. Question: what does winning 5 million in the lottery feel like? With that level of excitement, Lin Xun quickly opened his inventory to check. Nameless Demigod Soul Crystal, legendary item. The soul of an unnamed demigod is sealed within this mysterious crystal, left behind after their fall. Upon use, the apostle will receive an exclusive item based on their soul talent. An exclusive item based on soul talent. Just hearing the word exclusive was enough to know this was no ordinary thing. Lin Xun immediately opened the apostle forum and browsed around, but couldn't find any information on exclusive items. Did I really hit the jackpot? The lack of any relevant info in the Apostle Forum probably meant very few people had ever obtained one, or maybe no one had at all. Lin Xun had no idea what kind of exclusive item he'd get from using the Nameless Demigod Soul Crystal. But rituals matter. He put down his phone. In the living room, Lutsai had somehow found a yoga mat and was practicing some high-difficulty poses the twin sisters had taught her. Lin Xun hurried to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and washed his hands 3 times with soap, scrubbing them thoroughly until they were squeaky clean. Then he returned to the living room and resumed the game. Bless me, RNG gods. You have used the Nameless Demigod Soul Crystal, legendary item. Generating exclusive item. Lin Xun held his breath, eyes locked onto the screen. Exclusive item generated successfully. You have obtained Visage of the Leader, exclusive item. Visage of the Leader, exclusive item. Even if you possess 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms, among those countless visages, one must be the face of a leader. This exclusive item is currently sealed. Complete 3 oath invasions to obtain the unsealing key. Lin Xun looked at the exclusive item with joy, having expected some kind of divine artifact. He hadn't expected the giant Dan to have kept an ace up his sleeve, sealing the exclusive item as insurance against him defecting after receiving rewards. After joining an oath, apostles can choose during invasions whether to target apostles of enemy oaths. Oath invasions are matched randomly based on how many times an apostle has cleared stages, and players can't use guardian bookmarks to call for help. Victory in these invasions allows you to exchange for oath rewards at the library or resting page, usually in the form of blind boxes. The more wins you rack up, the higher the quality of the blind boxes. Lin Xun understood he'd have to use victories over Blood Sun Oath Apostles as his loyalty offering to obtain the key to unlock his exclusive item. Just then, more game text appeared. After spitting out the 2 rewards, Dan's eyes began to lose focus. It must enter slumber again to resist the corruption of the Blood Sun's power. Bidding you farewell, Dan slowly closed its eyes. The giant before you now sits curled up, hugging its knees, its closed eyes radiating a dim crimson light. Looks like the giant NPC's event had concluded. Huh. Seeing the game text mention 2 rewards, Lin Xun suddenly remembered he'd gotten another item earlier. He quickly opened his inventory to check. Dan the Giant's Blazing Sun Ring Oath item, a ring forged from unknown metals, engraved with the emblem of the golden blazing Sunday. This is a token granted by the demigod Titan Dan to Oathbearers. While holding this item, you may receive oath missions from Dan when triggering related storylines in future Blood Sun worlds. Lin Xun had assumed this NPC's storyline was over, but apparently there were still oath missions to come. He didn't yet know what those missions would be, but judging by the current rewards, especially a legendary item, it was bound to be worthwhile. This NPC was really fishing with a long line, giving him a future oath mission as bait, probably afraid he'd defect after unlocking the exclusive item. Do I really look that much like a double-crosser? Lin Xun rubbed his face, recalling the anchor bookmark Yi Xiaoqi had given him. Using it would let him enter the next Blood Sun chapter. However, that wasn't something to consider just yet. Lin Xun planned to head back to the resting page to check on his oath. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Something was off. The game text said Dan had fallen asleep and then, nothing. Wait a minute, how do I get back? That Dan just fell asleep without saying how I was supposed to return. Just then, the curse game suddenly popped up with new text. Cornered Apostle, it seems you have no other options besides jumping off the cliff. So, do you wish to turn around and leap from the 1,000-meter peak? The game's tone dripped with schadenfreude. But in reality, aside from dying and respawning, there really was no other way to return to the resting page. After thinking about it for a moment, Lin soon realized he kind of didn't want to let this damn game have the last laugh.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.